Good morning and welcome back to the Wanderers for the second day of the CSA 4-day series match between the DP World Lions and the Gbets Rocks. It's really a great honour and a pleasure for me to welcome on commentary for the first time with us, but certainly not the first time behind the commentary microphone, Hussein Manak, as Hardest Viljoen gets us underway, bowling to Dominic Hendricks, and that's a lovely start to the day, just driving him straight past him towards the long boundary.
Good morning to all our viewers, wherever you may be, and thank you, Ken. Thank you for the kind words. That's a beautiful straight drive from Dom Hendricks. Lovely balance, good start to the day for him as well. I was interested to see Cody Yusuf come in yesterday, and he looked like he was scoring quite freely as well.
He played some of the most wonderful shots of the day, in fact. The night watchman, Cody Yusuf, a few beautiful cover drives. And Hussein Manak, for those who don't know, is a man who knows all about beautiful cover drives. He's a former Gauteng cricketer, national selector, coach, administrator, and of course a very experienced cricket commentator as well, mostly with the SABC. So the Lions resuming on 47 for 1 this morning, up to 50 already today, and that's after the Rocks, having won the toss and elected to bat first, were bowled out for 226 yesterday. I thought it was a wonderful bowling effort by the Lions. We'll get Hussein's feelings after this delivery from Viljoen. I think Yusuf just had a little nibble at that.
Yeah, it also looked like it kept quite low, that ball. So I wonder if that's maybe a sign of things to come, because Hardest Viljoen normally hits the deck quite hard and gets good bounce. But it looked like a good pitch yesterday, didn't it? I mean, like for batting, I was watching quite a bit, and I saw when the Malan brothers were batting, and at stages when batters got in, it did look like they could bat forever. But maybe just lapse of concentration.
Yeah, I certainly felt it was a batting day yesterday. I don't know how you feel today. Does it feel like a good day to be batting? And if there is a bit of inconsistent bouts, how important is it for the Lions to do well today with the bat?
Very important. I think, your first innings, you want to set it up, and the Lions will definitely feel, having bowled yesterday and had a good look at the pitch, that and they got. I mean, you look at that batting lineup, they bat quite deep, don't they? They bat right down to Potgieter 14 is at 10, so that's certainly a very strong batting lineup. They will certainly think that they could, get ahead in this game, and on the first innings at least, and maybe if possible. I mean, you don't want to get ahead of yourself, but possibly bet once. And I mean, just based on the discussion we're having, I think Rocks will be disappointed that they only ended up at 226. Certainly looks like a pitch that is worth a lot more than 226. I would think. I don't know. What did you think?
No, absolutely, and we'll chat about what were really a couple of soft dismissals as well yesterday. Yusuf again, and a bit of uncertainty outside that off stump. End of the first over of the day, 3 runs from it. It's 50 for 1. There were a couple of times yesterday when the Rocks were really well set to dominate. When the two Malan brothers had put on 100 for the second wicket at 110 for 1, things were looking really good in the afternoon for the Rocks. But then Janneman Malan chopped on. Peter Malan was out, in really soft fashion. He was trying to hit Bjorn Fortuin over the top, hold out at mid-off. And even Aviu Ngajima, who really held things together well after that, he was bold trying to pull Bjorn Fortuin. And one thing we know about Bjorn Fortuin is he has a lethal arm ball, and you've got to be very careful playing him off the back foot. As we see Glenton Stearman takes up from the golf course end. Good start by him.
You're correct. I mean, if you look at the score card and you look at Malan, Janneman Malan 34, then Peter Malan 62, Ngajima 65, Jean du Plessis 39, and then Engelbrecht got 58 as well. So, is that correct? I'm just trying to check. Am I looking at the balls? Am I looking at the
you're
runs?
looking at the balls. I'm afraid.
I'm looking at the ball. Okay, I must just get the runs. Let's see, 34, 62, 65.
Hendricks gets another run, another couple probably this morning. Yeah, he'll come back easily for 2.
Yeah, so there were what, 1, 2, 3 batters that got in. 250s there. I think in a 4-day game, particularly on a pitch where day one pitch and you've got in and it wasn't really doing that much. You would think that as a batter you'd be disappointed if you don't take that 50 and convert it maybe to a 150. That really is going to be the mindset, I think, of a top order batter.
So the Rocks lost their last 5 wickets for 26 runs, and that's obviously not ideal when you've won the toss and elected to bat first. They would have wanted to be batting this morning, but instead it's the Lions who've made a good start to their reply. 52 for 1. Hendricks is on 12. Cody Youssef is 24, not out. Josh Richards, the man out yesterday afternoon, walked right across his stumps against Lenton Stearman and was given out LBW for 12.
And also, if you look at the way Stearman bowling, I mean, he looks like one of those bowlers who will maybe ask a few questions round about the top of off stump, and then he's targeting the pads, isn't he? He's looking to get you out LBW at some stage. So he's a type of bowler. If you're facing him, you just want to make sure you can play that straight ball really well. Your balance is good. Clear your front foot out the way and be nice and solid with the straight ball. And as you say, if Richards got a cross and maybe planted his front foot, you're going to get into trouble.
Yeah, nibble is exactly the word I used yesterday for Lenton Stearman. He's the sort of bowler, I think, who generally would like coming to the Wanderers. Perhaps this pitch is not quite as conducive to his bowling as the Wanderers pitch normally is. But as you say, he'll be very wicket to wicket and just getting a bit of movement, testing the technique of the batsman. Ooh, quick single and well judged.
Good running. Good single. They'll be nice and positive, and always good to have a left-hander at the crease as well there, just to keep the scoreboard ticking. Makes it just that little bit more difficult for the bowler to keep adjusting his lines. If you look at now, top of the screen, where just a little out of your view, Mahima, who's going to run all the way from fine leg to fine leg across. The slips have got to move across. It's just that little more extra work for the fielders.
Indeed, but Stearman has adapted well. That's a beautiful delivery, which Youssef is fortunate to miss. End of the over, 54 for 1. Hussein, you mentioned Bjorn Fortuin batting number 10. He must be the best number 10 in world cricket. I mean, he has an average in Division 1 cricket of 28.33, 400s, a highest score at this level of 183. And he bowled beautifully on the first day as well.
You could consider him a bowling all-rounder, but I mean, he certainly can bat. As you say, those numbers are testimony to that. But he would probably have batted at 9, I think, on this in this team. But because Cody Youssef came in, maybe Youssef would have batted after him at 10.
That's true.
But I mean, that's a solid batting lineup, and Youssef as well. I mean. I don't know, I've always looked at him. I've played against him once or twice and just watched him bat, and it looks like he looks like
improve on his best score at this level of 37. He's not too far away from that now.
That's a good leave, and particularly at first class level in your 4-day, 5-day cricket.
Improve on his best
so
score at this level of 37.
Leave well
He's not
in
too
that
far
area,
away
just
from
outside
that
of stump.
Yeah, Dom Hendricks, I think, has always shown that ability. For me, he's a very compact batsman, plays within himself, knows where his off stump is. He's not having a great season, so this will be an important innings for him.
Yeah, he's a smart cricketer. I mean, he's been playing domestic cricket for many years, and he understands. He knows the circuit. He knows the bowlers' conditions. But he's smart. I mean, he, as you say, nice and compact, tight, good technique. But I mean, geez, I just feel like some players, you look at him, what a talent. I just feel there's so much more there that could have happened with him, over the years. Like I think if I recall correctly, he may have played SA under-19 at some stage, maybe even captained.
He was player of the tournament at the under-19 World Cup when he was captain. So
yes.
we've just seen Kwena Mapaka receive that considerable honour, and on the socials, all the previous winners were sort of posted, and one of them was an Australian whose name I forget, but he's not a well-known name. That was the point. And and someone said, "Who is this guy?" And someone else replied, "Well, Australians will be saying, who is Dominic Hendricks?"
But I think it's an important, it's quite an interesting discussion, isn't it? And that's the end of the over. 54 for 1 after 13 overs. But it's interesting because even at that level, in under 19, when you play under 19, you're basically on the doorstep of playing first-class cricket, right? And some of the cricketers are already, like if you look at some of the Indians, a lot of them are already playing, a few of them, at the at first-class level. And but it doesn't necessarily always translate, right? That if you make it at one level, you're going to make it at the next level. And I remember there was a lovely little speech that Rahul Dravid was giving, and I watched it or listened to it recently, and he says like every level is different. If you make it at one level, you dominate one level, yes, it certainly gives you a very good chance of making it at the next level. But it doesn't guarantee that you are going to make it in the next, because then it becomes a mental game, So the mental part of it becomes even tougher as you go up a level, and you've got to find a way to be on top of that and master that, and also the work ethic and everything that goes into it. It's got to be there to make sure that you can cope at the next level.
And instead of competing with a pool of players aged just from 17 to 20, say, you're now competing with everyone from 19
across,
to 35.
Absolutely.
There was an interesting stat that came out after the recent Under-19 World Cup, which was the percentage of players competing with a pool of players who represent their country at from 17 to 20, then go on to represent. You're now competing with everyone from 19
across,
to 35. And
absolutely.
South Africa, India, and Australia were all at the bottom of that list. An issue with South Africa's percentage was only 18% of our players, which.
Yeah.
In a way, I think is a positive, because it shows how hard it is
yes.
to make it all the way. The system must be strong in that case, and the teams who had the highest percentage of players making it from the Under-19 World Cup to their senior team were, more of the weaker sides. Your minnows.
Where they probably have just a small pool of players, I would gather, and they're not competing with so many once they get past that under-19 phase. Exactly. But I think your point is a very good one, that at under-19 level you're basically competing. And in fact, each age group up to 19, you're competing with your own age group players. And then once you come past that...
That's nicely played by Yusuf, single to far leg.
And once you get past the 19, then... you start competing with, first-class players, international players, former international players, like experience. And and club cricket is also interesting, because I'm coaching there at the moment, and I tell you, sometimes I see a lot of youngsters come out of the under-19 setup and school cricket, and they dominate at those levels. And when they come and play a normal club game, they struggle, right? Because you get this experience. Old guy who's just come in, he's playing club cricket for 20 years, and he just nibbles the ball around, he swings one out, one in. And again, Steelman, you can see there, he's just targeting the pads, and he's bowling nice and straight, wicket to wicket.
Around the wicket.
He's come around the wicket.
He
just nibbles the ball around, he swings one out, one in, with that quality bowler. And again, Steelman, you can see there, he's just targeting the pads, and he's bowling nice and straight.
If you like, that youngsters will come across. They might not have the talent of the exciting youngster, but they've been around the block, and they know the tricks. They know what works.
Yeah, you know, they'll work you over. I mean, they work some of the youngsters over. It's so important. Ooh.
That's beautifully bowled by Stearman, just nipping back at Hendricks. I fancy there was an inside edge, which is now lodged in his pads, but they know what works. A bit of difficulty there.
Yeah, you know, they'll work you over. I mean, they work around the wicket. Good angle there, coming around the wicket, a little inside edge, and the ball, as you said, lodges into the
bowled by
top of the flap of the pad there. And when we play junior cricket, normally somebody will run and try and catch it, and like maybe he'll be out.
Appeal, yeah, absolutely. So that's the end of the 14th over. So this ball is still fairly new, and Glenton Stearman showing that he can still nip it around there. And I guess the nice thing about that around the wicket angle is that it gives them both edges of the bat to target, doesn't it?
Correct.
Hardisvillian with 3 slips, first, second, and about a fourth. Oh, that's loose by Cody Yusuf.
I mean, I think that's the difference between a top order batter, and I'm not saying Yusuf can't bat. I did say earlier that he's more than capable. But they will see a top order batter will just get into line and leave that and just allow it to go through. So that's what he'll want to do now. He'll be reminding himself, let me stay tight here. Let me only play what I have to play. Look after my stumps.
Yep, it had leave written all over it, that last one. And that one is castled and beautifully bowled by Hardisvillian, hitting the top of middle stump.
Wonderful delivery. Excellent delivery. And the previous delivery was outside off stump, beat the outside, and this one reminding himself straight the ball, straight through the gate. Play what I have really well bowled. And you can see the experience here coming through from somebody like Hardisvillian.
And that one is castled.
What is it? Top of middle, top of off. Beautiful delivery. Yeah. Beautiful.
Yeah, that would have been pretty useful against most top order batsmen.
Oh yeah, and absolutely.
Certainly good enough for the night watchman, who departs for 25. He's done his job. He scored some valuable runs yesterday evening and kept his wicket through to stumps. But you mentioned the experience of Hardisvillian. He's obviously played a lot of cricket here at the Wanderers, played many years for the Lions. I think his performance yesterday and so far this morning is the fullest I've seen him bowl here at the Wanderers in a long time. He's really been bowling very much fuller than he normally does.
He also played his one test match here. Do you remember that one against England?
He got was it Alistair Cook out, first ball in Test cricket?
First ball,
caught
that's
down
right.
The leg side.
That's right.
Was it Cook? I think it might have been.
You know, I 5 or 6 wickets in 1 hour.
I think so.
And you're right, he played here at the Wanderers for the Lions. He had a phenomenal couple of seasons here for the Lions as well. He really, in fact, that was the season. That was probably the reason he made the
strike bowler with some genuine pace and more skillful, pitches the ball up more.
Yeah, and it's important that you get the ball nice and full, and that's the perfect length, right? Top of off, you hitting that type of top of the stumps or the bail. You're asking questions all the time if you're hitting that particular length. I mean, he'll still bowl the odd quick ball because he's still got a bit of pace. So, Ryan Rickleton.
A man in form, leading run scorer in the SA20.
He looked good, didn't he? I mean, in that SA20, wow. He's just piling on the runs.
Yeah, played with tremendous freedom. He has had a solid 4-day campaign, if not a brilliant one. Straight away underway through mid-wicket.
Yeah, that's too straight first ball up, but I suppose you want to also try and ask a few questions. Make sure you can attack the stumps. So neatly worked away into the mid-wicket area from Rickleton. He's straight away off the mark. Tom Hendricks 13 of 38 and Rickleton now 2 of 1. Villiers into his 7th over.
Rickleton's averaging 37.57 for the season, 100 and 150. And
the pass from him.
into the test side, yeah.
I mean, but he scored a 3 or 4 50 over hundreds. He was just scoring 100 after 100 non-stop. And he missed out going to Australia, if I recall, because of the injury.
And controversially kept playing back home and kept piling on runs.
Yes, I remember that.
Much to the embarrassment of the national team management. Rickard was adamant that he could play with his ankle injury, just with cortisone injections. And well, I guess he kind of won the argument because he made bucket load of runs, finished the season, then had his op. And has certainly entertained us a lot this season again. That's a good place to be for Hardisvillian, early on to the left-hander. End of the over, 57 for 2.
It is also interesting that a lot of bowlers, where in the past you'd see them bowl over most of the time, you know, so there is a different angle of attack. Bowlers who can especially come from that angle and just nip the ball. I think you can do the same from over the wicket. It's a very difficult ball to leave. So
this is a leg by a fancy. If a left-hander came in, you were kind of expected to stay over the wicket.
Yeah.
And only if you were struggling, only if it didn't sort of work,
then you would come around.
Then go around. But I mean, to me, it just makes so much more sense to be bowling around because LBW is a lot more in play.
I think the thing about bowling from over the wicket is if you can shape the ball back into the left hander, it's quite useful from that angle because you attack the stumps and then you can also go across the left hander, so you are asking questions. But just from a busy leave, but with the angle coming in, there's you've got to look to play right up till the last. If the ball nips away, it's going to be off the seam, and it's not an easy leave.
Nicely worked through mid-wicket again. My Hendricks are coming back for a comfortable 2.
I would often advise bowlers do a bit of both. If you want to start around or start over, but don't stay just the one angle. Keep changing the angle because if you can get a batter to lose his off stump or forget where his off stump is by him having to change his angle because he's got to adjust his angle, then I think you're winning that battle.
Absolutely.
Checking the stumps all the time. Every ball is asking good questions here. He's into his 7th over, 1 for 24. Denton Stearman.
Good work by Ashel Klutter there in the field. He'll probably be the next bowler up once Villian and Stearman have done their spells in this opening stanza.
They're also missing a few players, the Rocks, aren't they? I mean, in New Zealand. And we were chatting earlier about the scores and good 100. South Africa in a strong position at the moment.
Yeah, it'll be interesting whose change room you'd rather be in. A target of 266 in the last innings of what's been a low-scoring test. Certainly not an easy one. New Zealand made a good start to the chase, but Dane Pete so good in the first innings and then just getting a vital wicket just before stumps. Oh, that's a beauty from Stearman, shaping in and then nipping away. And to beat someone who's in the form of Ryan Rickleton like that, it had to be a special delivery.
That's exactly what we were talking about, right? From that angle, you just can't leave that. Look at this, angled in and it's gone over the top of off stump. Beautiful delivery, very, very fortunate.
Off stump, I really do. I think if he'd left it, he would have been, if it hadn't moved, in danger of being bowled.
That's a quality ball. That's where they want to stay. I think the Rocks at the moment just keep round about that area, ask questions. They've got 3 slips and a gully in place at the moment now for there is going to be that bowling change you spoke about. Achille Kluter into the attack. He just bowled 1 over yesterday.
He got spanked through the covers a couple of times by Cody Yusuf late in the day.
I think also at that stage, as a bowler, you just last few overs, you're searching, aren't you? You're trying to see if I can just get that wicket now before the close. So you're searching. You haven't really settled into a decent line in length. I think this morning will be a bit different. Hopefully for him and for the Rocks, that he'll just want to try and settle down into a decent spell here.
Tidy enough start from Twitter. And he'll be glad that there are two left-handers at the crease now. Simplifies matters for him.
And he's starting over the wicket, so he's got that angle going across, working with the slips. Let's have a look at that field. 3 slips, or is it 2 slips and a gully? There's a bit of a gap between the second slip and the gully. Then there's a point, deep backward point on the boundary. Cover mid-off.
We do know that Dom Hendricks does like to cut. He's strong on the cut. Perhaps they feel they can get a catch there.
Yeah, it's an interesting field position, isn't it? You would think that you'd have the point up, but I mean, also I think bowlers and coaches would do a bit of homework, and they'll be thinking, okay, and that's the fielder there on the deep point just below the scoreboard. Sometimes bowlers tend to err in a particular areas early on in their spell, and you may want to go like, okay, listen, early on, that's the area where he tends to bowl the odd loose ball, and let's just give him some protection.
Exactly right. Like for a leg spinner at the start of their spell, you might give them a couple more.
Just
on
give
the
him a couple
boundary
of
and then bring them
sweepers
in.
out,
Yeah.
and then as he settles in, you can bring the 1 or 2 fielders in, and then you can start squeezing a little. It may be for that reason, but as you say, maybe it could be for the uppercut, some other reason. We're not too sure, but sometimes it will play out as we go. But I know I like to just give bowlers a little bit of protection when they start off. You don't want him conceding a couple of boundaries too early on.
I think there are certain batters where a deep point is a catching position.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm not sure Hendricks has been out with it too often, so
maybe a Warner.
I'm going to go with you, Hussein, and say it's a defensive move, just but as you say, just allow Twitter to settle into his spell.
I mean, the other thing that also becomes a bit of a mind game is that captains often can leave little gaps in the field where a batter looks and goes like, okay, I can try and maybe open the face of the bat and work it into the gap. And by doing that, he chases a little bit of a wide delivery, tries to open the face and then edges one, So sometimes there's mind games. I mean, a lot of captains would actually leave a gap in the covers. They keep a normal point, take the cover out, and as soon as a batter sees that gap, he looks to try and open the blade. As opposed to playing the V, he looks to open the blade of the bat, and then can easily find an outside edge. So there's all these mind games that take place, and sometimes you don't just see it when you look at it, but you've got to just think things through. So captaincy is also a very interesting art.
Yeah, Peter Milan skippering the Rocks, and Dom Hendricks, who has just negotiated that over from Twitter. He's captain of the Lions, and I thought he did a nice job yesterday. It was noticeable after the first 15 overs or so, after typical Wanderers first morning ball did a bit, but as soon as the ball started to lose its shine and maybe got a bit softer, he started to try different things. He brought in close catches, short mid-wicket, short cover maybe. He had 2 slips to the spinner at times. He was just willing to try different things and not just rely on it being the usual old tactics at the Wanderers.
Yeah, I enjoy his captaincy, I must say. I think he's got enough experience now to try and create things as opposed to just sitting back and waiting for things to happen. So I agree with you. I did enjoy that yesterday, and I've seen it with him over the years as well, where a few warm-up games with the Lions players, I've watched a bit of that. It's so important as a captain to try and be creative, use your imagination.
Stearman starts well again. He's one of those sort of bowlers, I guess you'd say the sort of Vernon Philander type bowler.
Correct, yeah.
Not great pace, but just very accurate, doesn't often leave the stumps, has got a lot of skill. He's been in and around the national squad at times. I seem to remember him being selected for a tour, but then had to pull out due to injury or COVID or
Correct.
something like that?
He was pretty close to getting into the team at one stage. He may have been in the squad, as you say, but he got very close to getting into the squad. He had a good season as well, I think, but there was an injury that popped up, maybe at the wrong time. So 2 slips. There's a gully, point, cover, mid off. Mid on, mid wicket and fine leg. That's the field. They've got pretty conventional.
For those of you interested in the weather, it's another stunning day in Johannesburg, I must say. Just a couple of wispy clouds around, and we got pretty much a full day's play in yesterday. Maybe lost 1 over. Hopefully the same today.
And Ken, we normally in the media centre, the opposite end, aren't we? Now we on the south side, golf course end, and we can actually see over that Unity stand. Again, just asking questions roundabout off stump, and Rickleton having a little bit of a push at that, but in control. And normally the rain comes, if it does come, it comes from that side. So often we in that Unity stand where the media section is, and the media center, and you don't know it hits you from nowhere because you can't see the clouds coming, and that's where they come from. But now where we are, you can see clearly quite far down. Oh no, sorry, we're sitting on the northern end. Northern end, that's right.
End, yeah. But you're right, the weather does come from
comes from the south.
from that side. It was noticeable yesterday actually that there were some big clouds building up behind us now on this side on the northern end, but it never rained here. So it actually
the rain clouds normally
proves
come
your
from the
point.
south.
Yeah.
I know because we grew up in Lenasia, and whenever the rain starts, it always starts raining that side, and then it comes this side. So it's always like, is it raining in Lenasia? If you know it's raining in Lenasia, Soweto, it's going to come here sooner or later. It's on its way.
Yeah. Good leave by Rickleton to end the over, 60 for 2, and the Lions are trailing that Rock's first innings total by 166 runs.
And the last delivery was that one again where it just left Rickleton. So what he's doing, Stearman, quite cleverly and skillfully, is he's angling the ball into the left-hander, ball after ball, and then one delivery in between. He's just getting the one to leave the left-hander, and that's the one. That last one just started a touch too wide. A bit disappointed because of the previous over he beat the outside edge, and you can see he's just looking to ask a few questions around that off stump and challenging both edges, which is quite good.
It's an edgy drive, but it's safe enough all along the ground to a deep backward point for a single.
Yeah, well, Bowlby, you'll be happy with the fact that he's found the outside edge there. Kluti. Hendricks just pushing at that delivery, but fortunately ball going all along the ground.
And the value of that fielding position was shown there, because
Yes.
that would have been 4.
That may have gone, they
without
may
it.
have beaten backward point, correct. So I think that's what you also want to do, as a bowler, as a captain. You just want to start a bowler with a few tight overs, build pressure, get him to bowl him 1 or 2 maidens, and then slowly you can start squeezing, maybe even get a short leg if it's necessary, or just keep squeezing. Because that builds pressure, especially on a good batting wicket or pitch that it's not flying around. When you're gonna run through a team, you've got to be patient and build pressure.
Yeah, my pet peeve with the modern game is no more third man in place. And as a bowler, there's a case in point. I mean, you've actually got the better of the batsman, but they get 4 runs.
Okay, this is down to fine leg, and it's quite fine. Stearman has to move to his left-hand side about 15 or 20 meters and hurls the ball in. Will be a couple to Rickleton. He moves to 6. 63 for 2. Yeah, you're right. I mean, in Test cricket we see it all the time. No third man and edge. you beat the batter 4 runs, and then another thick outside edge 4 runs. You concede so many runs.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes when the ball's nipping around, like you can concede a quarter of the runs go down there to third man.
Nicely guided by Rickleton and placed for the single.
And there you can see what Rickleton did. He played nice and late, just opened the blade. But if I were captain now, I'd be going like, okay, that's interesting, because you've almost achieved what you wanted to. Because remember we were saying that with that third man or that backward point down on the boundary, as a batter, he's looking to now suddenly, as opposed to just playing it nice and solidly, he's looking to open the blade of the bat. And as a batter, if you're not careful, one just takes off and you can easily find an edge. So even though he got the single there, as a captain, I won't be too disappointed. I've been thinking, one bounces and just leaves him. There's still a chance there.
Yep, we know Rickleton does not like dot balls. Rotating the strike is obviously important for the batting side, but that creates opportunities, and quite rightly they've left that little gap wide open between cover and the slip cordon. There is that deep point in place as well though. And Trittley's going to switch to around the wicket now to Dominic Hendricks. Just to end the over, it's 64 for 2 after 19. Hendricks on 14, Rickleton on 7.
Who are the other bowlers they have, Ken?
Well,
Mahima's the left-arm spinner.
I was just going to say that perhaps it won't be too long
Copeland bowls some
before
off-spin ball.
before we see some spin, because I know Gajima used to bowl a bit of medium pace, but I think he mostly bowls off spin these days, and he's really a part-timer, so they don't have another seamer in their
It's just
squad.
the 3 seamers, that's
Yeah.
right, yeah.
So unless Hardest Viljoen comes back for a spell, they will have to probably turn to Mahima. Here's Stearman. Okay, and just that very good line just outside off stump. We saw Bjorn Fortuin yesterday get a bit of turn and bounce. 4 wickets on the opening day at the Ronwas. It's becoming more common for spin bowlers to do well here recently.
Correct.
Hussein, you obviously know this ground extremely well, and maybe just chat to us about the changes in conditions that have happened through the years.
Yeah, I mean, the Wanderers traditionally has always been known for its steep bounce, particularly in 4-day, 5-day cricket, and even 3 days. I mean, they used to play first-class 3-day cricket here as well, but steep bounce, and you could leave on length. But in the last year or two, I mean, there was I think last season, didn't Simon Harmer in one of the games got like 12 wickets or something like that, and Fortuin got 10 wickets in 1 or 2 games. Maharaj, I think, got 9 wickets somewhere along the line in one of the first-class games. So, that's a beautiful drive. Cracking straight drive. Down the ground, full blade of the bat. And Rickleton will be very, very pleased with that shot. Take him to 11. 4 runs.
Yeah, beautiful by Rickleton. The way he presented the full face of the bat, it was pretty much facing us perfectly here in our commentary station. That was a fantastic stroke.
Yeah, so I mean, over the years it's been steep bounce, but off late, and chat to some of the groundsmen around the country, and I think the hot weather and the weather changes, the weather patterns we've been having have changed a lot of pitches around the country. Hasn't become easy for them also to prepare pitches in the build up, so the timing of watering, of drying, of preparation, building up to games hasn't been as easy, because that whole template seems to have changed because of the extreme weather conditions. So we've had some heat, but the Wanderers certainly, so you're still getting a little bit of bounce, but I think spinners are coming more into the game. So as opposed to where there's spin, but where there's slow spin, like on the coast, Yeah, the Wanderers, when you do get spin, you'll get turn and bounce, and it's quick bounce and quick turn. So, it could actually become a venue where going forward you could see spinners dominate. Yeah, it's quite interesting.
Good
I mean,
delivery.
remember, sorry, Ken, which test match was it? Was it the West Indies where Shukri picked 3 spinners or something like that? That wasn't so long ago.
Yeah, yeah, last season. Yeah, it's a fascinating topic and something that is worthy of greater research. The whole climate change effect on our cricket pitches, and we just see the records for the best bowling in a match at the Wanderers in Division 1 will prove the point. In first place is still Kagiso Rabada with his wonderful 14 for 105 against the Dolphins in 2014-15. But the next 2 best match figures here are both spinners. Simon Harmer, you mentioned, 14 for 151
14, yeah.
for the Titans against the Lions last season. And a couple of seasons before that, Keshav Maharaj took 13 for 174 for the Dolphins against the Lions.
That's amazing, isn't it? I mean, like, for spinners to get that many wickets in a 4-day game, I mean, that's cleaning up. It's basically almost unplayable stuff. Yeah, so it just shows. I mean, like I say, the Wonders, when you do get turn, it's the turn and the bounce. And very often it's the bounce that makes it very difficult for spinners. Well, sometimes you will get turn, but if it's slow turn, it's easy for batters to be able to, and then it forces bowlers to bowl fuller. It's not so easy for bowlers then. But if you're getting turn and bounce, that really becomes.
Nicely cut by Hendricks, but that deep point is there for keeping it just to a single.
And that's possibly the delivery. I'm just thinking, and I haven't seen a lot of Kluti, but that's possibly the delivery that the captain's trying to just protect him from going for the boundary. You can see that one just short, wide. If Hendricks got hold of that, he could have pumped that for 4 had a point been up. So yeah, I like the sometimes maybe a defensive position, but sometimes it just helps to build pressure and keeps the bowler going into a lengthy spell. That's not a great delivery down the leg side.
And I guess also, if that fielder wasn't there, it might affect the line that Kluti bowls a bit. He might be a bit wary of bowling outside off stump, and perhaps the captain wants him bowling
Correct.
in that specific area, so give him a bit of protection. Just on spinners and bounce, I can remember back in the days of Kingsmead when it was a real fast bowling paradise. The spinners used to say they also enjoyed
Yes.
bowling there, and exactly because of the bounce. That's nicely steered by Rickleton. It's beaten the cover, and deep point is putting in a dive. Good effort, but I think in vain. So Rickleton will move to 15, total 73 for 2.
Yeah, beautiful stroke. He just opened the blade a little bit to beat the bayonet cover. Touch on the full side. I don't think it was a genuine half volley, but it was just he leaned into it beautifully, the weight transfer, and then just opened the blade enough to beat the bayonet cover. Lovely little drive from Ryan Rickleton.
Back cut, and that has got the beating of deep point. 4 more runs for Rickleton.
Well, 2 boundaries in this over, so you can see a young Kluti touch on the short side. He's trying to overcompensate here because he's been driven through the covers and now trying to dig the ball in and bowl a harder length, and he's just erred on the short side. Wasn't really that wide on that occasion, but this is well played by Rickleton. Played it quite nicely, just opened the blade and chopped down on it.
I thought he did very well to get that away for 4, put it away. Great shot by Rickleton. I wonder if around the wicket is Perhaps Pretty should go back to over where he looked a bit more comfortable.
I think we may see a spinner coming to the attack quite soon, and just see it takes a bit of turn. We did see a little bit of turn yesterday from 14, although that was day 1. Pretty sure we're going to see a little more on day 2, 3, and spoke about the bounce as well. So they've got a couple of spinners themselves to the rocks. I've got Siyabonga Mahima, and then Michael Copeland bowls a bit, and Kajima as well.
Yes, and Mahima coming into this match was the second highest wicket taker in the competition with 22. Bjorn Fortuin has moved ahead of him now with that 4-wicket haul taking him to 23. But Mahima's having a great season, 22 wickets in 5 matches, averaging 22.95. He's got 2 5-wicket hauls, so I'm sure we will see him soon.
What's his partnership with? 22 now, and deficit 149. Lions will try and see if they can get sooner they can get past that deficit and into a bit of a lead, and we'll start pressing ahead.
In pretty good conditions for batting, you'd have to say.
What's the log table like at the moment? I know Lions are sitting 3rd at the moment. Is it Titans at the top at the moment?
It's congested, Hussein. I think we could we could say, is to put it in a word. Yeah, coming into this game, obviously there are 4 games on the go and lots of bonus points involved, so we won't be able to give you a totally up-to-date live position. But coming into this game, Titans were top on 91.96. Followed by the Warriors on 80.60. It's a bit edgy from Hendricks, but good soft hands, down to ground quickly through the gully, and a quick single. The Lions are in 3rd place, really just a fraction of a point behind the Warriors, 80.48. So they're strongly in contention for a place in the final. We then have the Dolphins, 75.28, who plundered a host of batting bonus points yesterday in Potchefstroom, scoring 485 runs in the day. So they're definitely making a strong push for the final. Western Province, 72.5 points, also in contention to finish in the top 2. Is this going to be another no ball? I think yes, second one of the morning for Denton Stearman. The Rocks then follow in 6th place on 61.38. Theoretically they can make the final, but I think for them these last 2 matches are more about ensuring that they don't get tangled in that relegation battle.
Just finish in the middle somewhere, stay out of away from that last 2.
But certainly this 4-day competition is set to come down to a very exciting conclusion next week.
And then the final is the 5-day final.
5-day final, that's right, at the end of February.
And that will be at the venue, depends who finishes higher.
Top. So we'll just run through some of those scores in those games just to keep you up to date with what's happening around the country. The log leading Titans are in Pietermaritzburg playing the Tuskers. And it's been hard work for the Titans. The Tuskers are 316 for 5 at the moment. Yasin Valley's out. He didn't add much to his overnight score. He's gone for 124. But Malcolm Nofal is still there on 84 not out. So the Titans, the log leaders, they presumably would have been going to play the bottom side, hopeful of winning and cementing themselves at the top, but they're making them work hard, are the Tuskers. Oh, it's another good leave by Ryan Rickleton. It's all action down at St George's Park, where on the first day Western Province won the toss, decided to bat, but was skittled out for 141. Eastern Province were then dismissed for 111.
Oh, wow.
With Wesley Bedger taking 5 for 19. Things seem to have settled down a little bit in the second innings. Western Province currently 84 for 3. Yassine Valley made 36. Tony DeZorzi, the test batsman, is still there on 31 not out.
And the batting bonus points are only in the first innings, huh?
Yes, and for 100 overs.
Yeah, so they would have missed out there then,
Yeah,
the Warriors,
so
on batting bonus points.
Both Western Province and the Warriors got 0 batting points.
Yeah.
But full bowling points, so it's 5
Yes.
bowling points. So in terms of the match situation there, Western Province are leading by 114 with 7 wickets left. And very different, the exact opposite really in Potchefstroom, where the Dolphins are still batting and are 518 for 6
Sure.
in just over 100 overs. Marcus Ackerman 82 of 69 balls, but really the incredible innings from Bryce Parsons, 191 off 179 deliveries. And John Smuts, fresh off a good SA 20 as well, 156 he scored off of just 176 deliveries. So the Dolphins are plundering runs in Potchefstroom. Kutta has gone back to over the wicket to the left-handers. Into his 5th over now.
So it becomes important. I mean, the bonus points now start making a difference, aren't they? Because, I mean, Warriors missing out there. They're in second place. Lions will want to try and cash in off their first 100 overs here and make sure they get as many bonus points, batting bonus points as they can. And then Titans as well.
Yeah, so it's just going to be a single to Hendricks. With the Lions going into this match just 0.12 points behind the Warriors. So the Lions and the Warriors both getting 5 bowling points, but the Warriors 0 batting points. So whatever batting points the Lions can get you,
I'll take them ahead.
is going to be...
Provided they win, of course, and the Warriors win.
Yes. Best case scenario, of course, for the Lions would be for the Warriors to get beaten by Western Province.
Yes.
And for the Lions to win.
I mean, in a low-scoring game like he's taking place there at the moment, anything can happen, right? And if Western Province get a decent second innings total, they can put some pressure on the Warriors in that 4th innings. Who knows?
For sure. Thank goodness our producer is on the ball, because he's caught me living in the past, as I often do. There are only 4 bowling bonus points.
Is it 2,
it's a
2, 4, 6, 8?
3, 5, 7 and 9.
Oh, 3, 5, so there's no 1.
They've changed it, so
okay.
Back in the day you could get 5 bowling points. Apologies for that. I didn't hear anything there, and neither did umpire Kuma.
Now Ryan Rickleton immediately indicating that it came off his thigh pad. So him just tapping his thigh pad there, showing the umpire in case he didn't see that.
I always wondered if that might be counterproductive. I wonder if umpires get upset when the batsman tries to sway their decision. Lovely cover drive by Ryan Rickleton, and that's another boundary for him.
Touch on the full side this time from Kluti. and leaned into that gorgeous drive to the covers. Love that sound of the bat, especially in a big stadium like that. It's like a firecracker. Thumped through the covers. He moves to 23 of 37, and Hendricks 17 of 53 deliveries.
And a few worrying signs for the Rocks. This partnership is 29, but with Viljoen making that early strike this morning, the Rocks will be thinking about backing that up. And one of the problems is, as this ball gets older, I guess the team looks to your second and third change seamers to provide a bit of control, don't they? I mean, you don't want them leaking quick runs on a good batting deck on a warm day. And with just the three seamers, this could get a bit problematic for the visitors.
Oh yeah. And I think that's probably one of the reasons. How many overs did Viljoen bowl last night? You know, 2, 3 maybe?
Yeah.
So this morning he only probably bowled 4. So they're going to, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see him. Yeah, there we go. He's back into the attack now, because you want to just try and get the best out of him while there's some shine on the ball. Unless, of course, later on he can get some reverse. But, you know, while there's still some bounce and something in that ball, if he can pick up a wicket or two here, they'll try and see if they can get that out of him.
Yeah, Viljoen, not really what you'd consider a stock bowler. He's not the sort of guy to bowl you long spells.
Yeah.
Restricting runs. He's going to be short spells.
He's a banger, isn't he? He'll hit the deck hard and come in, you want a quick burst out of him to pick up a wicket or two every spell. So as a captain, you probably throw him the ball and go like, come on, I'm going to give you a 4 overs. Really run in and get me a wicket or two here. Break this partnership.
Bit of shape there from Viljoen. Siyabonga Mahima, the spinner, did bowl his 1 over last night from the Cornet drive end, where Bjorn Fortuin did most of his bowling as well. There's no real wind to speak of. Oh, there's a slight breeze. You're saying which end are you bringing the left arm spinner on from?
I'm just trying to have a look. Are there any flags? I'm trying to see which way the breeze is, because
It's very slight. There's some trees.
I generally
gently.
Just trying to see, because I would generally like to, if I'm bowling my left arm spin, I'd want him to be drifting the ball into the right hander, because that creates a challenge for the right hander. The left hander, he'll be kind of like drifting it away from him and spinning it in. But also, I think also depends on the pitch. They may have a look at the bowler's foot marks with the left hander now and see which end there's maybe some scuff marks. He can, to the left handers over the wicket, he can maybe land a few into those foot marks. Maybe a lot of bowlers now bowling around the wicket as well to the left handers.
Again, the quick single. Dom Hendricks always very quick between the wickets. Ryan Rickardson as well. So you're saying that it being 2 left-handers at the crease is not going to change your decision on which end for the left-arm spinner.
I would also, with 2 left-handers, I mean, I know Mahima's been your top wicket taker, but I wouldn't. I would maybe even turn to one of my offies first before I go to the left-arm spinner, just because there's 2 left-handers there, and this, I think that asks a different question altogether. And I don't know what type of form Copeland is in Kajima. What does he bowl? He bowls offies as well. No?
He has turned to off spinners. Yeah,
off spin, bowl. And so it depends who you feel as a captain can get you a little bit of a breakthrough, especially as an off spinner. So I'm going to go, let's have a look at one of the offies and see what happens. And just went over 2, and you may just find that he may surprise you. But of course, that depends if you can depend on them to land balls in good areas.
Oh, full toss. Rickerton will feel yeah, there's the swing of the arm in frustration. He allowed Huddersfield to get away with one there at the end of the over. And Michael Copeland has played, this is just his second game this season, but he actually did nicely with the ball in the one game he did play before that. Got 3 wickets, 3 for 44 in the one innings, so it could well be him that comes on to bowl. Gajim has also taken 3 wickets this season, but that's in 5 matches, average of 34. So both those options could come into play.
I mean, look, if Lions keep batting, we may see a lot more of those spinners throughout the day.
Absolutely. So Klutter now, who has gone for 29 runs in his 5 overs. And
how would you approach it? What do you think? Which end would you bring on the left arm spinner if you did bowl?
I like your thinking about, even though it's 2 left-handers, and still using the breeze to drift the ball away from the left-handers and then turn it back into them. Always like that contrast, and then to the right-handers, the classic drifting the ball into them and then turning it away. But there's really not much breeze to talk about today. Yeah. So that's another leg side single for the Lions. Klutter now doesn't have a deep point in place, and I'm wondering why. If that's he's become a bit leg side-ish, hasn't he?
He's gone straighter.
And maybe it's that fear of being hit through the offside. I'm not sure why the deep point has been brought in.
No, he's gone back.
Here we go.
I think he probably came in, looks like he may have come in for, was Hendricks on strike the previous delivery? Came in for him and now he's gone back again.
This time cover intercepts the strong Rickerton cover drive. Hendricks started with a deep point, definitely though. He was
yes.
He had it first up. Dom Hendricks has batted a long time for his 19, but that won't bother him. He's someone who's accustomed to spending a long time at the crease and will be eager to do so after the season he's had. Hendricks has scored just 88 runs this season in 7 innings before that, 64 of those in 1 knock. So for the quality of player he is, it's been a disappointing time.
He'll certainly want to dig in here on a good batting wicket. He's 19 off, is it 59 deliveries?
59, yeah.
And Rickerton 23 of 42. Rocks got 226 in their first innings.
Lovely by Rickerton, overpitched, and Rickerton has put that away through mid-off.
Yeah, so what I found is Kluthi just hasn't found consistent length. He's either been too full or too short. On 3 occasions he's been a touch too full and he's been punished by Rickerton. On this occasion, straight back past the bowler through that mid-off area, and 2 previous occasions through the covers. And then 1 delivery was a touch on the short side. So I just needs to find that consistency, or else it becomes very difficult for the captain to build pressure.
Yeah, Klutzy's has now bowled 5 overs this morning. Not sure how many more he'll get.
I suspect this may be his last over.
Leaking at that rate, but that'll be something for Hussein Manak and Kagiso Masubuleli to discuss as they continue your commentary after this drinks break.
So welcome back after the drinks break. 90 for 2 are the Lions. 25 overs bowled. Rickleton's on 27 and Tom Hendricks on 19. The deficit, Lions 136 runs behind. There's going to be a bowling change. We spoke earlier, KG, welcome, and it's wonderful to work with you.
Thank you.
And Michael Copeland is into the attack, so he's the off spinner. And you see me bowling, and I think specifically because there are two left-handers at the crease. I think that's the reasoning that Peter Malan is using. There's a slip in place, backward point, deep point. Oh, immediately there's a bit of turn. Immediately he beats the outside edge. So this is a good bowling change, I think. Let's see how it plays out, but immediately gets a bit of turn and bounce, and the bounce really causing the problem there. This time inside edge. So a few questions being asked. First two deliveries.
Yeah.
Welcome. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone at home. Definitely a good change of bowling to have an off spinner to two lefties.
And he comes. This one defended.
I think we saw yesterday when Bjorn Fortuin was also operating to your right-handers that he was getting a bit of patches in the pitch, and it worked out pretty well for him, and ended up taking 4 wickets yesterday.
Correct. Driven this time just wide of mid-off. You'll get a single.
It's a bit too full on that occasion. It's not able to get too much spin and bounce, and it's too full on the batter, able to get to it. But I think it's been quite a steady start from the Lions this morning after losing their night watchman. They've just been steady and looking at rotating the strike a lot more.
Bowling from around the wicket. And he should enjoy this, Copeland, being an off spinner and get the opportunity to bowl to two left-handers and seeing a little bit of turn. Oh, there's a question being asked. It's beaten the inside edge, and no, not interested. But I tell you what, that's not too far off, because the fact that it's beaten the inside edge means that it's not too far away from off stump. And Rickleton would have just had a few palpitations there. Now it's outside off. It's outside off. Good decision.
Very good decision from the umpire. I think sometimes we don't give them the credit that they deserve. I mean, we've got a replay to be able to see what they have to see on live. So it's quite a good
Correct.
decision there from the umpire. And I think the consideration also would have been what we've noticed with the ball turning quite a lot, that probably was going to miss the off stump with the turn that Copeland has been getting.
Yeah, and also there'll be those already from the first innings from yesterday. There'll be some foot marks on just outside that left-hander's off stump. So gonna be some questions asked already in the first over. A few oohs and ahs. Two balls beating the outside edge. One kind of finding the inside edge. Immediately there's going to be some. We can see it's going to be interesting times. The spinners, they've got. A few spinners have the rocks. Huddersfield, straight ball. And just pushed away, but with a straight bat by Dom Hendricks to Madan.
Interestingly, Huddersfield has changed ends again.
Yes,
Now
you're
he's
right.
actually operating from this side.
So he bowled just one over from this side, am I right?
Yeah. It's probably maybe what they've seen with Copeland, say that it's better for the spinner to probably come from the golf course end. And obviously we spoke about how Klute has been quite expensive in his spell.
Defended solidly. Now, what's also noticeable, I've just seen around the boundary is the Paul Rock's coach walking around, and he's sending some signals, hand signals on and off to the skipper. There we go.
Trying to get involved in this.
Yeah, and you know, you spoke about Huddersfield having just bowled the one over here and then swapped ends, and Copeland coming on from this end, and very often it's the captain, the coach, Good delivery, good delivery. Suddenly there's a little more energy, isn't it?
Yeah.
You sort of sense a bit more energy. There's a bit of a buzz. It's just the fact that the outside edge has been beaten a few times. We haven't seen that too many times this morning. Pitch looks pretty placid in terms of pace bowlers. We saw Cody Yusuf and Delano Potgieter yesterday pick up a few wickets, but by and large it's been a decent batting wicket. But with the spinners, there's just been a little more on offer. Now,
Good.
there's half an appeal, but I'm pretty sure it's been hit into the ground.
Yeah, it's like a crowd sketch there. Yeah, it's very interesting also, and very good to see obviously the Rocks coming back from drinks with renewed energy, if I can put it like that. Because how often do we see a wicket falling immediately after drinks? So they would have identified that, it's something that happens quite often, that after drinks, the batsmen just tend to switch off a little bit, and that's where they're trying to pounce on it.
Correct. So often drinks can be. Oh, good delivery. Short delivery from Huddersfield. And Hendricks didn't even really try to get out the way. Just dropped his hands. And in a way, you could say well played, although he's taken one on the body, but he didn't get his bat up. And I think from a pure batting perspective, he did really well to not get the bat up, because sometimes you get the bat up with that short ball and you can get into all sorts of trouble. So he got the bat down, dropped the hands and took it on the body. Didn't look good, but effective enough for him to survive and just get off strike.
I think being the captain, you must always be willing to take one for the
Oh,
team.
yeah.
So he just took it there.
So Justin Ontong is still doing his rounds at the bottom here, the Paul Rocks coach. Lots of experience.
The steady bowling here from Huddersfield. I think he would have been happy to got back that side, because he's looked dangerous bowling from the collar drive end. I mean, both his wickets have come from that side, so he'd be very happy to be back bowling from that side. He seems to be getting something out of the pitch while he's operating from that end.
So 92 for 2. 27 overs bowled. Deficit now is 134. They scored 226 at the Rocks batting first yesterday. This partnership is now worth 37 runs. The rate they're scoring at is 3.4 in over. It's interesting that the Rocks yesterday only scored at a run rate of 2.7. So they were pretty slow by and large. But also probably credit you've got to give, I think, to the Lions in the way they bowled. They didn't give much away, not too many loose deliveries. So Hendricks on strike. Copeland from around the wicket. Takes the single, little push towards the square leg umpire into that gap.
Yeah, I think definitely when you mentioning yesterday, I think around this time in the morning also the Rocks were going in and around this rate, and it just seemed to drop a bit after lunch. So it has been quite a steady rate, I think, from the Lions. It's similar to what the Rocks started with yesterday, and it just went down in the second part of the game where the Lions were bowling really, really well.
Copeland, and again tosses one up, a touch on the full side. Another dot ball. Now let's have a look at that field. Slips there, and I think he's got to be wide awake. Backward point. Then there's a point who's kind of in no man's land. It looks like it's just a deep forward point.
Yeah. Interesting
halfway
position
to the boundary. It's
some
quite
of the times,
interesting. I mean, like, he's neither stopping the single nor the four. So I'm not sure if he's there for the catch. I don't know, but he's going to be stopping the boundary. But on the leg side, attempted sweep. Then there's a short. Mahima's at the short cover. Then there's also an extra cover, and then there's a mid-off who's also quite deep. Copeland in. This is driven straight to Mahima, that short cover. Then there's a mid-on mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg. So that's the field.
I think definitely with the ones that are deeper, it's just there for the mistimed shots that might go. especially knowing somebody like Ryan Rickleton, who can be quite aggressive. I mean, we've seen how he did in the T20s, in the SA20 recently. He's quite an aggressive batter. So trying to see if they can catch him out if he doesn't get one out of the middle of the bat.
Correct. 93 for 2. 28 overs bowled. 133 is the deficit. Hendricks on 21 and Rickleton on 27. It's been hard work for Hendricks, but he's a solid batter, isn't he? I mean, that's the role he'll play. He'll just want to kind of be the anchor, bat through the innings, and allow everybody else to bat around him. Skipper also.
Do you think maybe the plan from the Lions also is to try and see if they can bat once? And not
Yes.
have to, especially with what I think fourth day might be a bit difficult to chase down here.
Agreed. I mean, the longer they bat, then the more you go into day 3 and 4. So if they can bat once and bat big, yes, they want to try and get that the first innings bonus points up to 100 overs. But then they can continue batting. They don't have to declare. They can carry on batting. They're still in a strong position and feel they can extend that lead, which means that they can then, just as you say, bat once. So I think that definitely would be at the back of their minds. But first things first, get past that total, one step at a time.
Don't think too far ahead.
Don't think too far ahead, absolutely. Viljoen, around the wicket. Good line, good length. Just forcing Hendricks to leave that delivery outside off stump. Not much you can really do. If you try and flirt at that delivery, there's 2 slips and a gully waiting.
You would know how much of a patient batter Hendricks is. He just always looks unbothered when he's batting out there. Doesn't matter how good you're bowling and stuff. If it's not there for him to hit, he's not going to be chasing after it. So unless you're bowling to his stumps, he's just going to let it go.
Absolutely. Viljoen in straighter this time, and it's worked away to backward square leg for a quiet single.
I think, as you mentioned there, just look at the way that Clinton Stirman chased that one to make sure that it's one. It's just the energy that they've had after drinks to limit the runs. I mean, normally you just see bowlers just going to fetch the ball rather than chasing after it. And then at that time around, Clinton really made sure that they don't go for 2 runs.
Yeah, they did. They were looking just a touch flat before the drinks break, weren't they? And either there was something in the drinks, or it was that a few balls that just suddenly beat the bat from the off spinner came into the attack. Oh, cracking drive, beautiful drive. It's over pitch from Viljoen, and Ryan Rickleton leaned into this one and crunched it through the covers for 4 runs.
It's a different class, isn't it? And the last 2 seasons or so, he's really put his hand up domestically. He's been piling up some runs and just looking very, very, very good. I think he's matured very well with time.
Absolutely. He's a quality player. And players of this quality, you don't want to get it wrong, particularly on a good batting wicket. This is the better length from Viljoen, again driven into the covers. But this time straight to the man in the covers. Dot ball.
Ryan Rickleton will probably be putting his hand up there with the spaces that have opened up, so to say, the Proteas. I mean, with Hendrik Klassen recently retired from
yes,
Test
yes,
match cricket,
yes.
so
So let's look at who are the other wicket keepers in that mix now for the Proteas. So Rickleton would be obviously one of them.
Would be
that
one
would
of
be
them.
now kind of.
I think the only one that's probably a standout at the moment will probably be Calveran. There hasn't been too much, obviously. Now they've taken Clyde Fortuin to New Zealand.
Yes. Over bowled 94 for 2, 29 overs bowled. That deficit is now 127 runs.
So I think just with that conversation, I think
So Varane there at the moment. He's the incumbent, and then
Yeah.
14 is in New Zealand at the moment. And then Rickleton certainly will be putting his hand up with. I mean, you wouldn't really want to consider when you're selecting a test team. You don't want to think too much about T20. So yes, he's been good form in the SA20, but so that's not really going to make an impact on his test performance, test selection. But we know he's a quality player. We know he has scored a lot of first-class runs. So perhaps from a form perspective, you could look at that. Like, okay, he's in good form. But I do know also, but a turn there as well. Whew, so there is some considerable turn, especially outside the left-handers off stump. Straight to the man at covers, back to looking to try and create some room for himself here. Is Rickleton.
And I think with the Rickleton, obviously looking at also the kind of cricket that the coach wants to play, plays a big role.
That's exactly the point I was going to make, and I think you just took the words out of my mouth. Lovely drive, quietly, just past Mahima and short cover for a single. Just rotating the strike. It's clever batting. He moves to 33, and that's an interesting point to make, because if you look at Shukrik and people who know Shukrik, Conrad, the way he plays and wants to play his cricket, he wants players to play a positive, aggressive brand of cricket, doesn't he? And so I think that type of player would suit him.
Yeah, definitely. I think you could just see with as soon as Shukri came, the coach moved Makram back to opening, and one of the reasons is that because there's a bit of a quality and aggressive batsman up the order.
Cut away, slightly short, and to that man we spoke about, Kluti's halfway down the boundary, so conceding the single. Just in case Copeland drops it short, he's got a man back there, fair enough. Also don't want to be conceding too many boundaries early on in your spell. Another one again, straight to that same field. At some stage, you want to try and say to Copeland, okay, I'm going to bring that man up. I don't want to give him easy singles. So you've got to get it fuller and encourage the drive, because there is some turn on offer. 30 overs bowled, 102 for 2.
Yeah, I think definitely just to also just play around with it. That the point maybe just to come in and try to stop those singles, because just look like at the moment Ryan Rickleton and Dominic Hendricks are just happy to pick up those singles, and the easier that you make it for them, the more they just will go on with it.
Yeah, on a pitch where there is a bit of turn, and we've seen a few deliveries from Copeland turn now, and beat the outside edge. Don't mind getting it a touch fuller and encouraging the drive, encouraging them to try and see if they can play off the front foot. But the moment you drop it short, you almost take that out of the equation, so then it becomes an easy single. Don't mind him driving down to mid-off and getting that single, because that encourages the outside edge. You can induce an edge maybe to slip, maybe the short cover. You always look like you're creating, there's something being created there. Now there's a feeling change. Second slip coming out, Fadis Viljoen moving into mid-wicket, and there's a deep square leg who's gone back onto the boundary. So he's gone onto the hook. There we go. There's a man on the hook just below the change room. Now you're trying to get into the batter's head. Oh, beautiful delivery from Viljoen. So you can see immediately the bowling change, the fielding change, pardon me, just pulling the man out on the hook. Suddenly you get into the batter's head. He's thinking, could this be a short one? And feet stuck in the crease, and delivery just beats the outside edge. So good thinking here from Viljoen and the Paul Rocks.
And especially knowing that if he goes out there, you would think that 90% of the times Viljoen will probably pitch it short, because he does have a very quick, vicious bouncer.
Still around the wicket, Hadis Viljoen. Lovely drive, Mahima. He was on a treadmill there, moving to his left-hand side, but it's a good stop from him. And he manages to get something on it just to stop the ball running away past him. But Rickleton gets the one nonetheless.
Just wonder with the two lefties how long before they turn to Mahima. He is the leading wicket taker in the 4-day at the moment. Just how long do they just say, you know what, even though we've got two lefties out there, he's been the guy that has gotten the wickets for us this season. Just give him a go.
I'm pretty sure we will see him at some stage. I'm absolutely sure. Some captains like to go spinner at one end and maybe a fast bowler at the other end, just to keep the pressure on both sides, because also what happens if you get two spinners on, one in, one out, that could work. And if Mahima comes in, he gets some turn, one turning into the left-hander and the other end turning out. That could be quite effective. So two spinners, I like that. Ask different questions. That could work. Or else see how Copeland goes. If he bowls, if he doesn't go that well, but at the moment he's bowled 3 overs, not for 5, and he's certainly been asking questions. So I want to see what he can get out of this pitch, especially with the left-handers batting. Cut away outside of stump, and it's straight to the man at backward point. It's not going to get past him. Dot ball.
We would have felt that he missed out there a little bit. It was quite wide, just didn't hit it correctly. Looked like he hit it the bottom of the bat. We would have felt that that was an opportunity to probably get a boundary out of it.
Correct. I mean, you're right. Short, wide. In fact, it's the second one. Previously of the bowling of Kluti, there was a short, wide delivery which he cut down to the man at backward point on the boundary, but didn't quite hit it. So he's just falling away a little bit. That one's better. He's really crunched this one. Beautifully played this time from Dom Hendricks. It's a shortish delivery. It's set up and almost asked to be hit. And obliging. The Lions skipper. 4 more runs to his name.
And that's the thing about quality batters there. You're not going to get away with bat bowling for too long. So previously he just couldn't get it, but then now he just managed to get it to the boundary.
So that's the 50 partnership. 52 in 76 minutes of 100 balls. 7 fours. Rickleton 35 and Hendricks on 27.
In there, just back to those disciplined line and lengths with that last ball, and Hendricks just lets it go. After the 31st over, it's 107 for 2.
Yeah, he bowled that short ball, but I think he got the line wrong with that short ball. It was outside off stump. He's got the man on the hook. I think he wanted that short ball to be closer into the body and maybe encourage Hendricks to try and play a hook shot and see if we can get a top edge, but a touch wider. Was very well played by Dom Hendricks, so he'll be happy to also get a boundary. Hendricks 27 of 78. Wants to keep that scoreboard ticking. He's scoring at a decent run rate of 3.5 to the over. The Lions partnership is 52. Driven down to the man at mid-off, also slightly deep, giving away an easy single.
Looks like they have him a bit deeper for Ryan Rickleton, but then it comes in a bit more for Dominic Hendricks. How difficult is it for the bowlers when you've got two batters that are not dot ball there? How difficult is it when you've got two batters that are not the same height in terms of the length that you're going to bowl? Because what is a full ball for Rickleton might not be that full for Hendricks with the height differences.
Well, that's a full toss and driven wide of mid-off. Again a single. Hendricks will perhaps feel he could have put that away for 4, but didn't find the middle of the bat. Gets off strike nonetheless. But it's a good question. I think bowlers will have to make sure they adjust their length to different batters. We're bowling to a slightly taller, and look at Rickleton, not the tallest, but assuming but there's still a little bit of a height difference. Also, their styles are different as well. So it's not only the height, but even the styles. Rickleton more aggressive, good turn and bounce this time. Again, and that's where you'll want to keep it. Just try and almost induce him to come forward, get into that drive, work with the slip, maybe short cover. Yes, well bowled, very well bowled. Keep asking the questions. I still would love this mid-off to come up and encourage him to try and play the big shot. Don't give him the easy one there. Although, having said that, I think he's got the short cover, and Rickleton tries to push it for 1 year and doesn't quite middle it. He could chip it to Mahima. So better thinking going into this field placing. I like it. 109 for 2, 32 overs bowled. Yeah, I mean, when you bowl to a taller batter, shorter, I mean, that's the challenge I think a lot of bowlers have when somebody like a Bavuma comes to bat, because a good length ball to most other batters where they would just come forward, Bavuma can go back and maybe try and find a way to score off it. So you've got to adjust your length. It may just be by a little bit, but either way, you're going to find a way to adjust it. And some batters can complement one another. So a tall batter, shorter batter, right-hander, left-hander, two batters, even they may be left-handers, but they're different styles and they score in different areas. They could complement one another. So partnerships in that sense are quite important. So to Hendricks, there's still 2 slips in the gully. Viljoen around the wicket again. Ooh, not too far from the bottom edge. Attempted cut. Didn't quite bounce as much as Hendricks anticipated. Tried to play that little cut shot he's been playing.
I think it's got a very good contest there. Our hands have got 2 bowlers that are bowling quite decently now at the moment, and with the batters that are looking to take the game away a little bit. I think they would also be looking at the run rate and saying that we maybe just need to pick it up a bit.
Viljoen in, good delivery, and just asking Hendricks to try and play a shot of that one, and he leaves it alone. That's the line skipper. He's talking to himself. Lots of concentration going on out there.
Do you think that even though it is 4-day cricket and red ball cricket, you don't want to bet a bit too slow, because you need to allow yourself enough time to be able to get the team out again and actually get a win out? So you want to bet long, but you also want to make sure that you keep on rotating the strike at least.
Yeah, I think that's definitely also a factor, because I mean, the quicker you can score, the more time you buy yourself to get those 10 wickets in the second inning. So that run rate does become a factor. But I think if you look at that Lions batting lineup, they can back themselves to be patient now, get a solid foundation. There's 32 overs bowled and lots of overs remaining with this particular ball. So they've seen off the new ball, and there will come a time where they may want to start cashing in. And you look at that lineup, they've got Bavuma, Mulder, Van Buren, Kwetu. They can all score quickly, Potgieter as well. So if they need to step it up and change gears, they can easily do that. But the foundation is as important.
I think it's just identifying also moments in the game, like we spoke about the Rocks when they came back from drinks, they had a lot of energy and stuff. So that was the moment where they were looking to go, so they just see it off.
Correct. Another good delivery from Viljoen, flying over the top of off stump, well left by Hendricks. And I mean, the other thing is, as a batter, you want to keep reminding yourself that hardest Viljoen bowling his first spell can be dangerous. Hardest Viljoen bowling his second spell, yes. But when he starts bowling his third and fourth spell, that's when you as a batter want to be there. Because then you can start cutting him, pulling him, hooking him. You can play all those shots when he's nice and tired and late in the afternoon after lunch. You want those bowlers keep coming back for that second and third spell and tire them out, keep them in the day in the field all day long as possible.
I think the only bowler that in the recent past that was difficult in the third and fourth spell was probably Dale Steyn. He was more dangerous later in the day than any other time.
You're so right. And I mean, even Rabada now, he's got that knack of with the reverse swing. Guys can come on later in the day, and some of them are so fit these days, right? And Dale Steyn is a good example. 109 for 2, 33 overs bowled. Deficit is now 117. 36 for Rickleton and Dominic Hendricks, 28. Some of those bowlers who can come in and bowl that late in the afternoon spell, and they can be just as quick as they were in the morning, But not everybody's got that strength, the stamina, the ability, the skill to come in reverse, swing the ball. Copeland, 4 overs, 0 for 7. As a captain, I'll be very happy with that, and also more happy about the fact that he's been getting turn and bounce. So
Yes,
Does he stay patient? He's still keeping. Sorry, KG. He's still. Yeah. Okay. Now that man at deep point, he's hitting a little deeper. Doesn't want Rickleton to cut it past him for 4 runs. And there we go. Now the chase is on. No. Okay. It's just going to be the single. I still feel he's dropping too many balls short. Every time he's got it full, it's created a problem or two.
One wonders with that bowling change if maybe the discussion is to try and bowl it a little bit wider, get your slip into play and your short third man there into play.
It may be, although I must say, I mean, for me, I still think you want to attack the stumps as a spinner. You don't want to bowl to yourself. For me, that's your line. You're attacking off stump. You're asking questions every ball. Batter knows if he makes a mistake. If he turns, you can beat the outside edge. If it doesn't turn with the angle, you can beat the inside edge and LBW's in play or maybe even bowled.
Yeah.
So you've got to be asking questions almost every ball if possible, especially on a turning wicket. This is well played. Hendricks across his stumps and just works this around the corner for a quiet single. Good cricket.
I think nothing is as comfortable for the batsman as having to leave the ball. So if you bowl that straighter line and you get them play every ball, so you get them to think every ball that you're bowling that they need to do something.
Correct.
If you bowl wider, then they're just happy to just let it go to the keeper. Need to make them work for everything out there.
Absolutely right. Straight the ball again, worked off his hip.
It's just those last 2 deliveries just look like it's just dragged them a little bit.
Just dragged them, and it's the length more than anything else. In bulk of his deliveries, if I could adjust anything here and just have a conversation with you, about just getting it a touch fuller, because the length is allowing them just to pick off the singles at the moment. There we go. That's better. You don't mind that. Even though he's got the single there, you can hear the oohs and the ahs because he just gets that wrong. He could chip it to short cover. He could chip it to cover. Slip is in play there as well. That's the length he wants to try and bowl. Much
That's
as
the thing
possible.
about 4-day cricket. It's just building up the balls and building up the blocks leading up to the wicket. It's often not the wicket ball. Just try getting one full Rickleton, driving it down. Just saying, it's often the balls that you've bowled before that lead to the wicket rather than the delivery that when you got the wicket. So just those building blocks, just building up to eventually getting a wicket. It's
Very
what you
true.
have, the work that you would have done prior to that.
Absolutely right, and that's why in the longer form of the game, which is like 4-day cricket and 5-day cricket, that's really what it's about. It's not the single ball that gets the wicket; it's the build up to it, isn't it? And you can work batters over, you can set plans. So, and that's the beauty of first-class cricket. So the bowling change you spoke about earlier looks like maybe taking place or not? No, I thought Mahima was going to be bowling because I saw him standing at the stumps there. It looks like Klute back.
Klute's
into
back,
the
yeah.
Yeah, I am surprised with this move. I must say, I thought Mahima would come in and just see what he does, because he would be asking a different bunch of questions. And also the fact that Klute is already bowled,
Yeah.
and both these batters have already faced him. I am a little surprised at this bowling change, but nonetheless, let's see. Maybe they've got something else in mind, because I see a deep square leg, Viljoen going out to deep square leg. So perhaps maybe we'll come in and see if we can bowl a short burst of short bowling. Perhaps, who knows? Let's see.
I think probably they would have also looked at that if there is still something on the ball before it becomes too soft, and get one of your
Yes.
pacers to try to get something out of it, so that when the ball comes softer, then you know that you can have your spinners operating. So I think it's just let's try to get what's left of the ball out of it before you're almost forced to bowl more your spinners.
Correct. So Klute over the wicket from the caller drive end, straightish delivery. And Rickleton defends solidly. 39 of 68 deliveries is Ryan Rickleton, and Tom Hendricks 30 of 89. That deficit is being whittled away. 112 now. Klute has bowled 6 overs. Sorry, KG, 0 for 34.
So we've been blessed with good weather the last 2
Oh,
days. It's just
been-
been absolutely glorious.
Been stunning. In he comes. So it is a short delivery. So yeah, that seems to be the thinking here. It's just battled it around the corner, and they came back for this for the second. Steerman a little naughty here, slow to the ball, and they saw it straight away. Rickleton was very good because he spotted the pace with which Steerman was going to that ball, almost in a casual manner, and took him on. Gets two when it really should have been just the one.
It's what I think we mentioned a bit earlier about identifying moments in the game where 5 overs ago would have probably just been a single, but identifying that just flattening them a little bit can get it 2 straight to a fielder.
Kluti in tall, outside of stump, left alone. Good leave. So yeah, I mean, with the man back on the deep square leg boundary and fine leg, that's maybe a few short deliveries just to see what happens. Sometimes just a burst of short, sharp bumpers and see if how the batter copes. Let's see, he did bowl one so far. That's the only thing I can think of about why Kluti would be back into the attack ahead of the second spinner, because you've seen immediately Copeland has come in and created a few problems. There we go, another short delivery. So yeah, it looks like the plan, but he's played it nicely as Rickleton. He's rolled his wrist and just controlled this beautifully for a single.
I think quality batsmen or experienced batsmen will know that you only have 2 in the over, and then they know that you're gonna bowl it 2, especially if you do it early on, and then they know that the next 2 balls they're safe.
Yes, correct.
Like that.
And that's why as a fast bowler, if you do have that bouncer in your armory and you can bowl a quick bouncer, you don't want to bowl it too early in the over because you want to keep the batter guessing. And especially if you do have a fielder out.
Just gets one nice and full to Hendricks, who just hits it to cover for a dot. What do you think about that rule though, of limiting basically the bowlers in their bounces?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't thought about it in a while. I mean, there was a stage, obviously, it came about, you know, in the 70s when the West Indies were Fire of Babylon situation where they were bouncing, and then, you know, they were bouncing the Englishmen. That 5 love series, blackwash.
The fearsome foursome they used to be called.
And I think it came about due to that. They just tried to control it. 35 overs bowled, 117 for 2. But you know, now with helmets and all the protection that batters are allowed to wear, and the pitches are a lot better. There was a stage when, going back before my time, when they played with uncovered pitches and the bowlers were quick, but there was not enough protection on offer for the batters. Also now, if you look at batters, have bowling machines to practice with. They can fire the bowling machines up and they can practice against those quick short deliveries. Whereas, you know, at that time, during that West Indies series, when the West Indian bowlers were bowling all those bounces to the Englishmen, it was difficult to cope with those because you didn't have the protection. It's not something they faced every day, so batters were getting injured. Copeland around the wicket. Lovely, lovely, beautiful drive. I like the fact that he tossed it up. So that was a good delivery, maybe a touch over pitch, but he threaded it beautifully between the 2 fielders. Mahima, who's at short cover, and there's an extra cover as well, but he got it between the 2. It's a lovely drive. I wouldn't mind that too much, I must say, as a captain. I don't mind that. I'm happy he's trying to thread it through there because you can create an opportunity. Get it up there and spin it hard. Get it up there and spin it as much as you can. Really give it a good fizz. Here comes Copeland. There we go. Lovely, beautiful delivery. Defended off the front foot.
I do think that that kind of a shot as a fielding team, you know, you are also in the game when something like that happens because you need to induce some mistakes from the batters.
Absolutely right. And I mean, especially somebody like Rickleton, you know, he's going to be looking always to score. He's always looking for scoring opportunities. Very positive mindset. He's not going to get bogged down for too many balls.
He just gets one down again to that deep point that has been employed. Seems good batting here before, just a couple of minutes before lunch. I think they would, Lions would probably look at this moment to say that the last thing that you want to do is to lose a wicket.
Correct.
So just get it through lunch and then reassess how you're going to go about it after that.
Touch short again, and again cut away to the man on the deep point boundary. Viljoen is down below the dugout, and he'll hold that ball in on the bounce. So, and also, that's maybe just having a look at Viljoen throw that ball in on the bounce of the square, and maybe trying to soften this ball up as well. So, the quicker they can soften it up, they can maybe get some reverse swing. Again, driven in. Oh, sloppy bit of fielding, naughty. Allowing that ball to get through. It should never have been even a single, but they've ended up getting 2 for drive straight to the fielder.
That's quite frustrating to a bowler when you're trying to create pressure and then you just a bit of a sloppy field in there from Gijima to let the ball go through for 2.
125 for 2. 36 overs bowled. Rickleton now moves to 49, 77. Tom Hendricks 31 of 92. And the deficit is 101. So almost into single figures.
Quietly just sneaked to that 49.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, the partnership is already 70.
We're just talking about how steady they've been, but they've actually been going. I mean, 49 of 77 in red ball cricket isn't a bad return at all. Looks like a bit of a change of tactic here from Klute. Decided now to come around the wickets to Hendricks.
Police delivery, dugout. Again, he'll also have that short delivery at the back of his mind because there's still a man on the hook. And one slip, gully, backward point, cover, mid off, mid on. Mid wicket, deep backward square leg and fine leg. That's the field place at the moment. Pretty conventional apart from the deep square leg. Who came out a second slip and went back just to try and get into the batter's head. And thinking about something else, perhaps maybe expecting a short delivery. What will he be expecting here? Klute. Foolish delivery, defended, well played. Hendricks is not going to be throwing it away now, not before lunch, I don't think. He's unless it's a good delivery that beats him. He's a stodgy character. He's gutsy. He'll want to bat for the day.
Yeah, definitely.
He's identified as a good wicket here to bat, and he hasn't a great season so far, so he wants to fill his boots.
He's not just here for the good time, he's here for a long time also.
For a long time, indeed. In comes Klute around the wicket, outside off stump.
Bit of shape on that?
A little, yeah. There was a little just away from the left-hander there. The ball maybe starting to reverse a bit. Wonder.
I do think in this match, if the ball starts reversing, it's going to be key. Because just looking at how it is, it looks like wonderful batting conditions at the moment for the Lions. So the quicker they can get that ball to just move around, there is a bit of breeze. I can see the covers on the other side just moving. There is a bit of a breeze.
Klute, nice, good short ball. Hendricks just gets under this one. Well played.
Bit of a stare there with the eyes from Klute there. But Hendricks not interested to get into that battle, just walks away from it.
Absolutely, doesn't want to get into a battle now before lunch. That would be the worst possible way to get out. Play a hook shot and get caught with the trap that's been set. Now, field change, fine leg, coming a touch finer. Klute, 5th ball of the over. Our ball is running in now because it looks like he's running in with a lot more purpose than he was early on before lunch.
Yeah.
I think maybe because of the plan where they've got a man on the hook and he's trying to set him up. Looks like he's bowling with a little more purpose.
No, definitely. I think maybe it might also what you would have said earlier, that maybe employ just to come in for a bit of a short burst to say give it all out there. It is also a couple of minutes before the break, so that he knows that he can bowl it and then have a bit of a rest during lunch.
Correct. And he comes outside off stump. This is left alone. That's the over bowled. 37 overs bowled. 125 for 2. 101 still the deficit. The partnership now 70 runs. They're scoring at 3.4 to the over the Lions, which is a healthy strike rate. And or run rate. Rickleton's on 49. One away from he's 50. And 31 to Hendricks.
I'd like to see Mahima just bowl an over before lunch, just to get the guys to think a little bit more, because both of them just look settled at the moment, and I think
I agree. I think the other thing that Mahima would do is, because he'd be landing ball into the bowler's foot marks, and there is turn on offer, is that you could get a short leg in there. So, ball turning back into the left-hander, there's always a chance if they defend inside edge, get a short leg under the helmet there. You just before lunch, maybe ask a different type of a question. Down the leg side, little leg glance, and there's going to be a few runs, at least a couple. Did that come off the pad though? And Hendricks is sprinting back for the third.
It's again moments in the game, just with Hendricks they're taking a 3 there. I think the fielders would have thought maybe it's just going to be a 2, but then they're taking a 3. That's very good running from the captain, while everybody just looked like might be a little bit lethargic there. So it's very good.
Excellent.
Just would have liked to see Copeland bowling a little bit more consistently. He just looks to be all over the place at the moment, not really finding where he's trying to bowl at. It's very difficult to set a field with inconsistency in where you pitch the ball and stuff.
Very true. And he's got some turn. There's something in there for him. So it's just a matter of him asking the right questions, but as you say, doing it consistently, landing enough balls in good areas and not giving too many easy runs away. That's the full toss. So I want to try and find a way to keep a batter on strike for a few deliveries. Keep him there, dot, ask questions. He could even get a silly point in there if he landed enough balls in good areas. Here comes. Ooh, here's a question being asked of the pad. And if he bowls balls that are straight and he turns, he could get an LBW here. So it's well worth him bowling a straighter line, but the length has to be good. It's not a bad delivery, and this is well played by Rickleton. And that's his 50. Ryan Rickleton, so well played 50. Came in this morning quite early after having lost the night watchman.
I remember back in the days, not back in the days, but when we played cricket, our coach, if you're not consistent, he'll just say to you that, use the facilities. So we're saying that there's a bit of turn and bounce here for Copeland. So the message will be, use the facility to help you to try and get the wickets out there.
Absolutely right.
Just bowls one straight to on that off stump area, and Dominic just goes back and punches it to point for another single. I think it's one thing when you look at how steady they've been batting, and how Rickleton is not leaking too many runs, but we'd just like to have him to threaten the batters a little bit more, make them think a little bit more. Early on in the first 2 or 3 overs, he did beat the bat a couple of times inside and outside, and it's just been a touch inconsistent in the last 4 overs or so, where it's just been easy to just nudge him around for those singles.
Absolutely right. And he started off, beating in the first over. He beat the bat twice, and then also got the inside edge of a ball that came in with the angle and didn't turn. So, but the length was good then, and he just started dragging a few down. So he's not cashing in here and taking advantage of the conditions that seem to be assisting him. Kluti will continue from the corner drive in around the wicket. Defended solidly. So I think this is Ryan Rickleton's 16th 50. Just having a look at the stats. There's 15 here, so I think this is his 16th first class 50, and he's got 1600s to go with that. So
good conversion rate
yeah,
there.
fantastic conversion rate. Average of 50.73. Excellent. So I can comfortably say that he's dominating this level of cricket. Flutie around the wicket, good bumper, and very well played again by Dom Hendricks. He just ducks under this ball, allows it to go over his right shoulder, flying through to the keeper.
I think they're identifying also the thing that we were speaking about earlier about the height of the batsman. It's a good bumper, but just looked like a touch too short for Hendricks, where it's too easy for him to get under it. Had it been a taller batsman, maybe would have been not easy for him to just get under it there a little bit. So just like to see that, employ the same strategy, but just get it maybe a couple of meters or meter or so forward.
There's a good delivery. There's a good delivery. Not too far away from the top of off stump there. And you can see what a bouncer does. He just plants a different question in the batter's head. He's thinking about the short one, weight hanging back a bit, and then he gets that ball a touch on the full side and not too far away from off stump. But it's well played. He's watched it carefully, as Dominic Hendricks. Good cricket from him.
Definitely not giving anything away, not even giving the bowlers a sniff. Touch straight on that occasion, and Hendricks just deals with it nicely and just blocks it out for another dot ball.
Yeah, I mean, Dom Hendricks is not getting up with the ball, right? So you can see he's a batter who plays in South African conditions, bouncy wickets, gets under that ball nicely and allows it. Many batters on the subcontinent who come here, they tend to get up with those deliveries. We saw India get into all sorts of trouble at Newlands and the ball was bouncing. Oh, Hendricks almost got him here, flirting with a short delivery, and that was a loose shot. He'll be disappointed.
Very uncharacteristic also from Hendricks to be going for.
Absolutely right. Yeah, he perhaps thought this was going to be a touch on the wide side. He does play that cut shot. Now, partner at the other end having a chat with him and reminding him he wants to have he wants to have a good lunch, not a miserable lunch. So rather have lunch while you're still batting and you can come back and bat, as opposed to when you've lost your wicket and you're going and you're having a bad lunch. In comes Gluty, straight and defended, straight to mid-on, dot ball. 131 for 2, 39 overs bowled now. Rickleton's on 50, Hendricks 33. 95 is the deficit. They've got it to under 100 in two figures. Two figures now, KG.
Yeah. Probably just the batters now are probably just dictating the terms a little bit. Change of bowling from the golf course end. You see Avium Gijima coming in. He's also going to be bowling some off spinners.
Yeah, so persisting with the off spin. Peter Malan feeling that the off spin is really going to ask questions, and he's hoping that perhaps Kajima can be a little more consistent and maybe ask a few questions. I must say, I would have personally gone for Mahima, and because he would ask something different. There's a ball turning back in and hits a couple of foot mark, get a short leg in there, maybe a leg gully, see what happens. Also, as you said earlier, he's had a good season so far, but nonetheless, let's see, maybe this works. It's a very similar field. In fact, it's exactly the same field that Copeland had. Kajima, in he comes. Oh, it's a short delivery, and it's he's lucky to get away with that one. He's just dragged it down.
Just a bit of a loosener there.
It's a loosener indeed.
He hasn't bowled a lot this season. Actually, hasn't bowled too many deliveries. So could be one of those that it could work out, or one of those where the bowling team or batting team feel like this is our time now to just up the ante a little bit.
Cashin maybe. Let's see. He will get some assistance if he gets the ball up there. Here we go. Well bowled. That's the area. I think here's a spinner really. You just want to land balls in good areas. There's something happening. One turns, one doesn't. Get the batter in two minds. Get him thinking. Just up, well bowled. There we go. That's a good area.
He's pitched 3 balls in a row in a similar area, and that's what we spoke about earlier, that anything can happen when you pitch it there. One just doesn't turn and just goes straight through and hits the stumps or the pads.
Well bowled again.
It's very good bowling from Ngijima here. He's literally asked questions of the batters. For every ball that he has bowled so far, he hasn't really let them leave the ball.
That's a good over.
Right, over from Ngijima. Coming into the attack before lunch and just bowling a maiden. I think the thing to take away from that over is that every single ball the batter was playing at it, was doing something at it.
And you're drawing him forward. I think you want to draw him forward, especially when there's turn on offer. Get him forward. One turns, beats outside edge, doesn't turn, can hit him on the pad, and suddenly LBW, something's happening. So you can see Rickleton, the moment the ball's fuller, he's a touch more cautious. When it's on the back foot, it's quite easy. Pump him for one, down to the man on the deep extra cover boundary or deep point boundary. So Kluti will continue. 131 for 2, 40 overs bowled.
If the time is correct, this would probably be the last over before lunch. Just see how Kluti goes about his business. And he just bowls one day in the body for Hendricks, who just manages to get it off for a dot ball. Probably looking that it's 5 balls now. The most important thing is to have a good lunch and your wicket still intact. And the bowling team will feel that it would be nice to take one with them to lunch.
Shortish delivery defended solidly by Hendricks. A loosey shot in the previous over, attempted cut shot. Fortunately, didn't get an edge to it. So, at the moment, what do you reckon, KG? Who's Lions happy of the two teams going into the change room at lunch?
Yeah, I
Definitely.
would think so. Obviously, I think the rate hasn't been too high, but they've kept the wickets. And what we spoke about a bit earlier, that the longer that you can be out there, they do have batsmen that can capitalize. Rickleton is one of those batsmen, so the longer he bats out there, you feel that he will get some runs. I think they'll be the happy of the two. I mean, even the wicket that they lost a bit earlier was actually of a night watchman, so they still have their key batsmen intact, and they've even lost a key wicket in this session, and they would feel very good about where they are. And I think the strategy, it will be flatten them out as much as possible and really capitalize later on in the day.
Yeah, it's wearing them down, isn't it? Wear the feeling side down. It's hot. Keep them out in the sun.
Hendricks just manages, again, looking very solid behind that ball, getting absolutely everything behind it and just blocking it out for a dot ball. We've got 2 balls to go before lunch here, and I think the batters will be very happy with how they've went about things today. Haven't really given away chances to the bowling team. Just 1 or 2 loose shots here and there, but they haven't really looked bothered by anything.
Police delivery driven into the covers, and it's a good bit of fielding from Michael Copeland, diving to his right hand side. So this Lions scorecard, Josh Richards was out for 12 yesterday evening, LBW to Clinton Stearman, and then this morning Cody Yusuf, Paul Bahaz filling with a good delivery that nipped back and top of middle stump. Kuti again. Lions now sitting comfortably at 131 for 2. 41 overs, and that will take us to lunch. And yesterday the Rocks batted first, 226 for 10. Batters to score runs there were Peter Malan 62 and Gajima for 65, and also Yanaman Malan got 34. So they'll be disappointed, the three of them, that they didn't convert and get 100. One of them got three figures. They could have perhaps got the Rocks closer to 300, and that may be that's probably more total that you feel is par, maybe 350 for this type of wicket. But there we go. 226 they scored, and then Lions 131 for 2 of 41 overs. The deficit is 95. And KG, let us go and have a little bit of a lunch. And
yeah, and just before we go for that, just a bit of an update around the country with the Tuskers versus Titans. The Tuskers are currently 347 for 6. That obviously our game here with the Lions, they are 131 for 2. And Northwest Dragons versus Dolphins. Dolphins really piling up the runs. They're 636 for 7 on lunch.
Still batting.
Yeah, and then Warriors versus Western Province there. The Warriors were bowled out for Western Province were bowled out for 141 in the first innings. Warriors bowled out for 111, and the Western Province are currently 136 for 5 in the second innings. So might be quite an interesting low-scoring game there.
And of course, Lions will want to keep an eye on those two games, particularly the Tuskers one and the Warriors one, because that's where the Titans and the Warriors are above them,
Yes.
and in this particular Division 1 log. So 131 for lunch. We'll see you in about 35 minutes.
See you in 35 minutes. Right. Welcome back to DP World Wanderers after lunch. We still got the Lions betting on 131 for 2, having faced 41 overs with Ryan Rickleton currently on 50 not out, and Dominic Hendricks currently on 33 not out. And welcome also to commentary back, Mr. Ken Boland. Thanks for joining me.
Hello, KG. Great to be with you.
And how was your lunch?
It's haven't finished it yet, but so far so good. Looks promising.
Looks like Aviu Mkijima will be continuing with the bowling from the golf course end. We'd have thought that maybe he was just going to bowl one over before lunch as a ploy, but then he actually bowled a very good first over before lunch, and hence they're continuing with him. Aviu to Rickleton. First ball after lunch, just a bit outside off stump, and Rickleton just gets it down to point for 1. How would you sum up the first session of the day?
Yeah, I thought it was very well handled by the Lions. They're obviously setting out their stall to bat big, to try and get a very healthy first innings lead. Dom Hendricks has been typical Dom Hendricks, really digging in. You could see he's eager to bat all day if he can.
Mkijima just gets some nice flight there to Dom Hendricks, who just drives it to cover for a 1. It's been some good turn on the pitch with the 2 spinners that have operated. They've just shown us that there's a bit of turn on that pitch.
There is, and as always, a bit of bounce here at the Wanderers. Not a single that time. I have been surprised though that Siyabonga Mahima hasn't bowled. Now, I know 2 left-handers are at the crease, and I know you generally off spinners turning it away from the left-hander. But Mahima's your number 1 spinner. Presumably he's bowled to left-handers before in his life. I just think sometimes these matchups get taken too far.
Yeah.
People get a bit carried away with them. It's not limited overs cricket. It's not as if there's a short boundary to protect or anything like that. That being said, Copeland came on and immediately looked quite promising. He bowled well, and Aviu Mkijima bowled a good over before lunch as well. But certainly from the other end, at least, I would have had a look at Mahima.
That's dot ball to end the 42nd over. The Lions are 133 for 2. Just to pick on that, we did mention it just before lunch that regardless that you've got 2 lefties batting out there, you still got Mahima, who's the leading wicket taker in the season so far, and would have gotten wickets of lefties, and then it also would provide a different dynamic, especially with the turn and bounce. So whether it's a right-hander or left-hander. So it is quite a surprise that we haven't seen Mahima go bowl at least 2 overs or 3 overs or so before lunch, just to see what he can get out of it, being the leading wicket taker of the team so far.
Yeah, I mean, are they going to wait until they get a wicket? I mean, these two might put on 200 and then, it's too late. So, if you've got a quality performer, I believe they can perform against anyone.
Yeah.
It's the same with quality batsmen. The top batters don't get protected from a certain type of bowling because it's not an ideal matchup.
Yeah. And we've got Glenton Stirman coming back into the attack, operating from the collar drive end this time around. Earlier on he was operating from the golf course end, and it's just changed sides. I think they would have identified that the golf course end looks like there is something in there for the spinners, then they'll operate their seamers then from the collar drive end. First up on launch, looks like there's a bit of movement out there, just pitches outside the off stump, just leaves Dominic Hendricks and goes through to the keeper. Looks like there's a bit of nice carry out there. Looks like there's a bit of a swing out there, which I think the bowlers would be happy to see, especially if it starts to reverse a little bit.
Yeah, so we had bumped into groundsman Brendan Frost during the lunch break, and he was just saying there's a lot of grass on the pitch. although it is dry grass. It's that yellowy white colour.
Just another one pitched up full by Stirman, and just Hendricks just hits it out for a dot to mid on.
So there's still a little bit of movement there for the seamers, especially someone like Clinton Stuurman, who's got such a good wrist and that he hits the seam more than most.
Yeah, definitely. It's important, I think, from the ground stuff to keep the pitch as intact as possible for as long as possible, so that there is something in for everyone out there.
Yeah, it's a tough job being a groundsman, because then
Yeah.
you also want, on the fourth day, you want it to start disintegrating a bit. You want a bit of wear and tear for the spinners, maybe even some up and down bounce. So it's a really tough job, and as Hussein Manak was saying earlier today, especially with the weather, the weather changing weather patterns, more extreme weather now with climate change. So we definitely spare our thoughts for the groundsman.
It is underrated, and how most of the teams would normally just come up and say, listen, this is the kind of wicket that we want, and then next week they decide they've got a different team and they say this is the kind of wicket that we want. So you're almost consistently trying to keep up with what the teams require out of you.
No, and I think this is a very good cricket wicket. It's favoured maybe a little bit towards the batting side. That's fine. Our bowlers need to learn how to get batsmen out on good surfaces, because that's what happens at international level.
So funny when we mentioned that it's been more suited for the batters, but they also haven't really gotten away with the run rate, looking at the run rate where it was yesterday, and currently the Lions are going at 3.1 to the over. So there has been something out there also for the bowlers to exploit and get wickets. I mean, yesterday we lost 11 wickets in the day, so there is definitely still something out there. Although it's easier for batting, but there's definitely still a lot out there for the bowlers.
Absolutely, bowlers are in the game for sure.
It's a bit shot and wide from Clinton Stirman, and great fielding there at point to stop it. What looked like it was a certain boundary, but it was a good stop at point, and then they just managed to come through for one.
Mahir Joseph certainly saving a boundary there, because Dom Hendricks hit that very hard. That was a wonderful bit of fielding by Mahir Joseph. Ryan Rickerton on strike now, and he kind of lit up the morning in going to his half century. Played some really beautiful strokes and just looked very composed and in control. You can see that there's a lot of class in this young man's batting. He'll be wanting to take this innings a lot further this afternoon.
Just last ball there, pitches it up, and then Rickerton just drives it to mid-off. Speaking about Mahir Joseph, he's actually just made the team that was announced yesterday to go to the 15th African Games that will take place later on in March. In that team is joined by Hendrik Peters, Matthew Boost, Lifan Tanzi, Mahir Joseph, Luando Tiaku, Minentle Ntobela, Ethan Frosler, Lihan Buota, Jack Lees, Nathan Rue, George van Heerden, Jason Robbenheimer, Caleb Seleka, and Merrick Brett.
A lot of nice young talent in that team representing South Africa at the Africa Games, which I believe is next month. I presume they'll be playing T20. I'm not sure what format they'll be.
Indeed.
They'll be playing, but all the best to them. There's a ladies' side as well, which I don't know if you've got it there, KG.
Yeah,
as
we'll
well,
just highlight it a bit
the
later. Just with the men's team, just back at the game for a bit with Gijima continuing from the golf course end. With the men's team at that Africa Games that we spoke about, the South Africa team will be in Pool A, joined by Uganda, Kenya, and Ghana. And then in Group B will be Namibia, Zimbabwe, Tanzania, and Nigeria.
That'll be interesting. Uganda definitely are a team very much on the rise in African cricket, and I imagine they'll be playing their best team. So that could be a really good test for our youngsters.
Nice. The bit of flight here from Gijima, pitching it up. Dominic Hendricks just drives it to cover for it. Yeah, you make a very good point about Uganda recently qualifying actually to go to the T20. So
World Cup, yeah.
ooh, that's a very good ball from Gijima, getting the outside, thick outside edge from Dominic Hendricks. It just goes past slip and they go through for 2 runs. It's a very good ball. What we were speaking about earlier, there's a bit of 10 and bounce out there, and that just showed with that previous ball.
And drift. Gajima's getting it to drift a little bit into the left-handers and then to turn away from them as well. So he's bowling very tidily, I must say.
Nice and solid block there by Dominic Hendricks for a dot. Solid block again, just to end the 44th over with the Lions and 137 for 2. Interestingly, Ken, with the Africa Games in Ghana, just a bit of intel that apparently the pitches that they're going to play at are actually fresh new pitches. They're making them specifically for this Africa Games. They've never had pitches before, so it's going to be very interesting how the approach is going, because you don't actually have intel of how the pitch is playing and stuff. So you just have to rock up there and see how it goes. It's going to be interesting battle out there.
That's a bit daunting. I'm not sure I'd like to be the opening batsman facing first ball on the first morning of the competition. But we wish the Ghanaian organisers all the best, and it's great to see the game of cricket really spreading and taking off in Africa. There are many people who believe that it's a really big future growth zone of the sport in the continent.
Just a nice full ball outside the off stump there from Clinton Stearman, and Rickleton just looked like he wasn't too sure whether he was to play at that or not, and he just goes past his edge.
And he didn't move his feet, that's the other thing, so maybe that's why the feet didn't move, because he was uncertain exactly what to do.
So with the African Games, we actually got the fixtures on the 17th of March. South Africa will be playing against the host Ghana. And then on the 18th of March, South Africa will be taking on Kenya. It's really good bowling here after lunch from Stearman. Just pitching the ball right in that good length area, just leaving Rickleton a touch. He looks a little bit uncertain after lunch as to what he wants to do with the ball. So very good bowling after lunch here from the Rocks.
Well, I think that sort of delivery would leave any batter a bit perplexed. The second time actually Stearman's done that to Rickleton today, angling it in from around the wicket towards off stump and then just leaving the left-hander. Beautiful bowling by Stearman.
And it just gets an edge through to first slip, which has been dropped by Aviu Mkijima. After all the trouble that he's been causing Rickleton, he finally gets him to edge one. Unfortunately, it was just put down there at first slip.
Well, it should have been taken, you have to say, going to his right. Kajima, it was a comfortable height. Oh, Clinton Stearman was devastated. He couldn't. He had to turn his back and look away from the slips. He'd done all the hard work. He's set up Rickleton. He's beaten him. How much of a blow is that going to be for the Rocks in this match? Rickleton alive on 51, and in the form he's been lately, he's not the guy you want to give a life to.
This time Stearman goes a bit straighter, hits the inner thigh of Ryan Rickleton. It's probably too high, then go up. It's been quite a probing over here from Stearman. Just looks like every ball that is bowled so far, anything can happen.
Fantastic bowling by Stearman. He's bowled well all innings. I mean, his figures don't show it. 11 overs and 4 balls, 1 for 32. But he's a very skillful operator, and This Wanderers pitch, always a bit in it for the seamers, is the kind of wicket that he really thrives on.
And once again, he gets to the pads, and they go up for LBW. Empire says that impact is just outside the off stump there, outside the line. Stirman, they can't believe that. And he's been doing very well. It just looks like this over, he could have easily gotten 2 or 3 wickets in this over.
It's a fantastic battle between two quality cricketers, and just a quick replay there. I think Ryan Rickardson's done really well just in his batting game plan to make sure he gets outside off stump in case the ball does nip back, which it did there, and got him on the pads. But I think umpire Gulma got that dead right. Hitting the stumps, no doubt, but struck outside the line of off stump. What a great battle this is between these two.
Another edge from Rickleton, just bounces short of Mkijima there at first slip. What a wonderful over this has been.
Fantastic over, it's... And Hussein and I were chatting about it in the morning session. Glenton Stearman, someone who's been in and around the national squad, was chosen for a tour, got injured. I think there was COVID involved somewhere as well. But just showing there against a top quality batter in Ryan Rickards, what a quality performer he is, Glenton Stearman, because he really dominated that over. That was superb bowling.
Hands down. It's a perfect over to bowl after lunch. Just needed the cherry on top. If that catch would have stuck there by first slip. Mkijima to continue from the golf course end. He's been very consistent and very tight in the way that he's been bowling since he started just before lunch. Is basically, if we had a pitch map, we just saw that he's been pitching the ball in and around the same area throughout.
Yeah, and I guess with Stearman bowling so well from the other end, Mahima would have to wait a while to come on to bowl. We'll put that on the back burner.
Just a touch shot there from Mkijima. Hendricks just rocks back and hits it with a straight bat, straight to cover for a dot. Nice flighted delivery, nice and full. Dominic Hendricks just goes forward to it and hits it nicely through the covers for a 4. It's a fantastic shot to hit, just to break the shackles a little bit with the amount of pressure that has been created by the bowlers after lunch.
Yeah, a lovely stroke by Dominic Hendricks, just not overhit, just pushing it gently through the covers, but with lovely timing. And that's Dominic Hendricks' strength, is that he can wait and wait and wait. And when you give him that loose delivery, he'll put it away, get a boundary, just keep that scoreboard ticking over.
Just another one where Rickleton just rocks back and gets a dot. They have gotten that boundary in the over, so they feel a bit easier about how they're going. They are going quite steadily at 3.1 and over.
Yeah, the Lions, they want to make sure they don't waste the hard work of the morning session, so they want to get themselves in again. Just make sure they have a platform to really dominate this afternoon. Still 62 overs left today, so if they can score at, say, 3.5 to the over, that's another 230, 240 runs. That'll already see them having a handy lead today by stumps, so that'll be their goal. No need to rush at the moment.
Okay, we have take 2 here of Stearman to Rickleton. We'll just see how both the players will respond after the first over. We would say Stearman won it, except for that he didn't get the wicket, but yeah.
Yeah, he won it on points, hands down. Get your popcorn, folks. Here we go again.
Once again, Stearman just pitches the ball up there. Just a touch leaves Rickleton. This time around, he was sure that he wants to leave it, and he just left it go through to the keeper.
and you could see he's got a very definite plan of stepping outside off stump, so that if the ball does nip back, hopefully it strikes him outside the line of that off stump as it did in the previous over, so he can't be out LBW.
It's a full delivery this time around, negotiated nicely by Rickleton, going forward and just punching it to mid off for a dot. It's been very good battle happening between the two players at the moment. Two very quality players, as we mentioned earlier. Clinton probably should have played a few matches for the Proteas, but had some issues after being selected. That time of COVID, where you couldn't play as many games as he should have. So that's a quality bowler that's bowling to probably one of the better batsmen or one of the best batsmen we have in domestic cricket at the moment. And once again, it goes nice and straight. Rickleton just sees that one out. I think this will be a very good spell from Stearman. It's building up to be a very good spell from Stearman.
Yeah, just what you want after lunch. Testing the batsman. Not allowing the Lions to make a quick start after the break. Just reminding them that there is an opposition in this game who's eager to make their presence felt.
Pitched up again, and a good shot from Rickleton to cover, fielded at cover by Achille Copeland. Did I cover?
Michael Copeland, yes. Yeah.
Michael Copeland. Sorry, I'm
Did
thinking
good
of
work
it.
there. You're combining two players there occasionally.
We had a conversation about Clute just before lunch, so it's still ringing a little bit. Once again, just getting that outside half of the bat. There's a bit of energy here also by the Rocks after lunch. I suppose they didn't eat a heavy lunch. They've got all that energy after lunch here.
Well, I should hope so. Stearman's bowling fantastically well. He's challenging both edges of Rickleton's bat. That one coming back at the left-hander.
And once again, another edge from Rickleton, and it's fielded nicely there by that gully area. Another probing over here from Stearman. I'm sure Rickleton will be hoping that he gets tired a bit and stop bowling to him, because he's really not having a good time facing up to him currently.
Fantastic save by Jean du Plessis, diving full length to cut that ball off. There's no third man. So that would have been a fortunate boundary for Ryan Rickleton, because it was definitely an edge, not a controlled shot by him, as his struggles against Stearman definitely continue. I wonder if he's hoping to get to the other end and deal with the offspin of Iwem Gajima instead. Not sure Captain Dom Hendricks would really want to face Stearman either.
Yeah.
When he's in this mood.
Iwem Gajima just pitches one shot. Dominic Hendricks goes back, pulls it down to square leg for a boundary. I think with all the pressure that has been created, that will be a welcome ball by the Lions as they put that away for a boundary.
Yeah, this is perhaps the problem with, I don't want to call Gajima a part-timer, but he's not a frontline spinner, so he conceded a boundary in the previous over and starts this over as well with a long hop.
Just a good reply there in the second ball, just outside the off stump. Looked like it just went through, didn't really turn much. Again, just bowls it full outside the off stump, and Dominic Hendricks lets that one go.
Yeah, that one was too wide really, and turning away as well.
again. He's bowling around that fifth stump, sixth stump, keeping the batter interested, not bowling it too wide, but also not close enough for him to play. But it will be playing on his mind whether to play or not, because it looks like those last few balls have actually just been going down with the angle rather than turning away.
Almost like a little seamer that Gajima bowls. But Dom Hendricks is a really good judge of his off stump in general. He's one of the better levers of the cricket ball I've seen.
Just last ball of the over, and Dominic Hendricks just goes back to block it out. Interestingly, with Mugijima, when he started his career, he was actually a bit of a seam bowler. He was actually a medium pace bowler, so not too much of a surprise that a few of those balls are looking like seam bowling.
That's right. Yeah, I was talking about it this morning, that he started off as a medium pacer, and then, like so many before him, advancing years, start to realise that maybe off spin's a bit easier. But it's a very useful second string to his bow. And let's not forget that he's been the Rock's leading run scorer this season with the bat. So he's a very important part of their lineup.
And once again, Rickelton gets one full from Stearman, hits it straight to Mahima, who it ricochets to Klute on the other side, and it's a dot ball.
So,
think
Glenton Stearman just hasn't played as much first-class cricket as you'd probably expect with someone who's been around for a while. This is his 28th match, which speaks to the injury problems he's had. But in Division 1, these are his Division 1 figures. He's taken 85 wickets at an average of 27. So a very useful bowler indeed.
Once again into the body of Rickelton, who negotiates it nicely, just hits it down to mid on for a dot.
We did promise you that South Africa women's team to go to the Africa Games. And that side is Annerie Dirksen, who's already played for the senior Proteas, Nobilumko Benetti, Nondimusu Shangase, Janae Winster, Seshni Naidu, Karaba Miso, Faye Tunnicliffe, Leah Jones, Kayla Reineke.
Again, just a nice full ball there from Stearman. He looks very interested today, and after lunch in particular, he's been probing there, causing a bit of trouble there for Rickelton, but I think Rickelton will just be happy that he hasn't been out.
Continuing with that ladies team for the Africa Games, Joy Buerta, Jenna Evans, Mian Smith, Caitlin Weingaard, Simone Lawrence, and Gandhi Jafta. So there are quite a few Lions and Titans players in that squad.
And it's a bit of a short pitched ball there from Stearman, and Rickelton manages just to hit it down to deep mid wicket for a single. He'll be happy to be on the other side now, doesn't have to face him for the last two balls.
Yeah, so, a bit surprised that Stearman almost gave him the release ball there. We know Rickelton's very strong on the pull, and Stearman just dropping short. Easy one for Rickelton, and a bit of respite for him.
Again, Stearman finding the outside half of the bat, just not caring there to Kali. So he's causing the same problems that he was causing to Rickelton, is now causing them to Dominic Hendricks. That shows a lot of consistency that he's been bowling at ever since coming back from that lunch break. Be looking to enter the over positively here. Again, just bowls it outside that off stump, and Dominic Hendricks just lets it go. So with those women that are going to Ghana also for the Africa Games, they'll be starting on the 7th of March. In their group, they've got Namibia, Tanzania, Nigeria, and then in Group B, there'll be Zimbabwe, Uganda, Kenya, and Rwanda. So the bulk of that team that you just said, they've actually been together for quite some time now, because they recently toured Zimbabwe last year in November with the South Africa Imagine team, and they also played against Bangladesh in preparation when Bangladesh was here against the senior Protea women in December. In Bloemfontein they played.
Yeah, it's a very strong ladies team. I mean, all of those ladies are playing the senior provincial level cricket in the country. So it's very much the sort of talent bubbling under the Proteas senior team, actually, and there are some very, very exciting cricketers in that squad.
Rakelton just comes one, tries to take Mgijima, and it is caught at mid-off. With Mgijima will be very happy with that. That is a very good wicket, big wicket to get of Ryan Rakelton, and he goes for 52. Only managed to add one after lunch. Very, very, very good wicket to get at this time of the game, where Rakelton was almost looking to break away. I mean, he had a bit of trouble, and we were speaking about earlier with Hussein that the wicket ball is not always the wicket ball, but it's the balls prior to that, and all that pressure that has been created on the other side by Stirman, and Rakelton now feeling that he's on the other side, he needs to get away with it, and that brings about the wicket that we just saw now of Rakelton.
Yeah, so Gajima drops the catch of Stirman, who created the pressure, and then Gajima gets the wicket. Really a very well judged catch by Jean Duplessis running back and to his right from mid-off. But Rickleton's really given that away. It's a disappointing end to what could have been a very important innings for the Lions. It was a fairly innocuous delivery, but Rickleton was charging down the pitch. Didn't quite get to the pitch of the ball, but went through with the big shot and a little bit of turn and bounce and skied up in the air. But Rickleton will be really angry with himself, because that's just very unnecessary from him. A bit like Peter Malan's dismissal yesterday.
Yeah, it's carbon copy. And to the wicket now brings the national captain in Themba Bavuma. He'll be looking obviously to make sure that he can get some runs. He hasn't played too much cricket in the last season or two, has been struggling a little bit with injuries, and this will be a very great opportunity for him to get back into the flow of runs.
Yeah, this is a great sight to see. Themba Bavuma back for the Lions, a team that he's performed so well for through the years, since making his debut for them in 2010-11. And a quality cricketer, a quality batter. His average in Division 1 is 43.19, which is amongst the highest you will see in South African domestic cricket at the moment.
Themba Bavuma will be facing up to Mgijima, who's got his tail up a little bit after getting that important wicket of Rakelton.
And congratulations to Captain Peter Malan for keeping Gajima on. I was getting a bit itchy, as you used the word yesterday, KG, because he conceded a couple of boundaries, and I want Mahima on, but he kept Gajima on, and he's been rewarded with the wicket.
Dividends, yeah.
But ironically, now that there's a right-hander at the crease, they might bring Mahima on and take Gajima off.
Themba Bavuma has just faced two balls and manages to just take them out, both of them for dots. Very steady bowling from the rocks since we came back from lunch, and it has proven with them getting a wicket of Rakelton. And Gijima just pitches it one shot to Themba Bavuma, who hits it down to deep square leg for a single. But feel good about getting off the mark. I wonder if maybe they look at if they're the beginning of the over, it's a right-hander batting, then you want to get Mahima in. If it's a lefty batting, then you want to get Mkhichima in.
Maybe in T20 you think about those sort of things, but surely not in 4-day cricket, Kaji.
And he hits one down to mid off. There's a bit of miscommunication, but luckily he just gets back down. And that's a very good over from the Rocks, managing to get that key wicket of Rickleton.
If I suppose on a more serious note though, KG, if your two bowlers don't mind, maybe that is the way to go about things. If you just see the replay of Rickleton's wicket again and just how well judged the catch was by Sean du Plessis, maybe it's a good idea, yeah. If the bowlers don't mind being on such short notice, who's going to bowl the next over?
I think it's just tell the bowlers, just keep warm, keep on warm.
Keeps the batsman guessing, certainly. Until it's happened a couple of times, and the batsman will work it out as well, won't they?
I think important is just remain flexible. I know, it happens a lot in T20, but I think some of those things, there is a space for them in 4-day cricket also. Sterman pitches one up nicely to Themba Bavuma, who lets it go through to the spin. Kept Sterman very interested there because that one simped back in and just went past that off stump.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see Clinton Stearman's skills now against the right-hander. He's got 3 slips. They're at first, second and fourth slip. And all standing quite close, which tells you it's a slowish Wanderers pitch.
And man just bowls one into the pads of Themba Bavuma, who manages to just flick it away down to square leg, and they come back for 2 runs. The bowler looked like, and the fielding team, there was a bit of ooh-ahs there. They were interested in the ball just going through that bat and pad.
It was lovely timing though by Themba Bavuma. He didn't get the whole of the bat to it at all, which is, as you say, why the fielding side was interested. But it was still racing away towards that square leg boundary. Took some quick fielding to cut it off.
And once again, he pitches it up. Themba Bavuma is equal to the task and hits it down past mid-on for a lovely boundary from the national captain.
What a shot. That is as good a shot as we've seen the whole match. That was just imperious. Bang! Straight past the bowler with not much effort either. And it brings up the 150 for the Lions. So they're just 73 runs behind now on first innings.
Say that shot was filled with a lot of quality and class, and they always say that if you want to see how good a batsman is, judge him by the straight drive, and that was just a good exhibition of a straight drive there from Themba Bavuma. Mr. Man gets back to the probing line and length that he's been bowling since the return from lunch, and Themba Bavuma just manages to just block it out for another dot ball. Quite good bowling and batting that's happening here at the DP World Wanderers. It just looks like we're in a moment of game where something is going to happen or something is about to happen. And once again, Clinton Sterman bowls into the pads of Themba Bavuma, who manages to just flick it down to fine leg for a single, gets to the other side, and then Sterman will have one ball now to bowl to Dominic Hendricks.
just to show you how much cricket Temba Bavuma has missed this season due to injury. This is just his 9th match across formats this season. Obviously the bulk of those for the Proteas.
At the end of the 51st over, the Lions are 154 for 3. Yeah, just speaking about that, he's missed a lot of games this season.
Yeah, the poor chap. Every season he seems to get some sort of injury, knock. I remember a couple of seasons ago he got hit by a throw by a fielder, which broke a hand. That kept him out for a while. Missed the test tour in England, I think, the last one.
Yeah.
So, and I mean, no one can blame him for those sort of injuries. That's just sheer rotten luck.
Gijima continues to Temba Bavuma, who comes down the wicket and just hits it to shot that catching mid-wicket there for a dot. Interestingly, they've kept Gijima bowling, but he got a wicket in the last over.
Lovely positive footwork by Temba Bavuma to that previous delivery.
He is that kind of a batter, isn't he? Always looks to get something happening, always got a bit of energy. It's the same that he is in the field, with a bit of a live wire. Temba just rocks back to that one and nudges it to shot mid-wicket here for a dot ball.
Yeah, there's always a lot of intent in what he does. Even if he's defending, he defends with intent.
So again, just pitches it up. Temba Bavuma just goes forward and blocks it for another dot. Good over so far with 2 balls to go from Gijima. Another dot ball. I think with Bavuma, you don't just miss his batting. He's also very key in the fielding, where he's always around. Those half chances of run outs, he really goes for them. It's another floated up delivery, and he hits it straight to mid-on for a dot, and that's the end of the 52nd over, which is a maiden, and the Lions are 154 for 3. Still a deficit of 72. Still a very long time to go today, with 56 overs left in the day.
Yeah, Temba Bavuma is, of course, a fantastic fielder, but it was interesting yesterday that maybe it's the privilege of being Test captain or a bit more advanced in years, but he spent the whole day behind the wicket, in the cordon mostly. The Lions, of course, do have some young whippets in Mitchell van Buren, Josh Richards, Bjorn Fortuin, not so young, but still very, very good in the field. They were generally patrolling the offside, so Temba got to field as one of the catchers behind the wicket.
Would it maybe be also trying to manage the load on him? As you said, he hasn't played that much, so you don't want him to be a little bit too busy and end up having a sprain or something, so just try to manage him a little bit more.
Yeah, and he is just coming back, of course, from a hamstring strain in the Boxing Day test, so that's a good point.
It's Hartes Viljoen back into the attack from the collared drive end, and the first ball, just a bit of a low full toss where Dominic Hendricks just hits it back to him. Yeah, I do think it probably has to do with that, and I mean, he is turning 34 later in the year also, so he's not that much of a young man anymore that can just be running around the field, and you expect him to also bat for long periods, so you need to manage what he does in the field.
I'm happy to report that Siyabonga Mahima has been doing some very extensive warm-ups at mid-off, so I'm hopeful that he'll be coming on to bowl soon.
Looks like he's asking for a helmet for someone there. Looks like he's already planning ahead of his bowling. And just one down leg here from Hartes Viljoen, and Dominic Hendricks just nudges it down to fine leg for a single. They'll bring Themba Bavuma on strike with 3 balls to face from Hartes Viljoen. It's also very encouraging from the Rocks. I think they would have seen that there's a lot that's happening on the pitch. There's a bit of assistance that's been happening, and they've kept a fairly attacking field throughout the day. Viljoen just pitches that one up to Themba Bavuma, who just hits it down to mid-off for a dot.
Themba Bavuma's last red ball match at the Wanderers was in March 2023, the test match against the West Indies. And who can forget the absolutely majestic 172 he scored in the second innings of that test match.
And Viljoen just bowls one full toss onto the pads of Themba. He will be very disappointed that he didn't put that away, as he manages to hit that straight to mid-wicket for a dot.
Lots of wide open spaces on the leg side there. That's definitely 4 runs gone a begging for Bavuma.
Last ball from Viljoen just bowls it into the pads of Themba Bavuma, where the fielding team just goes up at the umpire, says not out, going down leg. Just looked like it was just angling down.
Yeah, Bavuma's 172 in that test show against the West Indies last season, towards the end of a very difficult season for South African cricket. But there was an air of renewal because Shukri Conrad and Rob Walter had just been appointed as national coaches. It was Conrad's first series as test coach, and there was a wonderful atmosphere when Themba Bavuma went to his 100 here in the second innings, and then went on to make it a big one the next morning and really battered the West Indies out of that match. As it is going to be Siyabonga Mahima coming on to bowl just his second over of the innings, and it's from the golf course end.
He's coming into the 54th over to bowl his first of the day. You would feel that the Gijima did his job basically of trying to keep the one side and also getting the key wicket of Rickleton. And now it's time for Gijima, who is their premier spinner in the team, to take over.
Yeah, Gijima not only got the key wicket, but he only conceded 13 runs in 7 overs. That's a fantastic effort by one of your backup spinners.
Gijima will be putting up his hand there to be the second spinner of the team.
Oh.
And first ball from Mahima looks like a loosener, who just bowls a full toss to Dominic Hendricks, who manages to hit it to mid-wicket for a boundary, and that brings up the 50 for the captain. Dominic Hendricks has played a gritty innings here since yesterday, just before close of play, and he's got his 50 to join Rickleton, who earlier before being dismissed got a 50, and his 50 comes off 145 balls.
Yeah, just his second half century of the season, and he's worked really hard for it.
And once again, Mahima just floats it up there. Rickleton goes, Dominic Hendricks just goes down there, sweeps it down to square leg for another boundary, back-to-back boundaries. Maybe should have kept Gijima bowling.
It's looking a bit like it, but a really quality sweep there by Dominic Hendricks. And would you believe that's his 51st first-class 50 to go with 16 centuries, which just shows you the quality of the Lion skipper over many years.
And then Hendricks just comes down the wicket and he hits another boundary down to wide mid-on. He's really, really looking to take the challenge here to Mahima, who's bowling the ball into him. You'd understand why Dominic Hendricks now would feel a lot more comfortable facing a left-arm orthodox, turning the ball into him.
Yeah, he was beaten in the flight there a bit, but placed the ball really well between the two fielders on the leg side. And so 3 boundaries in a row for Dom Hendricks, or Siyabonga Mahima. Hasn't been a great return.
And that brings about a change in field. That fielder that just gone across from the cover area to go into that catching mid-wicket, and it dropped mid-wicket down also to the boundary, just to provide a little bit of protection to Mahima. And another full toss from Mahima. Dominic Hendricks just hits it in that cover area there on the offside, and they go for 3.
Another full toss from Mahima. It's been a pretty poor first over from him, must be said.
Just easing the pressure a little bit that has been created since lunch, with those 3 boundaries in a row, and now managing to go for 3. He's gone for 15 in his first 5 balls ever since returning from lunch. And then with that, maybe he might be feeling a lot more confident now bowling to a right-hander and turning the ball away from him.
He's still got to land it in the right areas though, which seems to be the struggle so far in this over.
And pitches one up to Themba Bavuma, manages to just drive it to Klute, who gets a dot. Good end to the over after going for 15 the first 5 balls of the over. Mahima will be very disappointed with the over that he just bowled now, easing the pressure off the Lions a little bit with all that hard work that's been done by the other bowlers just to keep the scoring rate low.
Well, it can probably only get better for Mahima. We'll be hoping to settle into his spell.
Viljoen to continue from the collar drive end. He'll be going to Dominic Hendricks, the captain of the Lions. Viljoen just pitches it up for Dominic Hendricks, who just goes forward and just blocks it out for a dot ball.
Just looking at what's happening elsewhere in the country in this round of CSA 4-day series games. The log leaders, the Titans, have had a day and a half of toil in Pietermaritzburg against the Tuskers, eventually bowling them out in 159 overs for 426.
Viljoen just pushes it up. Dominic Hendricks goes forward and blocks it again for a dot.
Yassine Valley scored 124, Malcolm Nofal 90, Keith Dudgeon 58, and Devot Brevis, the part-time leg spinner, was eventually the bowler who ran through the tail. It took 4 for 65 in 19 overs, and the Titans are yet to begin their reply.
Again, Viljoen just pitches it up, and Dominic Hendricks just opens the face of the bat a little bit and hits it in between that gully and point area, down for 4 runs. It's a wonderful shot from Dominic Hendricks, just using the pace and the angle created just to make sure that he gets it down along the ground for another boundary.
Yeah, high skill there by Dominic Hendricks. Lovely shot. Turning what is actually a pretty good delivery into a boundary.
Viljoen just gets back to that consistent line and length that he's been bowling, and then Dominic Hendricks just lets that go through to the keeper for a dot ball. Looks like there's still a bit of movement out there, Ken. Looks like the ball is still moving a bit for the bowlers. There's still something in there for the bowlers.
Certainly, yeah. It's a good pitch in that respect. And it looks like the pitch at St George's Park is also settling down a little.
Once again to the pattern. Dominic Hendricks just squeezes it out to mid-on for a quick single. Very quick guys now batting in Themba Bavuma and Dominic Hendricks. They'll be looking to take on the fielders whenever that they're on their heels. They'll seriously be looking to go through for those quick singles.
Indeed, they're both serious dashes between the stumps. So in Gqeberha, what was it? 21 wickets fell on the opening day, but Western Province now in their second innings 190 for 7. So that's a lead of 220 with 3 wickets in hand.
And that's a pitched up ball from Viljoen, and he gets a very thick inside edge from Themba Bavuma, and the ball goes down to fine leg for a single. A lot of oohs and ahs there, as there was a bit of opportunity that was created by Viljoen on that time. And Themba a touch lucky to get away with it after chasing it a little bit. It was really not there for him to go, but it just chased for it, and luckily for him it was just a thick inside edge and manages to get a single.
So Western Province 190 for 7. As I said, Tony De Zorzi is out for 44, and then the other game in Potchefstroom where the Dolphins have now declared.
Themba Bavuma gets a full one from Mahima, and he just hits it over extra cover for a boundary. Clearly the plan here might be to make sure that Mahima does not settle into his bowling, as they've looked to be a little bit more attacking against him, and they've managed in the last 7 balls to get 4 boundaries of his bowling.
Yeah, and mostly because he's been over pitching. He's bowled a couple of full tosses, a couple of half volleys. There we go. That's better.
Maybe we need to ask him how his lunch was. Seems to have had a different lunch from everybody else in the team.
So Dolphins have declared on 643 for 8.
And Themba Bavuma just gets one full and goes down, hits it straight down to long on, and then he just gets 2 runs from it. Didn't get the contact that he was looking for. Was really looking to hit that one to the boundary, but just went up, and luckily for him just went over the head of Peter Malan, and they just come back for 2.
Nearly got himself into trouble there, Bavuma. It was a very aggressive stroke against the turn. Definitely seems, as you suggested, KG, a ploy to really attack Mahima.
Could come back there from Mahima. I'm just pitching it up again. Themba Bavuma just going forward and blocking it for a dot.
So that Dolphin score of 643 was made in less than 120 overs. So at a cracking pace as well. Marcus Ackerman 82, Bryce Parsons 191, Penelon Sobrayan 69 not out, Adila Simalani 41. All of those were scored at better than a run a ball.
And Themba Bavuma once again goes over the cover and he hits it for a 6. Definitely a ploy here to go after Mahima and just make sure that it doesn't settle. Would have identified that this is the leading wicket taker so far, and they're settling him, and Themba Bavuma just make sure that he hits it over the cover for a 6.
Magnificent shot, really was, by Themba Bavuma. And as quickly as I was calling for Mahima to come on, I think Captain Peter Malan might have to take him off. We're going to have Copeland or Gajima come back on. But the other massive run scorer in that Potchefstroom game was John Smith, who scored 156, and that was off just 176 balls. He and Bryce Parsons put on 293 for the fifth wicket. And the Dragons are already in serious trouble in their reply, 13 for 2.
And interestingly, with the Dolphins, that 643 that they scored is actually the fourth highest Div 1 score. Viljoen just pitches it up. Dominic Hendricks manages to just hit it to cover for a dot.
That'll be since 2004-5 AKG, that record, the fourth highest.
Yes. Yeah. Another dot ball from Viljoen. Yes, I think if you just look at how it's been going, it's a good tussle between Sterman and Viljoen in terms of who's been the pick of the bowlers. Just judging about how they have bowled and how they have caused a bit of trouble to the batters. They've really bowled really well. They've ran in with a lot of energy and really tried to make something happen out here. That's okay.
Yep, I agree with you, KG. They've certainly led the way with the new ball. Hardest Viljoen showing his experience, and Glenton Steelman his quality. It's taken some good batting and a bit of luck for the Lions to keep them to just a wicket each. The Rocks really just need some backup now for them, just to keep the pressure on at the other end. And it'll be interesting to see if Mahima gets another over.
Looks like there's a bit of reverse swing happening here with the way, judging by the way that the keeper is actually just moving around to get the ball. Yeah, you're quite right in terms of you can't afford to be creating pressure on the other side just for it to let go on the other side. I mean, if you go for 1 run or you go for 2 runs on the other side, but then the other over goes for about 10, 12, then as a team you're going for 5, 6 and over.
So we are into the 57th over, so depending on conditions you could expect to see a bit of reverse swing. It just depends on how dry this pitch is. The outfield's pretty lush, but we'll keep an eye on that.
Just strays into the pads there of Dominic Hendricks, who manages to just nudge it away down to a fine leg for the single. And at the end of the 57th over, the Lions are 189 for 3. And it looks like the players will be taking drinks, with Dominic Hendricks currently on 67 of 160 balls, and Themba Bavuma on 21 of 25 balls, going at quite a good rate here. Themba just making sure that he's keeping the scoreboard ticking all the time. And with that will be my time in commentary. To join Ken will be Hussein Manak after drinks.
Welcome back to the DP World Wanderers, where the Lions are 189 for 3. It's the DP World Lions, of course, 189 for 3 after 57 overs. Dominic Hendricks is on 67 of 160 balls, and Temba Bavuma, the national captain, 21 of 25. Mahima is still into the attack. The left-arm spinner, he's now bowling to Dom Hendricks. They've whittled away that deficit, Ken Boland, down to 37 now, the Lions. So
yeah, this partnership already a quick fire 43, so it's been a bad little period for the Rocks.
yeah, and again some runs down the leg side here. Mahima just hasn't found his rhythm straight away from the first over. It was an expensive over, and again he keeps leaking runs. So I mean, I think all of us wanted to see him into the attack because he's had a good season so far. And I could understand why initially Copeland came into the attack with the two left-handers batting, and then eventually Kajima came in as the other off-spinner. But when Mahima did come in eventually, he just didn't find his line or his length, and he was punished severely by both Dom Hendricks as well as Bavuma in the last over before drinks, or his last over before drinks. This was a quite little single around the corner. So Dom Hendricks has been very quiet throughout his innings. Suddenly he's just picked it up in the last half an hour or so. He's moved to 68.
Yeah, he's been very fluent after lunch. 68 is his best score of the season so far, and giving this Lions innings a solid platform.
Mahima, this one is short and pulled away by Bavuma. You don't want to bowl too short to him. He quickly rocks back and pulls this over mid-wicket. A few bounces into the boundary. That's very well played, but another loosish delivery. Just dragged down a touch.
Yeah, Bavuma is so strong on the pull, like most short batsmen. I was going to ask you, Usain, because Temba Bavuma is pretty much an all-around the wicket player. What sort of fields would you be looking to set to him? It's quite tricky, isn't it?
That's a 50 partnership, by the way. So, and in quick time as well. Very quickly. We'll get the balls and all the other details in a minute. Hima again tosses one up and driven into the covers. So, yeah, I mean, okay, you'd start with a pretty conventional field, but I think, Bavuma he doesn't mind pulling the sweep out. He's pretty quick on the short delivery. I think it's more the length as a bowler you want to make sure you get right. You certainly don't want to, drag too many balls short to him because he's quite quick on the shortish delivery. And as we saw in this over, he's quick to rock back and pull those. Normally, if you're a quick bowler and you get your length slightly short to a normal batter who it's a good length delivery to Bavuma, he can rock back and punch you off the back foot. So he's become, I must say, technically for me, he's become probably one of South Africa's better batters now from a technical perspective. I mean, I saw that in 2016, Ken, when we were in England with the South African team. In that series, even though Bavuma at that stage was kind of in and out of the team, he was just starting to establish himself in the test lineup. Technically, he for me was like starting to really find his game. We could see now he's well organized. He's just playing around a nice solid technical base, and so he's become quite solid. So I think he's also expanded his range of strokes. I mean, we saw that little chip over extra cover now in the previous over for 6. That's a wonderful shot, and probably not one that he would play a few years ago, but he's developed his range of shots and options, so which makes it then more difficult to bowl to.
Yeah, he does score all around the wicket, and you're definitely not the first person to have said to me that technically he might be the best in South Africa in terms of technique. I've heard that both from players and other coaches.
Out is Viljoen, and this one is full, and look at that, quick single into the covers, good running and very good intensity, just the energy between the wickets with these two. They're both of them quite quick, so I think you need to be sharp in the covers here because they're going to keep tapping and running.
And that's the other difficulty with Bavuma, isn't it? That if you keep him quiet in terms of stroke play, he's still very good at getting the ones and so quick between the wickets.
I mean, he's now 27 of 29 deliveries, so he's scoring almost at the run of ball. And he's come in and just kept that momentum going. He hasn't slowed it down because of the loss of the wicket. Viljoen over the wicket.
Yeah, it's almost as if the Rocks are regretting taking the wicket because they kind of had the run rate under control then. The Lions weren't going too quickly. But since Bavuma's come in, it's rocketed up to 3.4 now per over.
Yeah, and also I think I heard you made the point earlier that sometimes these matchups you've got to be careful and you don't only play for matchups because, I mean, Nkajima for me was bowling nicely here. So okay, in the first place, Viljoen again after this, and so in the first place I thought perhaps Mahima would have come on ahead of Nkajima to bowl because he's your regular left arm spinner. He's done well, and even though there were two left-handers, I would have liked to see a right arm offie and a left arm orthodox bowling together. But they prefer to go with the seamer at one end and a spinner at the other. So that's fine. And then when Nkajima started getting it right and he picked up the wicket of Rickleton, Bavuma came on into bat and within a few overs he was taken off. So I found that also interesting. And the possible reason that he was taken off was because Bavuma is a right-hander, so bring the left arm spinner and see if we can get the new batter out. And it didn't quite work, but yeah, you had a bowler who was bowling quite nicely. He's actually starting to find his rhythm, his length, and he did get a wicket. Yes, it was a left-hander, but he got a wicket. So you want to perhaps in that case just keep going with him for a bit, and see, okay, yes, it's a right-hander batting, but he's still a new batter, and perhaps maybe he can turn one, get through the gate. It doesn't necessarily mean that because it's a right-hander you've got to get a left-arm spinner or vice versa. Off spinners can get right-handers out as well, and
I 100% agree with you. You're saying, yeah, I think Mahima probably should have been bowling earlier, but then after lunch, Gajima should have carried on because he was doing a great job.
But having said all that, I think captains have a better feel for these things because they're chatting to the bowlers and sometimes in conversations with bowlers, or you just have a feel as a captain sometimes that this guy suddenly you just feel like he's not landing it right, or you feel that maybe there's a better chance of getting this batter out, and maybe there's been work done behind the scenes we don't know with regards to particular batters. So sometimes we see it at face value, but maybe behind the scenes there's other reasons that we don't know about. So 59 overs bowled, 198 for 3. Bavuma's on 27 of 29 deliveries, and then Dominic Hendricks, the skipper, 68 of 168. Now, there's going to be a bowling change now. So Mahima's bowled 4 overs, 0 for 37, and I think that's just changed the momentum of the game, isn't it? I think Peter Malan will be quite frustrated because, as you say, they felt like they were not strangling, but they kind of almost had things reasonably under control, and Lions weren't running away with the game. But now, since Bavuma's come in and Mahima's spent 4 overs, the game does seem to be running away quite quickly from them. So they need to be careful and try and just get a quiet little spell here to tea, make sure they try and contain them.
Yeah, the deficit is suddenly just 28. And Michael Copeland is the bowler who's been brought back.
I'll play a nice little push down to Madon.
I think also it certainly seemed almost a ploy from the Lions to attack Mahima. Bavuma came down the wicket to the one ball, and even though he wasn't to the pitch, he still went through with a big shot against the turn. Which I think showed that there was some intent in terms of attacking him, although he did bowl a few poor deliveries as well, to be fair.
Now left-hander and right-hander, which especially with a spinner, fielders have got to be awake because they need to change every time there's a single taken. Copeland around the wicket, nicely worked around the corner. Looking for 2, but it's just going to be the single. So Rocks 266 they scored in their first innings, and they will now most definitely be convinced that that was maybe 100 runs below par.
Yeah, I think the Rocks really would have been wanting to be batting this morning at least.
Absolutely. So around the wicket to the right-hander as well, Copeland now. And I like this. I like the from around the wicket, especially off spinner. If there is some turn on offer, you can challenge both edges. One turns into the pads. And it's straightening, hitting the stumps. You can get LBWs as well. Tucked away by Bavuma. Touch on the full side from Copeland. Try and find his length, because also don't want batters just getting around a ball and ticking it over too easily.
Which Dom Hendricks is very adept at. He's got some very nice touches behind the wicket we've seen in this innings.
They're looking, so if I'm a batter now, I'm looking at point. There's a gap there because that field is back kind of halfway to the boundary. Easy single, mid off, who's kind of creeping in a bit, but they've taken a few singles in that area. Over bowled, 201 for 3, 60 overs bowled. That's at a run rate of 3.3, and the Paul Rocks yesterday, they scored at 2.72 to the over, so they were a lot slower. And I think that also talks about the discipline of the Lions bowlers and the captaincy, and you spoke a little bit about that as well. So everything there makes a difference. Bowlers' disciplines are very important, and today you did feel that. This Mahima spell at times, Kluti as well, not getting the length right. So when bowlers' discipline lacks, particularly in a good wicket, quick outfield like this, and this quality of batters, you're going to get punished.
Yeah, all 5 of the Lions bowlers bowled well yesterday, and that just makes such a difference for the captain. There was no release on pressure. It was a really good all-round bowling effort by the Lions, even though 7 of the wickets were shared by Bjorn Fortuin and Delano Potgieter. You just feel with the Rocks there have been a couple of weak links in the bowling attack who've released the pressure.
Hardest Viljoen from a corner drive and outside off stump, pushed away into the gully area by Bavuma. Sun is shining. It's a beautiful day in Johannesburg. Beautiful blue sky. No sign of rain, Ken, even though we're looking in southerly direction. What do you see? Is there something?
Those might be sort of thunder clouds just to the right of the scoreboard there, you say?
In the distance?
Yeah, long way in the distance.
Yeah, let's see. It can actually build up quickly here in Joburg. I mean, like, I spoke to somebody from Cape Town yesterday, and lovely little flick through mid-wicket by Bavuma, straight to mid-wicket. And he was saying that, wow, this Joburg weather is unbelievable, because, in Cape Town, it's winter. In winter it's cold and it rains, and then in summer when it's hot, that's it. And then of course they get a bit of wind. But I mean, here he says, like, morning it's cloudy, overcast, then the sun comes out, then it rains, and then the thunderstorm in the afternoon, then it gets cold. Like 4 seasons in a day. And it can happen all very quickly, like within an hour it just changes,
It's very adventurous weather, if you like. There's a lot going on.
Oh, yeah. Viljoen, straightish delivery, pushed to Madon. Let's have a look at this field. 2 slips, gully, point, cover, mid off. Madon, mid wicket, and fine leg. Nothing unusual about the field. It looks a good wicket as well. Bit of grass on there. I mean, that's what we're hearing now from the groundsman. Spoke to Garnet Kruger earlier on. He was saying that they've left a bit of grass, and I think they wanted something with a little bit of movement, some spice, but a little bit of a loosey stripe. But Bavuma outside off stump, trying to push this into the covers and just finding the inside edge.
Do you think he was a bit early on that one, Hussein?
A bit early,
I think
yeah.
it was a bit of a slowish pitch.
Yeah,
Not
he
the
was a bit
normal
early on
quick
this,
wanderers.
It is. I mean, already this morning it's day 2, and we saw a few balls kind of not even carrying to the keeper. The keeper catching them ankle height, and you don't normally see that. I mean, I remember many years ago batting once. We played. Okay, it was the West Indies A we played against, and I can remember. You remember that they used to have those signs, whether it was the castle, whatever signs here, halfway to the boundary.
Logo,
Sponsors
yes.
logos, 3/4 way to the boundary. And I can remember walking out to bat and turning to look at like the keeper before facing a ball, and I had to squint to see like where's the wicket keeper. He was like past the sponsorship sign, like 3/4 way to the boundary, and he was still catching the ball up here, you know. So that's the wonders you kind of remember over the years, and I mean, you just see the balls flying through to the keeper, catching it above head height. And this morning already, day 2, keepers are catching it ankle height. So it is a slowish pitch, no doubt. Even though there is grass, it's dry grass. It's not the green grass. Good delivery from Viljoen, and well played by Bavuma. Very well watched and well left as well. Over bowled, 201 for 3, 61 overs bowled.
A very good cricket wicket, though, I would say, because everyone's in the game here. Good for batting. Seam bowlers, we've seen Stearman bowl superbly well. Cody Yusuf, Potgieter yesterday, Vian Mulder, and the spinners are in the game as well. So
It's a fair wicket. I think there's something in it for everybody, you know. And batters also have got to work hard at their, if they want to get scores.
So I'm just interested to see the field now, because in the previous over you pinpointed that gap through point, Hussein, when Hendricks is on strike to Copeland, but there is a deepish point. But what would you call the man who's in the ring, slightly behind square on the offside there? He's not a deep gully, he's a...
Oh, good bit of fielding in the covers. Wonderful bit of fielding. I was flying across the turf. Who's that, Copeland? No, he's bowling, sorry.
Clinton Stearman.
Stearman, wow, for a bowler, that's a great bit of work. Yeah, and I mean, I really think the bowlers should be able to hear, particularly in 4-day cricket at this level, bowl, especially if you've kind of been bowling for a while. If you're a young, inexperienced bowler, you can understand, but if you've been bowling for a while, you should be able to get that point fielder up, especially in a 4-day game, and really tie him down and force the batters to try and cut it past there. Because if it's an easy single, there's no need for them to take a risk.
Do you think, though, that fielder, just on the sort of edge
The backward
of the square,
point,
slightly,
he's a slightly backward point area, and then the fielder that's deepish towards the boundary, he's kind of like forward of point.
in terms of line, they're not too far away from each other in terms of in front of and behind square.
Correct.
The one's deep and the one is just a strange combination of fielders, if you like. He's not a short third man, he's not a deep gully.
Yeah, I mean, in 4-day cricket, I don't like batters getting easy singles. I really think they got to, you want them to, if they want to get runs, they need to force it past the fielder and play a big shot, because that's when you induce edges. That's when you force them to take a few risks. That one also just stopping a little bit. And you don't want kind of the mid-on deep, halfway to the boundary, easy 1 point for the left-hander, quite far back, easy single. And all the batters got to do, they just bat 3-4 and over, 3-4 and over. There's no need for them to take any risk. 202 for 3, 62 overs bowled.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you. I think easy singles should be the bane of any bowler. They should talk to their captain, as you intimated, and say, listen, I don't want him, plug that gap, please. No easy ones.
But on the flip side, on the flip side, though, Ken, I mean, it becomes difficult for the captain if the bowlers are not landing the balls in good areas. If they keep dropping them short, then the captain also doesn't want to leak too many boundaries. So he's going like, okay, I need to just try and...
And I think sometimes there may be a plan where you want to give a batsman one in a certain area, which may lead him into difficulty. That was quite a tight leave.
Yeah, that's a good leave. Over the top of off. A little bit of shape as well. Ball shaping back into the batter there.
KG was mentioning perhaps a bit of reverse from Hardisviljoen.
There may well be some reverse now. I mean, that ball's 62 overs old. I mean, the other thing you want to think about is Peter Malan want to start thinking about is 18, 17 overs after this left to the new ball, second new ball. So you want to give Viljoen a little bit of a break. And whoever is going to take that second new ball with him, probably Steelman, give them, make sure they're fresh by the time that second new ball is due. Maybe now's a good time to get spinners on at both ends.
Did I ever see Ashel Klutter warming up?
Yeah, he could be an option as well.
So
Yeah.
he could have another spell. Bowled better in his second spell today.
He did. He bowled with more purpose. Almost felt like there was a purpose to him bowling. Yes, it was a short little stint before lunch. Looking for the one there is Hendricks. But good bit of fielding. Yeah, I thought early on his spell this morning, it looked like he was just bowling without any purpose, running in and just hitting areas. And sometimes as a bowler, you actually want to have a purpose. And I often ask bowlers, okay, so you're running and you're bowling, what are you trying to do? And they'll go like, outside off, swing it away. I thought, but okay, now my next question is, how are you looking to get the batter out? Viljoen, straightish and driven straight to mid-on, dot ball. And sometimes they can't answer that question, because I'm saying, like, how do you want to get that batter out, the right-hander? Is it LBW? Is it Nick? And sometimes they can't tell you. Sometimes they go like, they just trying to bowl in a particular area because that's how they've been trained to. You just want to bowl there, good areas, and then hope a wicket comes. Whereas if you look at the world-class bowlers, the best around, I mean, you look at Steyn and Philander, and you look at your Cummins, and they know exactly how they're working a batter over. When they see a batter walk in, they know, this guy, I'm getting him out LBW, I'm nicking him off, and then they set that up. So, young bowlers, I think as they develop, that's probably one thing, because yes, you want to keep it tight, yes, you don't want to leak runs, and you want to bowl dot balls and bowl pressure, but at the end of it all, it's still about getting the batter out, and how do I get him out? And every bowler must be wanting to get him out. And I mean, we made the point earlier that yes, you can't get a wicket with every ball, so you've got to set it up, and it's a series of deliveries that actually gets that wicket. But still, you've got to be thinking about getting him out, because at 4-day and 5-day cricket, that one's beaten the inside edge, and not too far away from the inside edge or the off stump. Ken, good ball.
Excellent delivery to end the over. And I definitely agree with you, saying I think every bowler, every over has to have in his mind or her mind, how am I going to get how am I trying to get this batter out? And even if the answer is, well, I'm going to dry up the runs, frustrate them, have them caught at mid-on.
Correct.
That's still a plan. That's still the ultimate goal. Still has to be, how do I get them out? Very important that.
So that lead now, or the deficit, sorry, it's 24. Lions will be wanting to get into a position of wipe out the deficit and then starting to pick up the lead. And that becomes then an uncomfortable position then for the Rocks, because once they start, the Lions going to the lead, then energy levels start changing. You just heads drop, But nonetheless, they've got to keep fighting, because it's a funny old game. I mean, we've seen some interesting games over the years where even if you lose on the first innings, or you're behind after the first innings, you can make a comeback, because it just takes one innings where you can pick up, or one little session, 1 hour where you can just pick up a few wickets and anything can happen.
Yeah, the Rocks by no means out of this contest.
Oh, hard catch, but I don't think it carried. Viljoen at mid-wicket.
I think that was a very optimistic catch by the bowler.
So Copeland, naught for 28. He's into his 10th over. Around the wicket to the left-hander, defended solidly. Slip in there, there's that backward point you were talking about. Then there's a deep forward point. And then extra cover, short cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Outside off stump, left alone. I just need to string together a few dot balls, a few maidens, If they can do that, then you start building pressure, because Lions also know that they've got bonus points. They want to keep accumulating up to 100 overs. So, they're not going to just defend all day long. They want to keep that scoreboard ticking. 64 overs bowled, 204 for 3.
So 16 overs until the second new ball is due, so that'll be later this afternoon after tea. And I guess the Rocks will be eager to not have to bowl to this pair with the second new ball. They don't want an established partnership in there, because we know the new ball can also lead to quite a spike in the run rate.
Absolutely right. And it's nice to get that new ball against the new batter who's just walked in, because then you can pick up a couple more straight after the new ball's taken. Were there any catches dropped in this innings? I think there may have been one. Was it Dom Hendricks or was it Rickleton?
Kajima at slip put down Rickleton.
May have been Rickleton, yeah. May have been a chance. Viljoen, short ball now. It just gets under this one, but I've got a feeling he left his little periscope up there. It wasn't too far away from the top of the bat, but that's a good bouncer from Viljoen. Well directed as well. Yeah, that's a good bouncer.
And periscope was up.
It was up, wasn't it?
As you suspected, Hussein. Yeah, it didn't cost too much. Kajima missing Rickleton at slip-off during a wonderful spell from Glenton Stearman. Kajima again then got Rickleton out bowling to save the day.
Viljoen, this time it's a fuller delivery driven into the offside. It's a dot ball, but you're right, Stearman, that little spell of his after lunch. Wow, he was asking some serious questions. There's a close LBW shot.
Yeah.
Rickleton, there was a drop catch at slip. There was a few balls that beat the outside edge, and a few balls that found a thick outside edge that trickled away into the slip gully cordon. But he was bowling a decent little spell there. Viljoen from the corner drive, and in he comes. Big Burley, this time it's driven into the offside, dot ball again. So what's happening now? A little bit of energy starting to build again here. It's interesting how when bowlers just bowl a few good balls, beat the bat once or twice, something happens, and then you pick up the energy in the field. So it's important also for captains, fielders, everybody to be switched on. It's hot, but you've got to just stay with it, because if you can change that energy level at some stage, you can easily pick up 2-3 wickets.
Yeah, I think Hardest Viljoen has backed up that spell by Stearman very well from the corner drive end.
Oh, this is a fine edge. It's going to run away down to fine leg, and it will be 4 runs because the fielder down here, it looks like Kluti, he's quite wide. He's the wideish fine leg. So 4 more runs, just drifting a little bit down the leg side, but that's well played. Nice little leg glance from Dom Hendricks. He moves to 75 of 191 deliveries, Bavuma 30. And that partnership has quickly raced away to 62 now.
And that's in not much more than 15 overs. So going along at around 4 and over, these two.
They're scoring quickly indeed. And we look at what's happening around the country, Ken. I mean, at the moment, KZ and Inland, the Tuskers, are not making life easy for the Titans. And then the Warriors look like they're going to be possibly chasing a 4th innings total there, which may also be interesting. And if the Warriors and the Titans come unstuck in those 2 games, and Lions win this one, they may go to the top. So there's everything to play for here. We may see a final here at the Wonders. That's a possibility.
Still very much on the cards. I see that Western Province are now all out in their second innings for 203. So Eastern Province are chasing 234 to win, which would be the highest score of the match. They've already lost an early wicket.
Oh, okay. Wow.
If you haven't heard, the Titans, Tuskers made 426 all out in their first innings. So that's quite a big score for the Titans to get ahead of. in their match in Pietermaritzburg.
And are the Titans batting yet?
Yes, they
What
are
are they on?
19 without loss.
Okay. So they batted for a day and a half, and yeah, so they've also taken time out of the game as well.
Yeah, I think it was 159
That's
overs.
the other thing. So
Tuskers batted for, so it's probably quite a slow pitch.
So yeah, so Titans are
Pietermaritzburg.
gonna, if they want to win that one, they're gonna have to bowl them out cheaply in the second innings. Tossed up from Copeland. That's a nice looking delivery. I like the shape on that one, and that's what they need to look to do, especially in 4-day cricket. Get a little bit of shape on it. Some bounce, some turn. Let's have a look at this field. Madon's still slightly deep. This is a lovely little drive from Themba Bavuma down to Madon, who's halfway to the boundary, but they'll get 2. He'll come back for 2.
Picked his spot so nicely there, Bavuma.
Placement was perfect.
It's a strong leg side field.
So even though he's bowling around the wicket, it's still important for Copeland to try and challenge off stump. That's the line. Oh, this is cut away, so this is too short. But Bavuma was quick on it. His feet, his footwork is just superb. Backed away, gave himself room, and the moment he spotted it was short of length, he gave himself room and cut this away through the offside for 4 runs. So he just dragged that one down.
And Bavuma's got such speed of hand and foot that anything remotely short, he's so quick to capitalise on.
Copeland again around the wicket. That's better. Toss it up, give it some air, just a little bit of shape. And then you can maybe induce a false shot. But when you drag it down, it just makes it too easy for the batters. Bavuma on 37. Hendrick 75. Work with the slip, short cover. Copeland, 1 ball remaining in the over. Tosses this one up. There's the drive. There we go. Then that's what you're looking for. And you've got to keep asking them to drive. Keep playing the drives. If he drives it through that gap, well played. But keep asking the right questions. 216 for 3, 66 overs bowled.
Yep, he was reaching for that a bit, Dominic Hendricks. Wasn't in control of the shot. We're going to see the replay now.
Yeah, and there was good shape on the ball because he got it up, it came dip down, a bit of dip as well, but a little bit of turn. That was well bowled. But it's just the consistency. None of the spinners have been consistent so far enough to just build the pressure and force them to play those type of false shots. Kajima for me has been probably the tightest because he bowled 1 ball up front. His first delivery was a bit short, but after that, he seemed to find his length quite nicely.
Yeah, conceded just 13 runs and 7 wickets.
7
7
overs.
overs.
And picked up 1 wicket as well.
Picked up the wicket.
Of Rickleton, yeah.
Yeah, then was taken off, a bit surprisingly. We saw yesterday some really quality spin bowling from Bjorn Fortuin, 4 for 69 in 25 overs and 1 ball on a first day pitch. Just showing how it's done.
So, Klut is back into the attack. I'm going to leave it to you to pronounce his first name, Ken.
I used to call him Achille, but I've been told it's Ashel.
Ashel.
Ashel,
Ashel,
yeah, Ashel Tutter.
Ashel Kluter, so he's back. This is his 3rd spell for the day. He bowled 1 this morning, and then just before lunch, bowled another short spell. And now he's back. 10 overs, 0 for 37. Those are his figures. And he comes, starting around the wicket to the left-handed Hendricks. And he starts with a good delivery.
That's where he wants to be, just honing in on that top of off stump. Make the batsman make decisions. Whether to come forward or stay back, play, leave. Those are all the things you want to put in the batsman's mind.
Bit of a breeze building up. Slowly here. Outside edge, pushed to backward point. Dot ball again, and there is a man on the hook now for him. And he did before lunch, that spell before lunch, he did have man on the hook as well, bowled a few short deliveries. And I found that little spell, he looked like he was bowling with some nice intent and purpose and really running in. And that's what you want as a captain. You want your bowlers to be running in and giving you 120%. So it was good to see. He comes again around the wicket. Good, there we go. Nice, good energy into that delivery. Hits the deck hard, and he forces Hendricks to play it off his hip towards that deep square leg fielder. I'll get a single.
You could see it was a bit awkward for Hendricks.
Correct.
In playing that. Pluto was very highly rated as a fast bowler coming through the junior age group levels. Had a bit of a bad time with injury, unfortunately. So it's good to see him playing a bit more regularly at senior first class level.
He made his list A debut for Boland in 2018-2019. Only drive by Bavuma. And his first class, he's played 8 matches and 22 wickets.
So that shows you in all those years he's only played 8 matches.
8 matches, yeah.
Good average, 26.95.
And still 22, Ken, so he's still young, long way to go.
What do you think of his action, Hussein?
Yeah, I think when he gets nice and high, doesn't he? But sometimes it looks like the front arm just moves a little to the left, and I think there can be maybe more consistency with that front arm. I just get a feeling. I mean, I'm not great from a bowling perspective technically. I'm you know, if you to ask me about batters, I'll probably be able to tell you a lot more. But on the bowling side, I'm not great. But I mean, I just feel when he gets up there, sometimes that front arm looks like it can be a little more consistent. But it's easy the way he bowls for the front arm to just fall away. So as long as he's pulling it down all the time, I think he'll be good. And it's just about consistency. For these young bowlers, it's about them grooving their technique and just being consistent ball after ball after ball. 218 for 3, 67 overs bowled. But he looks an interesting prospect, I must say. I think he's, like I say, I like that little spell before lunch. And just having a look at his age and all the other stats now, he's still young, you know. So the youngsters, they've got to be allowed to develop. I think sometimes it's easy for, well, all of us, you know, coaches included, everybody, to think that these young cricketers, be they 19, I mean, we've just seen that in the 19 World Cup, and it's so easy for people to, you know, he's got this problem, that problem, he can't play spin, he can't do this. But, you know, we forget that it's a work in progress. They're not, nobody's perfect. And every cricketer is a work in progress, especially the younger boys, like 19, 20, 21, 22. He's still working on their game. They're getting things right, and some of them will be better than others in different areas. So I just need to keep going. As long as the work ethic's there, and I think they're putting in the time and the work, then they'll keep improving. So it is a work in progress. It's a journey, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, it's fantastic the amount of focus and investment in junior cricket that we have in this country through such a strong school system. But I think one of the drawbacks maybe is that we expect too much too soon from some of our young players, as you have said. Very few cricketers are the finished article at 19. I mean, you get your freaks, Rabada, De Kock, those sort of guys. Perhaps Quenda Mapaka is going to join those sort of ranks. And as we were just talking about earlier today, a player might be dominant within that junior age group between 17 and 20-year-olds, but when he steps up to senior level, he's got to contend with players who've been playing
Oh yeah.
high-level cricket for 10,
For
15
years. Oh yes. And sometimes some of these Oaks have played 100 first-class games. Now you're playing against them with all that experience, and expected to just deliver straight away. It's not going to be that easy, I mean, I just look at the last 50 over World Cup, and if you look at the two teams who played in the final, and thought South Africa had a decent chance there because we had a very good team. Oh, this is driven away. Just open the blade of the bat, Bavuma. Beautiful caress, really. A touch over pitched, has to be said, from Copeland, but Bavuma placed this perfectly. Threaded it wide off mid-off. 4 runs to close that over. 68 overs bowled, 224 for 3. And I just look at the two teams that made the final, Australia and England, and I look at their attacks. Hazelwood, Stark, Cummins, pace attack. They're all in their 30s. Then you look at India, Bumrah, Mohammad Shami, and Shiraz. All, they're not young. They're not, And then you look at our South African attack. You look at Youngson, he's still young. So we sometimes expect the youngsters to be able to expect the Janssen to bowl, to compete with the Cummins. Yes, he'll compete, but consistently for him to be able to bowl at that level, it's not going to be easy. So I think one thing the Australians, over the years, have understood very well is that they're happy to give youngsters a chance, but you got to earn it, and you got to earn it by scoring tons of runs in wickets at domestic level. You got to get big scores before you can get into that Australia. By and large, there have been times I think where maybe they lacked in a particular area, and then somebody's got an opportunity. But by and large, Aussie guys, to get in that team, you got to work hard. You got to score tons of runs. You got to play a lot of games. You got to be you got to really go through the mill to get there. And then even when you make it and you do get dropped, they're happy to pick you again, because even if you're in your 30s, they're happy to bring you back. And we've seen that with so many Australian players, from Langer to... there's just been a lot of Australian players who've been dropped and gone back, played first-class cricket for another few years, and then come back again in their 30s.
Matthew
30s.
Hayden.
Hayden is a very
Prime
good example.
Yeah.
Prime, absolutely. So I think that's where in South Africa probably we tend to think. I think it's a general. We tend to be very romantic about young players. Like you look at Brevis is a good example, right? You can be romantic. Oh, what a player, what a talent, and we all get carried away. And he's a fantastic talent, and so are all the other players who have talent. But we just got to be careful we don't push them too young, too early into the first class system where they start competing against. Give them time, let them develop at the right time, at the right pace, because when they develop at the right pace, when they get there, they're ready. Otherwise, if the last thing you want to do, I think, as a system, is set players up to fail. You want to set them up to succeed. I think that's important.
I look at a prime example in Aiden Markram, who, after he captained South Africa to the Under-19 World Cup title, had a very good tournament with the bat. There was a clamour for him to be fast-tracked. There were a lot of questions. Why is he not playing for the Titans? And they didn't. They kept him in the semi-pro side for a couple of years. And on a couple of times, Aiden Markram has actually said that he was grateful to be able to go through the steps.
Yes.
As a professional cricketer. He didn't skip any. So he'd be at the one step and he'd learn to dominate at that level, and then take a step up, learn to dominate at that level. And I think that is the way to go about things. Such
a good point. And I think the thing about dominating one level before you can progress to the next, I think it should be like just such a basic criteria for any selection policy at any level, Because if you haven't dominated the level below that, you really shouldn't be expected to dominate the level above that. It's not going to be possible. It's going to be very difficult. You need to be quite lucky, if things to go your way or whatever the case is. But it's going to be unlikely. Kluti in again. Oh, this one it's an effort ball, but he's just pushed it down leg side. It's 224 for 316, 9 overs bowl now. Kluti's bowl 12 overs, not for 42. But that's an interesting discussion, isn't it? Worldwide, we look at, even England, lots of experienced players. You look at that England side, they all experienced. They've been from Stokes to all the guys there. They're experienced. They've been down the mill. They've played dozens and dozens and hundreds of first class and test matches. They don't just push youngsters in too early.
I do think in this country we are a bit impatient at times, and we all know the story of the Springboks winning back-to-back Rugby World Cups, and they've always said at that level that you have to have an experienced side to win the Rugby World Cup, and I would say it's exactly the same with the Cricket World Cup.
So there's some good news for the Lions at the moment, because the Warriors, who are above them in the log, what is the second, am I right? So I mean,
yes.
before this game, so they 7 for 3 in their second innings against Western Province. And wow, what did you say they're chasing? 240.
They are chasing.
I think it's 240 something.
234. Yeah.
7 for 3. Wow. Oof. So they come unstuck there, and then Titans got a job on their hands in Pietermaritzburg at the moment. The interesting last few weeks of this 4-day series. Copeland in, tosses this one up outside off stump. A little bit of turn on offer. I like that. Float it up there. Give it a bit of turn. Ask a few questions off the batter. Very well bowled.
So if Western Province win that game,
well, where do they? They probably then come up.
They will, I guess, 4 bowling bonus points, no batting points. 16 for the win. So that's 20 points, takes them to 92.50. Lions are currently on 80.48. So Lions will need to win this game to stay ahead of Western Province.
And so Rocks have got to bat very well here in the second innings. And, you know, if the pitch is, if it flattens out, I think it's important. This one's down the leg. Still a bit of turn there. You can see when he gives it a bit of air, there's some turn, isn't there? You bowl it too quick, it's flat, but when there's a little bit of air and some shape on the ball, there's enough turn there to ask a few questions, create some problems. Lovely sweep from Bavuma. Down, it will just be the single, backward square leg.
And the Lions are now officially in the lead by 1 run. So although they are in a dominant position, only 3 wickets down, they still need to ram home this advantage, don't they? Hussein, what sort of first innings lead do you think, given the conditions, they'll be happy with?
I think now the question they will, I mean, they got till 100 overs to get bonus points, so they're going to try and see now if they can accelerate, if possible, without taking too many chances. And then beyond that, it's just extending the lead. But I mean, I would probably want to just check the stats and find out what would be your highest fourth innings run chase here at the Wanderers in a 4-day game, because that kind of more or less gives you some sort of indication. Although I think they would back themselves to bowl the Rocks out for maybe under 300 or something like that. So they want to get into a decent lead. I don't know if they're gonna. Where are we now? The lead's just 1 now, so 227. If they get another 250, that takes them to what, 500, close to 500. Think they can score 500? Very possible.
From this position,
two guys, yeah. 2 of them get 100. I mean, you've still got. Look at the batters still to come.
Lots.
Mulder, Van Buren, Makwetu, Potgieter, they can all bat. I think at least 3 of those can get big hundreds.
Yeah, the highest fourth innings total at the Wanderers in Division 1, 336 for 6. When the Lions beat the Knights in 2021. A couple of other scores over 300.
So they'll need to score 227. Let me pull out my calculator because I did standard grade maths. 336. Don't tell my kids. 336 plus 227. 563. they can get to round about 550, I think that would be. Then the question becomes time, right? I mean, time also becomes another factor. And they could even leave themselves a small total to chase at the end, really, if they needed to. So maybe, if time does become a factor, they may want to declare sooner and go like, listen, let's try and bowl these guys out, because even if we need to come out and chase a quick 100 of 10 overs or something like that, we can still maybe have a go at it, you know. But rather we bowl them out sooner than leave it too late, because they also don't want to score too much and bat for too long. Then rocks. Somebody gets stuck in a Peter Malan or somebody, and he just bats for a day and a half, and then they game over.
If the Lions go quite well today, there are 38 overs left today, so let's say they go 3.5 for the rest of today. That'll be another 150 runs or so. So that'll take them to 370, 380.
Yeah.
So they'll already be 150 ahead. Going into the third morning, you could score 150 runs by an hour after lunch, put yourselves 300 ahead. You can then kind of decide whether to keep batting and declare at tea or an hour before stumps, or, you know, it certainly gives them options.
Wonderful shot. Short delivery here from Klute, and it's cut away. Babavuma has gone for the uppercut, and he's cleared the man at point. So this is well played. But trying the short ball here is Klute. He's just got a little too wide. I think if that was straighter into the body, maybe induce a hook shot. There was a man on the hook, but direction not great. But from what you're saying there, Ken, I mean, if they score at 3.5 and over today, then tomorrow they'll probably only need to score, and if they still got wickets in hand, they'll only need to score maybe another 150, 180 runs tomorrow. So then they can get that easily before lunch. So declare maybe half an hour before lunch. And also, if two batters are in, you know, they can pick this run rate up very quickly. And but they'll need to get stuck in. They do have players like Mulder and Van Buren who can score very quickly if they need to. Once they get in nice shape. Copland's getting some decent shape on some of these deliveries, getting a bit of turn outside the off stump as well. Can he get in the touch straighter, just tease, start probing around that off stump? Yeah, that's good. Shape's coming right, and he's starting to find his range now. Turn, some bounce as well.
I think the bottom line is the Lions from this position probably look to bat just once, don't they?
Correct. Yeah, ideally. Pushed into the covers, and I'll be 2. And that's the reason, Ken, we've mentioned a few times that fielder that's at point, that's so far back, just creating that easy single into the offside, it's making it too easy. You've got to squeeze and create the pressure for them to play that shot that Rickleton played, where you want to come down and just try and. Oh, here we go. There's a run-out opportunity, but Bavuma's quick. He turned so quickly. He was like a hair in the headlights, and he turned and eventually.
And wicketkeeper Engelbrekt couldn't get his glove off, so he's still trying to get it off. So the throw was a very slow and weak one back to the bowler. There was definitely a chance of a run out there. Bavuma was halfway down.
And that's something that wicketkeepers actually should practice, you know, getting the glove off and then throwing, because it's something you kind of think that they would just do naturally, but it's something you actually need to practice.
Yeah, it's those little 1% details that makes such a difference, don't they?
So true. This is a foolish delivery and driven straight to the short cover.
Jemaya and Copeland nearly cut the return crease there.
He's getting quite close
which
to
would
it.
have been a no ball on that delivery.
He's getting very close to that crease. 233 for 3.
Trying to exaggerate the angle as he bowls.
So that lead is now 7 runs, 3.2 to the over. And scoring. And once, you know, I mean, one of the batters gets past 100, the Bavuma's on 49 already. And that's off 60 deliveries. Tom Hendricks 80. It's really about partnerships. When you grind the opposition, and especially batters of this caliber, the quality, the experience, They've been here before. They've done this before. They know how to go about getting big scores. I'm sure Dom Hendricks has got a 200 in screen.
He does,
Have a look.
yeah. 197.
197.
Close. That's in Division 1.
Kuti. In he comes again. Good energy. Outside of stump, left alone. One slip now. A gully. Then there's a backward point. Cover mid off. There's still the deep square leg on the hook below the scoreboard. Did try that short delivery at the end of the previous over, which was a touch on the wide side. You can get that into the body, angled straight into Bavuma. Maybe induce a hook shot, false shot, top edge. Let's see, there we go. There's short ball again. It's too wide, so he's just not finding direction. But this is punched away of the back foot and put away in style. Bavuma's 50. It's his 49th first class 50. Add that to his 16 centuries, and that's a prolific run scorer you have right there.
Just 62 balls, Hussein, and he's actually slowed down a little bit in the last sort of 20 minutes, half an hour. So it's been a wonderfully fluent innings by Bavuma on his return to red ball action. You know, a little gem of an innings.
Yeah, it has. He doesn't look uncomfortable at all. It's just been a flowing innings. He's come in and he's looked from the first over. He's walked in and he's just found the middle of the bat. Luthi again. That's a better line, straighter, especially when you're bowling short. You don't want to offer any width outside off stump. If you look at the field that's set, if it's a length ball, he's got to slip top of off, maybe fourth stump, that's fine, but the short delivery cannot be wide. It's got to be straight into the body.
Yeah, Bavuma is so strong there, as we just saw that replay of his seventh boundary to bring up his 50 to go with the 6 as well. And it's what you want to see, don't you, is that when Proteas come and play at this level, they look a class above.
Spot on. That's absolutely right. And that tells you that they belong at the higher level.
And also
Good
shows the other players the level they need to get to.
Sets the standard, yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. So Peter Malan has got some thinking to do. How does he just keep getting wickets here? He's got to keep breaking these partnerships, or else it's going to run away very quickly, this game. In he comes, foolish delivery, pushed into the covers, quick run. Oh, there's a chance there, and I think that may have been out. Had that hit, it would have been out. It's a wonderful bit of fielding by, looks like Nkajima, and I think that may have been out because Dom Hendricks had almost given up. But Bavuma was so quick out of the blocks. Let's have a look. There we go, have a look at this. Yeah, he'd given up. He hadn't even grounded his bat.
Yeah.
Direct hit. And that would have been the breakthrough they wanted.
It was great work by Kajima. Initially, I thought the single was on. I thought it was
correct.
maybe Dom Hendricks was a fraction slow to set off. But Kajima was so quick to get in there, and a great pickup and the little underarm throw. Sometimes bowling for runouts can also be
But you're right.
talking about how you're going to get the batsman out.
But I also agree with you. I thought that was an easy single. It didn't look like it was going to be a difficult single, and then to see that Hendricks slightly short surprised me a little. Perhaps maybe he was just not concentrating for a split second. I don't know. So 238 for 373 overs bowled, and are they going for a little bit of a drinks break, or is it tea time? I think we're tea. It's tea time. 238 for 3. 73 overs bowled. The lead now, Lions are 12 runs in the lead, and batting first yesterday, the Rocks scored 226, and the batters there who scored runs were Kejima 65, Peter Malan 62, and Yaneman Malan 34. They're the chief contributors in that 226. And the bowlers for Tain, 25 overs, 4 for 69. Delano Port hit the 13 overs, 3 for 55. Cody Yusuf picked up a wicket, Mulder a wicket, and Sabota a wicket as well. So all the bowlers contributing. And then this morning, it's been Dom Hendricks who's really dominated, 80. He's still there. And then Cody Yusuf was the overnight batter, but he was dismissed this morning for 25. And then the batters at the crease at the moment, Bavuma 54. So 238 for 3.
And I dare say Ryan Rickleton is still kicking himself
Let's not forget
in
him.
the change room. He scored 52, but
He
could well still have been batting now and gorging himself. But it's nicely set up for the final session today. 7 overs until the second new ball. 2 set batsmen. They've already put on 92, and the Lions will be looking to crack on and build that first innings lead after tea.
And we'll see you in a bit, 20 minutes? See you in 20 minutes or so. Stay with us.
Right, welcome back after tea, and we've got the Lions on 238 for 3 after 73 overs. Currently we've got Dominic Hendricks on 80 of 216 and Themba Bavuma on 54 from 65 balls, scoring at quite a good rate. Hussein, welcome back after tea.
Thank you very much. So Michael Copeland, before tea, he was bowling quite nicely. He's just starting to find some nice shape. So he hasn't picked up a wicket, but he looks like he's starting to hit some good areas, getting nice flight, and bowling from around the wicket to the right-handed. Bavuma starts with a good delivery, which is pushed back straight to him.
I think it's a very critical phase of the game in totality. Normally on the second day, in the last session, a lot happens. They either, pushes the direction in either for the bowling team or the batting team. Nice flatted up delivery there from Copeland, and Bavuma just drives it down to mid-on for a single. It's been quite a very good partnership developing between the two. They are currently on 93. Quite a very good partnership in this phase of the game after losing the wicket of Ryan Rickleton, and Themba Bavuma has just come in, has pushed the NT up even, has managed to make sure that they stay in a good run rate throughout the day.
That's right. Bavuma's come in and he's just looked fluent, isn't he? He's played some lovely strokes, but hasn't looked at all under any pressure. He hasn't been bogged down, and there's a little thick outside edge from Hendricks, but that's the area I think he should be bowling Copeland. Get it up there outside of stump or off stumpish. Get him driving into those two fielders in the covers, the one short cover, and one extra cover. Get him driving into that area. And then slip comes into play as well. That's a good over. Very well bowled.
Very well bowled over. Definitely a lot of chances. I think you would say with Bavuma that he is batting like a national captain. He's just been out there scoring at a very good rate, and also just making sure that, when you're batting with a partner that's also doing well, it makes you feel at ease. I think Dominic Hendricks will be happy to have a Themba Bavuma out there batting out with him, and just steering their team in the right direction.
Absolutely right. And now it looks like for the first time in this innings we're going to see spinners at both ends. So Mahima's into the attack. Now his first spell was expensive. He bowled 4 overs, 0 for 37. First over I think went for something like 14 runs if I'm not mistaken. It would have been more, but he just couldn't land it to start with, and then the batters were nice and positive against him as well. But Bavuma as well as Hendricks scored quickly off him. Every slightly loose delivery he was punished. Now he's going to be bowling from the call it drive end this time. His first spell was from the golf course end. Now there's a breeze that's blowing across the field.
First up, just gets one straight in, and Themba just hangs on there on the back foot to just block it out for a dot. I think Mahima would be hoping that the change of ends would also bring change of fortunes for him. Just a nice full delivery. Bavuma just pushes it to point for a quick single. It's been very exemplary also between the two batters out there, that they've been looking to take those quick singles and just make sure that they keep on being busy throughout the match.
A very good rotation of strike between the two of them. So they haven't made it easy for Peter Malan, Rock's captain. They haven't allowed him to just get his bowlers to bowl and get period of play going where they can tighten the screws and bowler string together a lot of dot balls. They just kept it ticking over all the time.
Well, from Mahima gets Dominic Hendricks going back, and he just pushes it down to square leg for another quick single in the game. Looked like it kept the bowler interested. They just went up a little bit with a bit of ooh-ah.
But you can see what Hendricks is doing. It not a bad delivery, walked across his stumps, just around the corner for a quick single.
The one where performer hangs back and just manages to cut it down to point for a dot.
Yeah, that's what it's about. It's about him just continuously bowling good deliveries and forcing the batters to take a risk.
And as we say that, he bowls a bit of a loose delivery, just lucky that he's got protection out there at the cover, and then it's just a single from Themba Bavuma. You would say that that's probably in this over, that is one of the loose balls that he has bowled. And we just spoke earlier and advocated that if you want to create pressure, you need to be very consistent in the balls that you're going to bowl. Another flighted ball to Dominic Hendricks, who just hits it out for a dot to end the over. At the end of the 75th over, the Lions are 242 for 3.
So that ball is now 75 overs old. So I think with the two spinners now, they want to just wonder if these two spinners start stringing a few good overs together, and looks like they may pick up a wicket. They may go a bit longer with the older ball, but 80 overs, its second new ball then will be due. So Peter Malan will be thinking he wants to keep his quick size and fresh for that second new ball.
Yeah, I do think probably looking that if they get a wicket in the next 4 overs or so, they might keep them going, but if not, you got to think that they're going to get a new ball. The first ball of the over from Copeland, and Themba just pushes it down to mid-on for a single. I think Copeland would enjoy more bowling to the lefty.
Always drag this one down.
Just dragged it down for an easy shot down to deep cover for a single. The rotationist strike is still going on. And just like we'd like to see one bowler bowling long enough to one batter to create problems to them. Themba Bavuma just comes down the wicket, meets it, makes it a wonderful half volley and hits it through mid-off for another boundary. That's the impetus that we've been speaking about the entire match, where Bavuma has just looked to be busy, come down the wicket, hang back a little bit, and on that occasion just meeting it down, creating a bit of pressure on the ball and hitting it for another boundary. And Bavuma this time, he rocks back, makes it a short ball, and he hits it between that cover and point for yet another boundary. His movements are just unsettling the bowler a little bit here.
Yeah, it's two lovely strokes here. The first one, wonderful use of the feet coming down the wicket and opening gap on the offside, and then this one rocking back and creating room for himself. Yes, the ball was dragged down a bit, so Copeland bowling one a touch on the full side, and this one, I don't think the first one was altogether bad delivery. It was just beautifully played, but this one was dragged down a little bit.
Just was a low full toss that Bavuma just hits it down too long on for one. No, you're right. I think the first one that was hit for a 4 was probably one of the better balls, but then I think because of the shot that was being played by the batter, just played on the mind of the bowler and decided that he wants to drag it back a little bit so that it's not too full.
Yeah, it was just good use of the feet. And that's a good area. He just needs to stay there, Copeland. He's done. What's he bowled? How many overs has he bowled? Oh, Mahima's bowled 5 overs, naught for 40, and Copeland's bowled 16 overs, naught for 59.
I think Peter Malan will probably looking at his spinners now to say that they must, just buy a wicket
get him through
somewhere.
to 80. Get him through to 80, and then the quicks can come back on with a short burst with that new ball. Also, Kejima didn't bowl too badly, I must say. He bowled 7 overs, 1 for 13. It's decent. He got the wicket of Rickleton. He started hitting good areas.
Mahima just goes down to Bavuma, bowls it nice and full. Bavuma just hits it down to long off. Not sure if it's a long off. It's just in the middle of that. He's not in the ring, but he's also just a bit back there. So just hits it down for another single. And then Mahima will be going to Hendricks. Hendricks just comes down, meets it down, and just blocks it back to the bowler. The dot ball. Mahima will be feeling better about his bowling compared to his first spell. So that Dominic Hendricks just hangs back and just one down to square leg for a single. I think it's something that you noticed a bit earlier, that even though it's not a bad ball, he just goes back and tries to control it. So he's just nudging and playing around with the gaps around.
Yeah, and as you said, not allowing the bowler to bowl to one batter for 3 or 4 deliveries, so just ticking it over.
Just a flatted delivery there. Looks like Bavuma was interested to go. The big one just adjusted at the last minute and hit it down to extra cover for a dot. So bowling from Mahima here, just trying to bowl it nice and straight, not to give the batters too much gap. You've seen with them that as soon as you give them a bit of room, they just hang back and hit it through cover. It's a full delivery, nicely pushed to cover for a dot, and that's the end of the over. The Lions are 255 for 3 after 77 overs.
It leads now 29 already, KG, so we'll keep extending it. At some stage, Hendricks not far away from 100. Bavuma is already on 68,
Yeah,
so he's
catching up,
speeding along and catching up as well. There's a chance here both of them could be sitting on 100 together, batting at the crease, and then we may see some acceleration, some serious. Tries to pull this to the leg side, but doesn't quite get hold of it here, does Tom Hendricks.
It's a nice partnership here between Dominic, the Lions captain, and the Proteas captain. Currently on 109, and they've been scoring at quite a decent rate. And as we say that, Dominic Hendricks just pushes to 2 point for a dot. Bavuma was interested in taking a quick single here, as he has been throughout his entire innings. There's a good little delivery there from Copeland. Just keeping Hendricks interested as it comes down, just to tap the pitch a little bit where Copeland is pitching the ball. Quite a good delivery. It's been a bit more consistent in this spell in getting the balls to be in and around the same area.
Yeah, that's all bold. Let's keep bringing him forward and get him driving. If you can, into that offside. Maybe even to mid-on. Opens the blade of the bat nicely, just for the quiet little single. Hendricks, he moves to, let's see, on 84.
Yeah, 84 for 231 balls.
Bavuma on 68.
I say after they look to be going through the overs quite quickly. It's been, just now we are speaking about 6 overs before the new ball is due. Only 2 overs to go now before the ball.
Yeah, with the spinners you get through the overs quite quickly, so which is what they want.
Not sure if the pace bowlers will be in a hurry to come back. Probably still feel that they want to rest more a little bit.
I see hardest for you in warming up. So, is it hardest? No.
Klute.
Klute, that's so hardest is here at the backward point.
Mahima gets one to spin past that leg stump. Dominic Hendricks was looking to nudge down that one to fine leg, but just spins. Just shows how much spin we have actually in this wicket, and a little bit of bounce from that last delivery.
Yes, there is some turn on offer, definitely, and turn and bounce. We want to try and see if we can hit some of the bowlers' foot marks here, and just get a few balls to spit up.
Say that Hendricks just comes down the wicket, hits one down for a single. The man at mid wicket just comes around to get that for a single. He looked to go over mid-on there for a big shot. Just didn't time it correctly, but fortunately for him, it landed short of where he wanted to hit it. Once again, a bit of room from Mahima. Bavuma manages to hit one straight to point, and a bit of misfield in there for Stirman allows them to just come through for another single.
That's right, slightly naughty there from Steerman. Got two hands to it, so you don't want to allow the batter to get an easy single, get away with it. Oh, there's another quick single. Good running, isn't it? Brilliant.
Almost a bit of miscommunication there, but then all is well at the end. Looks like the fielder was also a bit on his heels there, and they managed to just go through for another quick single. And Mahima just flights one up to Bavuma, who manages to hit it down to mid-off for another single in the over. Been very good in rotating the strike over. It's not just about the boundaries. When they've dried up, the ones have certainly not dried up, which is good just to keep the run rate going here in the match. Looks like Stirman is also getting ready to take that new ball. I'm busy going through his exercises.
So it looks like Steerman and Kluti are the two bowlers warming up, aren't they? I mean, like, I don't see Hardus Verleen doing any stretches.
And that's another ball to Copeland, to Bavuma, who rocks back and hits it between that cover and point, and they manage to come back for the second run. And as you can see, the seam bowlers that have been stretching, we've got the Empire also ready. That one would suggest that probably getting ready to bring the new ball back onto the field.
That's correct.
Solid block there from Bavuma. Just seeing the ball out from Copeland, who has been having a better spell in terms of the control and the consistency of where he's pitching the ball. Again, Bavuma just pushes one down to long on for a single.
It makes it so difficult for the fielders to keep swapping and moving positions every time there's a single taken with the left and right hand at the crease. There we go, another single.
Definitely a very good partnership to have when you've got a left and right rotating the strike as often as these two are doing in this match. Makes it very difficult for the captain. Even the fielders tend to lose a bit of concentration when that is happening a bit. Bavuma just gets one straight and sweeps it down to short fine leg for a single to end the over. And after the 80th over, the Lions are 264 for 3. And indeed, the new ball has been taken, wasting no time in it. First ball that it gets available, and the new ball has been taken. And with that, Glenton Stirman will be coming back into the attack from the collar drive end, where he has been looking very promising in that session that he bowled just after lunch a bit earlier on. He really was troubling Rickleton, which I think he should take a bit of credit for the wicket that they got of Rickleton, because of the amount of problems that Stirman actually cost him.
Yeah, So they're taking the new ball straight away. Sometimes you'll get a bowler who may go bowl 2 or 3 deliveries with the older ball just to loosen up, and then he'll take in the middle of the over, which you are allowed to, by the way, to take that new ball. At any stage you can call for it. So very often you'll see bowlers bowl 2 or 3 deliveries, warm up, and then when they feel they're ready to run in, they'll take the new ball. But Steeman's taking it straight away.
As you say, that pitches one up. Dominic Hendricks just hits it back to him for a dot ball. Just very interesting to see if he can have the same spell that he had just after lunch, where he was beating the bat, where he was really troubling the batters, especially because it was the left-handers and he is bowling to left-handers here again. It'll just be very interesting to see if he can find the same lines and lengths that he did after lunch. So see, that's just one goes down the leg and the keeper just gets it for the ball. It does look like Klute will be the one that will be joining him with the new ball, as he's still busy doing his warm-ups here down by fine leg. So the ball straight on to Hendricks. They'll be looking to get a 2, and they do that. They come back safely. They are very quick between the wickets as to where they always look to turn those 1s into 2s and those 2s into 3s. And on that occasion, they did that again and managed to get 2 runs.
That's well played. Touch on the straight side here. He needs to try and see if he can just find that top of off, as you say, bowl that spell after lunch, and it was a testing spell for the batters. An opportunity missed, drop catch, and kept beating the outside edge as well on a few occasions. So put together that type of spell now with the new ball and just get that extra zip of the pitch. There we go. That's the area. Because there's a batter there, you're not sure if that one's going to swing back in or maybe straighten. Anything can happen. So he's got to be very watchful here. Tom Hendricks. He's now on what's he on? 89.
Yeah.
240 deliveries. It's been a vigil, but he's still there. He's going strong. 73 for Bavuma, the national captain.
Steerman in this innings and in this spell so far, he hasn't really found what he did after lunch. He's just been straying a little bit too straight. Just that one ball previously where you got outside the off stump, but he's been a bit too straight, and I think the batters will be happy that it's not the same Steerman that they had a bit earlier on that they had to deal with.
Yeah, it almost seemed like he was bowling better with the older ball, but maybe he's still loosening up. It's still his first over coming back, and it's been a long day. How many overs has he bowled? This is his 16th over, so bowled 15 before this. The legs will be a little bit heavy now, late in the afternoon. Good delivery, good bounce at carry, but this is where as a bowler you've got to come back and keep coming back and keep running in hard. You've got to almost be bowl with the same energy at 5 in the afternoon as you bowled at 10 in the morning, and then you can pick up wickets late in the day as well. That's the quality that you want of a fast bowler. 267 for 3, 81 overs bowled.
Definitely, I think one would think that also with the amount of spinners that the Rocks have, just tell your bowlers to go out there and give it their all, and if they need to take a break, then you've got the spinners that are out there that can be able to give them a nice extended break for them, so that when they come back they've got that energy again.
Yeah, the problem that Peter Malan has got is that the spinners, although he's got 3 spinners, they haven't really tied the batters down. You know, yes, there's been turn and there's been bounce, but they haven't been consistent enough and bowled in good areas consistently to build pressure. There's been no pressure whatsoever because the batters have been able to just rotate the strike so easily.
That's a very good point making there. We say that if we want the spinners to almost give us a break there, we need to have the confidence also that they'll be able to maybe pick up a wicket and dry the runs a little bit. But like as you say that what we've seen is that it's been quite easy for them to rotate, and now we've got a Shield Klute back into the attack. They'll be hoping that he also has a better day just to make sure that he can complement the other two seam bowlers.
That's right. This time he's bowling from the golf course end, which is, I think, yesterday. Which end did he bowl for? Do you remember?
He came from the
from the Caller Drive end.
end, yeah.
So he's bowled all his 3 spells from the Caller Drive end. This is the first time he's bowling from the golf course end. So perhaps maybe can find some luck. Maybe a change of fortunes for him. He's bowled 14 overs, 0 for 48 so far. The bowling figures: Hardest Falil 19 overs, 1 for 41. Steerman 16 overs, 1 for 43. That's wild delivery down the leg side.
It's even been called a wide by the umpire. That's how wide the ball was. It just spraying a little bit there down to fine leg for 4 wides. We just wonder if where his confidence levels are at the moment. It just hasn't looked like, there was just that one spell a bit earlier on in the day where he was running in and it looked like he had a bit more energy. But he's really struggled to get his line and his length throughout the day. Just wonder how it is for him mentally at the moment.
Yeah, it's a better delivery. That's why he needs to just hit good areas and then slowly pick up the pace. Doesn't want to be inconsistent and wild and bowl bad wides down the leg side and run away for 4. You've got to find good areas. And that new ball, you've got to let the ball do the business because you don't want to try and do too much. Get the ball in good areas. That ball's got a little bit of extra bounce. It's nice and hard. It's a hard cherry. So let the ball do the work. Just get it into that area. Something may happen.
Again, just going down, and they just go up. The umpire just signals that came off the pad of Hendricks, and another one that's just a bit down leg for him. I think Hendricks would feel that we could have gotten a good bat on that for another boundary down there. Again, speaks to what we've been speaking about throughout, about the inconsistency of the line and length that you're bowling. And I think Peter Malan would probably have a chat with him and say that, they need him to come into the game and to really support the other bowlers that are bowling with him.
But I must say, I'm a little surprised that Hardest Falil hasn't taken the new ball. And I wonder if it's maybe a niggle, an injury. Because, he's your experienced bowler. You want him now to come in and see if he can pick up a wicket or 2 with that new ball. Only thing I can think about is an injury. I'm a bit surprised. Though he did bowl a spell early on, but he's had a little bit of a break. At least 45 minutes or something like that.
Look, to be fair on him also is that he's bowled the most overs out of everyone in this match.
That is correct.
And unlike Ashil, he's also not a young man anymore. He has been playing for quite some time, and probably takes a bit longer to recover than the other guys. It's a nice swing in and brilliant fielding to stop that. That was certainly looking like it's going to the boundary, but there was some brilliant fielding that was done there by mid-wicket to ensure that the ball doesn't go anywhere. And that's the kind of fielding that you need as a bowler, especially when you're going through a time when you're not bowling too well, and you find balls like that, and if your fielders do protect you, and it's his fellow opening bowler that's actually protecting him there.
A wonderful bit of fielding. Diving full length and saving a definite boundary there. So he stopped the 4. A bit of shape in that last delivery, swinging back into the left-hander. He's got 2 straight again, and this time it's going to be 4 runs. He's clipped away behind square on the leg side. So a good delivery just before that. Naughty. He needs to work with his slips. He's bowling around the wicket, and perhaps maybe I would say, oh, captain, I'd say to him, now look here, you're bowling with the angle down the leg side. It's getting good shape. Maybe it's getting shape into the left-hander. So maybe either you're going to get that line right and you're going to start it wide outside off stump to hit off stump, or come from over the wicket where you can run across the batter and try and work with the slips, because the line he's bowling is just angling it down leg side and becoming too easy.
And as you say that, that's exactly what happens. He has changed sides now and is bowling over the wickets. So once again, just bowling it straight to Hendricks, who just negotiates it and hits it to mid-wicket for a dot. Very important phase of the game. I mean, normally after we have a bit of a break, you normally get a wicket, something, but the bowlers are going to have to come to the party here and make it work, especially because I think we've said that the pitch looks like it's tailor-made for batting. And just a bit of an update on the other matches. With the Tuskers finished their innings on 426, with Yasin Valley getting 124, Nafal 90, and Keith Dungeon 90. And the Titans are currently 54 for naught. Sterman to continue from the collar drive end. And just bowled good ball to Bavuma, who lets it go through. Can be easy for the guys also bowling on the other side if there's some runs that are leaking from the one end. You want to try and keep it tight on both sides for as long as possible. But if the other end is going for 8 or 9 and over and you going for 1, then it just looks like, the job is not
You almost
done.
feel like you're not making any difference, But I think if it happens from both ends, there's pressure being both ends. Yeah, beautiful. Good areas here from Steerman. He'll start working away, top of off, asking Bavuma whether he's going to play or leave. There's a slip, a gully. If he can hit those areas consistently, maybe he can get a second slip in there. Maybe get the cover out or get the deep square leg. There is still a man on the hook there. Got somebody on the deep backward square leg in that area under the scoreboard. Just trying to maybe create some doubt in Bavuma's mind about whether he may have a short ball up his sleeve.
Again, just gets one. Going down leg there a little bit. And Temba would think that if he had just gotten a bat on that, he might have gone down for a boundary. I must say, we've seen quite a lot of balls that have been spraying down a little bit from the seamers since we came back from tea. Just need that period of like 6-7 overs of just being as consistent as possible. You'll never know what will happen if you're consistent in your lines and lanes. Getting into the body of Bavuma, he negotiates it and just hits it down to a fine leg for a single. Peter Malan will be looking at his bowlers and say, please just give me something. I need something from someone.
Yeah, they need a wicket desperately now because this partnership is now, it's getting big. It's 131 now. And you're actually wondering now, feeling captain, where the next wicket's going to come from. They need to do something, be creative. Bowlers need to be consistent and back the captain up, bowl to their fields.
Around that, Hendricks just hits it straight to point for a dot. Looks a bit disappointed. Would have thought that would be a stroke that it could have hit away for 4. But unfortunately for him, it just hit it into the ground for point. It's quite interesting though, having looked at the amount of times that Stearman has, to Bavuma in particular, bowling into the body, that those would probably be the balls that he wants to bowl to Hendricks if he stays on the same side. Just get it to go across him a little bit, and that might actually do something for him. So no ball there from Stearman, just being naughty on that occasion and overstepping. The Rocks are desperate here to get a breakthrough. And the bowls a shot to Anias Sterman to Dominic Hendricks, who's equal to the task, and hits it down to square leg for a boundary, and is now too shy of his century. They are 282 for 3 after 83 overs. It's a wonderful shot to end that over there from Hendricks.
That is a lovely stroke. He controlled it beautifully, rolled his wrist over the ball and all along the carpet. Stearman attempted short delivery, last ball of the over. And I mean, two things there for me is that if you are going to bowl the short ball, give yourself some protection. Perhaps maybe put a fielder out there early in the over and whatever. But I suppose maybe you wanted to surprise him. But even then, if you do bowl the short ball, you've got to get it nice and high, above eye level. It was just too easy to put away for Dom Hendricks, but he moves to 98 and well, 2 away from another first class 100.
Be a Ashil Kluter to continue from the golf course end. He'll be bowling to Bavuma. I don't know, the body language also just looks to be a little bit low from the Rock side. And again, bowls a nice full one, a bit of movement out there, and Bavuma manages to just push one down to point for a single. Just a few guys here from the Rocks that have got their hands on the hips a little bit. I think it's a bit of frustration of not getting as much as they would have liked out of this. I mean, having a new ball, you would hope and wish that you can do something with it, and it hasn't worked out that way so far with the new ball. Shell just bowls a full toss to Dominic Hendricks, who should feel that he missed out at the opportunity to get to his 100, but it just slides one to point for a dot. I think he might be a little bit cautious, being 198.
Yeah, it can happen. Can easily play on your mind. It just needs to play on merit. If it's a bad ball, put it away. If it's a good ball, keep doing what he's been doing. Be nice and tight.
Once again, just a bit of a shout there, but looks like it was too high and probably pitching outside the leg stump.
So may have been an inside edge onto that one. I thought I heard a double sound and maybe a woody one as well.
She just bowls one very wide, and Dominic Hendricks just lets that one go through to the keeper. in this moment of the game, the Rocks should also identify that, with the Dominic looking to get his 100, it might be a bit itchy a little bit out then. They can just string a few good balls in the right area and might get his wicket here.
Yeah, you're so right, because when a batter is looking to just take it easy and get to his 100, he's a bit tentative, maybe a bit cautious, maybe overcautious at times, and you just keep the pressure on. Don't give him any freebies. You just play a loose shot, get desperate, try something different. Fielders, don't give him an easy single. Make sure everybody's tight in. No ones. Force him to play a shot that he doesn't normally want to play.
Once again, he goes into the body of Dominic Hendricks, who manages to just hit one down to fine leg for a single, and that takes him to 99, just one away from what would be a very well played century. And after 84 overs, the Lions are 284 for 3 with Dominic Hendricks on 99 and Themba Bavuma currently on 75, not out. Just looking at Themba Bavuma and Dominic Hendricks, there must be a good conversation there on the same eye level there when they're speaking to one another. It's very well bowled from Glenton Stearman, just outside the off stump there. And a good leave from Dominic Hendricks lets it go through to the keeper. Such a glorious day here in Johannesburg today.
Beautiful. Very slight breeze. Oh, there he's starting to find a nice area just round about off stump or outside off stump. Keep probing away. That's really what he wants to do. Keep probing away around about top of off, top of fourth stump. Try and force the batter to do something different. At run rate 3.4, that's the run rate Lions are scoring at the moment. The Rocks yesterday scored at 2.72, which means that they were quite slow.
Again, Glenton Stearman bowls one straight and Dominic Hendricks just manages to hit it down to fine leg for a boundary, and that brings up his 100. He goes to 103. Very, very well played. Very, very controlled innings. It's been a touch of class the entire day, and that is his 17th first class century also.
Yeah, it's been a good innings. It's been solid. He's been the anchor of the innings. He's held it together as the captain. Leading from the front here, Dominic Hendricks. And he's also got 50 first class 50s to his name, averaging 47.31. It's a wonderful, solid career. Stearman staying around the wicket.
Back on that good line and length that he started off the over with. After just spraying one down leg to allow Dominic Hendricks to hit his boundary. In a very good controlled innings here from Dominic Hendricks, has really looked at the game and identified when he needs to score and when he needs to slow down a little bit. I remember earlier when Mahima came on, he just took him on a little bit after just being relaxed for a while. It's a good ball from Glenton Stearman. Just looks like it goes over that off stump. Dominic Hendricks just lets it go through to the keeper for a dot.
That's the area he wants to be. Stay there. Keep probing away. Got the 2 slips gully. It may be worth him also trying also that angle, come over the wicket and just change the angle a little bit.
Again, just got to straight. Almost squares him up a little bit. That shows that there's a bit of movement out there. It's actually a good over from Stirman, except for that just one ball that Dominic hit. But otherwise, he's really bowled a good over here. And at the end of the 85th over, the Lions are 288 for 3. Still going forward with a partnership currently on 142 between Hendricks and Bavuma. Like it will be a Ashil Klute to continue from the golf course end. I wonder how long before we start seeing Viljoen coming back again into the attack.
I'm surprised Viljoen didn't take the new ball. So the only thing I can put it down to is maybe carrying a bit of a niggle or something or the other, because he should have been really taking the new ball instead of the youngster. You want him to come in and your experience. Steelman's got experience. Viljoen's got the experience.
Good ball to Bavuma, who lets it go through to the keeper for a dot. If he can just stay there for very long periods of time, because that's actually one of the better balls that I've seen him bowl the entire day. If he can just stay there for a long period of time, it might get the batters to start looking to come around and do something to score the runs.
That's correct. Let's look at that field. 2 slips. And then there's a deep point on the boundary, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg and fine leg.
Once again, just in that 5th, 6th stump channel, and Temba Bavuma just lets it go through to the keeper. Very interesting field to have a deep point and a deep square leg.
So they've got field to square the wicket, which means that if he does drop it short either side of the wicket, he's got a bit of protection.
Good full ball from Klute, and Temba just pushes at the ball to point and they get another single. They've been very good in rotating the strike. It's not just been about them hitting the boundaries or looking for the loose balls, and that's a very good partnership to have when even the good balls are still being able to hit for a one and rotate your strike. I must say though, with having a deep point, it just makes it a little bit easier for the batter. Just drop it and then they can get an easy single.
Yeah, it makes it easy. Although that was very well played by Bavuma. If you see how late he played it, he almost allowed the ball to pass his front foot and then just played it nice and late into that gap. Good skill from Bavuma. So important for batters to play the ball under their eyes and nice and late, as late as possible.
Klute just pitches one up and Dominic Hendricks pounced on it and hits it past point for another boundary. He's just been looking glorious the entire day, just looking so good, and he's looking like he's very hungry to get a very big score here today.
Overpitched again by Klute, just getting a touch full and a little bit of width off it as well. And he's put that away in style. It's Tom Hendricks, the offside. 107 he moves to. Puma's on 76. His partnership is now worth 147.
Klute just looking for that short ball, looking to do something and a bit of variation. Goes a short ball, but Hendricks just goes comfortably under it and lets it go through to the keeper. Must be frustrating for bowlers that, when you try something and the batter just lets it go, doesn't even attempt to have a play at it.
Yeah, especially when you put so much effort into the short ball.
There you go, goes nice and full, and Hendricks just pushes it down to mid-off for a dot, and that's the end of the over. At the 86th over, the Lions are 293 for 3, with Hendricks on 107 and Bavuma on 76. Looks like Vian Melda is getting himself ready. They might be experiencing a bit of pad rush with the amount of time that these two batters have actually been batting out there. He's getting himself up to loosen himself up a little bit, just to make sure that he's nice and loose when his opportunity comes to come and bat. But I'm sure he'd be hoping that he actually doesn't have to come out and bat, and these two can just keep scoring the runs. Temba just sprays down again into the body. Nice controlled shot from Temba, hits it off the body to fine leg to square leg rather, for another single. And an exhibition that we've been seeing throughout the day, where there's been a lot of rotation of the strike. A bowler doesn't get too much of a chance to bowl to the one batter for too long. And what makes it more difficult also is obviously that it's a left and right combination, so you constantly have to change your lines that you're bowling at, the side that you're bowling at. So it must be very difficult for the Rocks to figure out where they need to bowl to any of these batsmen batting currently. It's a straight one, and Hendricks just blocks it to mid-wicket for a dot.
There's still a man on the hook. Fine leg back. Deep square leg back. He's a substitute on the field because I see Mahima. He's in the dugout.
Yeah.
And he's definitely not on the field. So that's him down there in the dugout. Probably a 12th man on the field. One slip now. And a gully. Point cover mid off, mid on, mid wicket, deep square leg, fine leg.
Pitched up there from Sturman, and Hendricks just pushes it down to cover for a dot. Looking very good and composed in his innings so far. Really playing a captain's knockout there, getting the runs and also making sure that the guys on the other side, they're running when they need to run. And it's good quality to have as a captain. It looks like Viljoen is getting himself ready down there at deep square leg. And the full delivery pitched up, and Hendricks just pushes it out to mid-off. Another dot ball. Looks like it won't be too long until we see Viljoen. He's also doing some
Is he doing
training,
some stretches down there in the shade?
enjoying himself in the shade there.
Here comes a long day. They've been in the field now for 86 overs. There we go. There's Aldous Viljoen parking in the shade. Well, now he's standing still. He was doing some stretches early on.
He's
a big
shy of
lad.
the camera. It's pitched up full and straight from Sturman, and Dominic Hendricks just goes on that front foot and blocks it back for a dot ball. Just a bit of a whiff off it there, and Dominic Hendricks looks to hit it and goes straight to point. And it's a dot ball to end the over, to end the 87th over. The Lions are 294 for 3 with Dominic Hendricks still on 107 and Bavuma on 77. Like Ashil Kluter just still continuing.
That's right. And if they continue scoring at this current run rate of about 3.5 and over, by the end of the day, there should be around about 140 to 150. And we're looking for around about 350 as a lead. And they'll have to score another 200 runs tomorrow morning. So that is possible before lunch. How many overs would you get in?
Normally they'll get about.
Well, they need to accelerate if they want to get there before lunch. Otherwise, they're going to have to bat for a little longer. And if the plan is to just bat once, then I suppose they could bat maybe for an hour after lunch, take it till their drinks break, and then before tea declare. But they will also want to pick the run rate up at some stage.
I think they need to identify how many overs they would need to get the 10 wickets. Don't want to push it for too late, and the Rocks end up just hanging out there, not going for the score.
Ooh, there was a sound
there was a sound, and Themba Bavuma just edges one. I like it to edge one through to the keeper, and Ashil Klute finally gets a wicket. Not his best ball that he has bowled, but it's a wicket at the end of the day. That's the important thing.
Yeah, and he gets the South African captain down the leg side. It's an attempted flick, and there was definitely a sound. I must say, I thought it was a soft sound, but umpire had no hesitation, and Bavuma walked. It didn't look like he was too disappointed. I know he's probably disappointed that he's out, but you didn't get that sense that he felt he didn't nick it. So the South African captain's on his way back for a well-played 77 of 99 deliveries. Spent 152 minutes at the crease, 9 fours and 1 6.
And with that will be the drinks break called. The 87.2 overs, the Lions are 294 for 4. And after drinks, we'll have Vian Melda joining Dominic Hendricks. And we'll have Mr. Ken Bolland joining me as we say in bits farewell to the commentary for the day.
Thank you, KG. Pleasure working with you.
Thank you. Back. And to say that Ashil Klute bowls a similar ball to Vian Melda first up, and he just misses it and goes to the probably thinking that's his way of getting the wickets at the moment. He just bowled one down the leg to Bavuma, who edged it a bit earlier on, and it went to the keeper for a catch, and bowls a similar delivery to Vian Melda, who this time around misses it.
Hello, KG.
Hello, Ken. Good to have you back here.
Yeah, good to be back. As Ashil Klute now sprays one way outside off stump. Sprayed one down leg, ended the wonderful innings of Themba Bavuma on 77. And I must say I'm a bit surprised that Hardest Viljoen didn't take the new ball. I know he's had a heavier workload than Klute today, but probably want your best bowlers bowling with the new ball. And that's beautifully put away off the back foot by Vian Mulder. Square of the wicket for 4.
He's the man on form. He had a very good SA20, so he's a man that is brimming with confidence at the moment as far as his batting is concerned.
He had a fabulous SA20. Batted with great intent, one of the highest strike rates. I think he got 3 half centuries, really blossoming in that finishing role. He spoke about actually having various roles for Durban Super Giants, which speaks to how he's grown as a batsman. But short from Kriti and not timed by Mulder. And that ends the over. 298 for 4. And we've had 88 overs. So 8 overs with the second new ball have so far brought 34 runs. Just the 1 wicket. And one just feels that the Rocks needed to make a bit more of that second new ball to get themselves back into the game.
Yeah. No, definitely. I think we discussed it a bit earlier with you saying that they've just been a touch too inconsistent with the new ball, haven't really made it work, haven't really used the pitch the way that they should. There's just way too many balls that they seem to be bowling that were going down leg, and makes it easy for the batsmen to basically settle in. But I agree, they've been bowled too many good balls in the same area.
Stearman now to Dominic Hendricks. Nicely hit off the back foot, but not that much timing. It'll be a dot ball, which is why I would have preferred Viljoen from a Rocks point of view to be taking the new ball. He's bowled with good control today. Certainly accustomed to the role.
He has been the pick of the bowlers also, and you want to get him in before that ball loses shine also.
It's nicely bowled by Stearman. Stearman was superb before lunch. He bowled an outstanding spell to Ryan Rickleton. Not quite as dangerous with the second new ball, but steady enough.
Yeah, definitely. I think we just spoke about how that wicket of Ryan Rickleton, even though it's Mukijima that got the wicket, it was the hard work, the probing lines and lengths that were being bowled by Stearman from the other end that induced him to basically make a mistake there.
One man who's barely made a mistake today has been Dominic Hendricks. Has gone to his first century of the season. He'll be a very relieved man. There wasn't a massive celebration when he got to 3 figures about 20 minutes ago, but no doubt he'll be delighted. He's worked very hard for this one. He's really dug in, set out his stall to bat all day, and he's laid a great platform for the Lions, who lead by 72 at the moment with 6 wickets in hand. Solid defence. I guess while Ryan Rickleton and Temba Bavuma were perhaps like BMWs whizzing around looking great, Dominic Hendricks maybe more like a reliable Renault or something. Just,
more like a Toyota. You know how long those things last.
That's true. No great flash, but very effective.
Yeah.
Dom Hendricks.
Here for the long time and not just a good time.
That's very well bowled by Stearman. Some late movement there. Hendricks adapted well though.
He certainly looked the part today. He just looked like he's unbothered with everything that's happening around him and just playing a very good, well-measured, controlled innings. We spoke about earlier, we're debating whether they would be looking to bat once, and if that's their case that they want to bat once, then Dominic Hendricks then will know that he's got a lot of time to bat, just to make sure that they get as many runs as possible in this first innings.
Oh, it's edged just wide of the 4th slip, diving. It was low to his left. Not really a chance, I don't think, but a scare for Dom Hendricks. He gets a single. And that now will be
The tea break.
the final session drinks break. Bit surprised they're taking it now when they could have taken it at the...
At the weekend, at the fall of we
Yes.
actually thought with the way that the 12th man came in, we actually thought that would have been tea at that time. That would have been a perfect opportunity. I mean, it's just over later.
But that will give us an opportunity just to run through what's happened today. So the Lions resuming on 47 for 1 this morning after bowling the Rocks out for 226 yesterday. They've gone to 299 for 4. Dominic Hendricks, the mainstay of that effort, 108 not out. Cody Youssef scored the bulk of his runs as night watchman last night. He made 25. Ryan Rickleton scored 52 and Temba Bavuma 77. Vian Mulder is 4 not out at the moment. KG, how impressed have you been with this Lions batting display?
Look, they have really looked like a team of class. I mean, we spoke in the first day about the lock positions where they are. They know that there is a lot in it for them, knowing that if the results go their way, especially judging about how the teams that are above them are doing in the other matches, they would have been looking and identified that, get a big win here and then they might potentially be in that first spot after this round of games. So they've been batting really well throughout the day. For the bulk of the day, they haven't looked unbothered. There's just a few times here and there in patches where a Sterman or Viljoen has really ran in and looked to trouble them a little bit. But to have only lost 3 wickets also throughout all that storm that they had to go throughout the day, I've been very impressed with how they have controlled their innings. Particularly with Dominic Hendricks, he's really, really straight. His team has really been in control of everything that has been happening and has allowed somebody like Temba Bavuma to come in and score at a very quick rate. So yeah, it's been a very good batting performance from the Lions.
Yes, and we just look at the Rocks bowling figures. Hardest-Viljoen 19 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 41. Clinton Stearman 20 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 55. He's bowled very well. Ashel Klutter 18 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 68. Left-arm spinner Siyabonga Mahima, he had a tough time of it. 7 overs, no maidens, none for 46. Michael Copeland, the off-spinner, has had a lot of work. 18 overs, no maidens, none for 64. And Aviwe Gijima did a great job. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 13. Picked up the big scalp of Ryan Rickleton. It's interesting what you say about Dominic Hendricks, and he's been having a real struggle of a season, just 88 runs in 7 innings before this match. But I wonder if the break actually did him a lot of good, because his last game of cricket before this was exactly 2 months ago on the 14th of December. And perhaps the break just allowing him to clear his mind, come back properly refocused. And he's really come back and come back superbly cashed in today.
Yeah, no, he's definitely played a very good part, and it's one of those times where the team has been doing not too badly throughout the season, and now when they needed somebody else to raise their hand, especially in this time of the season that we're at, looking at the log and where they want to finish off, and the captain has been the one to put his hand up to say that I'll steer the team in the direction that we want to continue to be playing in. And what better time than in the penultimate fixtures before we go into those finals for him to go out there and score a quality 100 and being involved in very good partnerships throughout the innings.
Yeah, so Dominic Hendricks has now been at the crease for 6 hours. He faced 258 balls to get his 100, which just shows you the powers of concentration and obviously strong defensive game. He's now taken that to 108 not out off 275 balls. The Lions lead by 72 at the moment. There are 19 overs left in the day. KG, what sort of lead do you think they'll be happy with at the end of the day?
I think the first lead that they want to be ahead of is not losing another wicket. I think they'll be looking to go over before losing a wicket. And I think if they look at scoring at about 3 and over from here, just to make sure that they manage the innings, and then maybe they can cash in at a later stage. So I would think they would be happy if at the end of the day they've got a lead of in and around 130, 140 without a loss of a wicket. I think it will be a good job done from them.
Yeah, that would certainly be a very good position indeed, starting the third day. I do agree with you and Hussein that the Lions are probably looking to just bat once here. It's a good batting deck. It's still going to be hard work for them to bowl the rocks out in the second innings. It looks like Ashel Klutter is going to continue from the golf course end, bowling his 19th over.
I do think Ken making the point that it is still a good batting wicket, and they know that they're going to have to do a lot of work for them to get the thing. They also want to give themselves enough time to be able to get those overs in and to get those wickets. And that's why it's going to be very important that maybe tomorrow, before they look to declare, they need to take the run rate up a little bit so that they've got a lot of runs and also a lot of time to bowl.
Here's Klutter shortish, and Hendricks very nicely behind that. The Lions will certainly be very, very desperate for a win here. They've put themselves in position to win, so they really want to ram that advantage home, especially with the Western Province Warriors game definitely going to get a result there. So either the Warriors go further ahead, or Western Province just sneak ahead of the Lions if the Lions don't win. That's why it's so important for the Lions to get a win here.
It's a nice little bumper there from Ashel Klutter. Good energy behind that ball then.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly that. That he's bowled with more and more energy as the day has progressed. Not always the control, not always the direction there, but the intent has improved. He's got a bit of gas, and perhaps it's that extra pace that prompted Peter Malone to give him the second new ball. Not that Hardus Viljoen is slow. Hendricks a little stuck in the crease there, and so it made a bit of low bounce seem worse. But that low bounce could also come into play on the fourth day.
No, definitely. I think with the Lions batting, and if they look at that, they might think that that's a good thing for them to see that pitch to start deteriorate a little bit, and further emphasize that they need to get as many runs as possible in the first innings, so that when the pitch does deteriorate, then they are able to bowl the guys out like they would want to.
It's a nice line from Klutter around the wicket to the left-hander, making him play.
It's very important, isn't it, in 4-day cricket to get the batters to play as often as possible, because how else are they going to make a mistake if they're not playing? So the more that you can get them play, the more you can actually induce mistakes out of them.
Here's that short ball down there again. It's quite funny how the thinking in cricket changes through the different generations, because I can remember a time when it was a very definite tactic at Proteas level that they would bowl a foot or two out, even more, 3 feet outside off stump, and that would be their line. And it was designed to frustrate batsmen, to cut off their scoring opportunities and say, well, if you want to field bat on ball, if you want to score, you're going to have to go out there and fetch it. And of course there was a lot of frustration over the new ball being left a lot. That's swatted away very nicely by Dom Hendricks, A flamboyant drive, square of the wicket for 4. Lovely way to end the over and bring up the 300 for the Lions. 303 for 4. It's taken 545 balls, 38 fours and a 6. 90 overs gone.
You're right there, Ken, in terms of the tactics, how they've changed over the years. But I think, obviously, with T20 cricket coming in, the guys are not afraid to go after the ball anymore. So when you go wide, they can actually go wide and really go after it. And then you've got the buzz ball now in England, where they've revolutionized the way that we look at Test cricket, where that negative line that they used to call it back in the days, they call it a negative line. The guys are really going for it.
Yeah, I certainly think when you've got a newish ball and there's a bit of assistance in the pitch, then you've definitely got to be targeting the stumps and trying to get edges. I mean, trying to make the batsman play dead right. Hardisvillian is back, and it's a good tidy start, that.
It's good to see him back into the attack. We have been talking quite a lot about him with the way that he has bowled. He's been the pick of the bowlers throughout the day to say, what can he actually do with a new ball again in the first innings. And this will be a very key moment, a key phase in the game. This spell from Hardisvillian will actually say a lot about the match today.
Now the ball is 10 overs old now, so there will still be something there for Hardisvillian to work with. He's got one slip, and is it a short gully or is it a fourth slip? You take your pick. He's got a backward point, a cover, mid-off, mid-on, fairly straight mid-wicket, and there's a deep backward square leg and a fine leg on the boundary. And banging it in, back of a length to Mulder, who's practicing the short arm pull now. Might come out if he keeps bowling there.
He might just remind us why he was scoring at 180 there by the SA 20.
I was just going to say that if this had been last week, all 3 of those balls would probably have been short arm pulled, or at least he would have tried to. Fuller this time. But Villian's accuracy impeccable so far in this over. Every ball just angling in on about middle and off. Just seeing there are some storm clouds building up where I pointed out the clouds earlier to the right of the scoreboard. But they're still a long, long way away. Over the Wanderers, it's beautiful, clear blue skies. And pretty sure we're going to get to 6 o'clock without any delays. He's dragged that off the inside edge to mid-on. Producer Wayne is just glaring at me as if I've tempted fate. I probably have. I've done it before and been horribly embarrassed. Written off clouds as that's never going to amount to much, and then a few hours later a little cloud turns into an absolute downpour and I'm sopping wet. Out comes the pull to fine leg. So just a single for Mulder.
It was a matter of time until he starts pulling the ball. What we've noticed with him is that he's that kind of a player also that likes to get a lot of bat and ball, and he also likes to bat a very quick strike rate. So with those short balls, I think that's a matter of time. I think what we spoke about earlier also in terms of the Lions trying to up the run rate, this might be the man that is sent with that agenda to go out there and up the run rate.
Yeah, I think the Lions will be sad to have lost Temba Bavuma when he was batting so well and going so quickly, having scored 77 off 99 balls without particularly trying very hard, so imagine if he'd gone up a gear. But as you say, Jan Mulder is quite capable of scoring quickly, so just a matter of him getting himself in here nicely as Ashel Klutter will bowl to him. There's a lovely shot. Square drive, races across the pristine outfield over the boundary.
That's what we're saying. That's the kind of Vivian Mulder will do. He will not let you get away with too many bad balls in the over. So you just gotta think that every time when you bowl and you get it slightly wrong, he will just be there to pounce on it.
Klutter's starting to look a little tired. It's been a long day for the young man, bowling his 20th over, and he just wearily signalled to the deep point to stay out there on the boundary. That's a better length.
Yeah, rightfully so. I think out of the bowlers, he actually has bowled all of his overs today out of the seam bowlers. No. He opened the bowling yesterday. So it's actually Viljoen that has bowled the bulk of the overs today.
Yeah, Viljoen's bowled the most today. Klutter, I think Klutter only bowled one over though yesterday, so he's had a big workload. Some steep bounce there. If Mulder thought of playing and then decided no. There is no third man, so it probably would have been a safe shot.
Partnership going steady, currently on 14 runs between Hendricks and Mulder. Mulder 9 of just 14 balls, so he has definitely started. He's definitely started his innings going at a decent rate, and like we mentioned earlier, he's not the kind of batter that will be looking to just survive out there. He's the kind of batter that will be looking to transfer the pressure back onto the bowling team.
There's 17 overs left today, or an hour and a quarter. They can go on the extra half hour until 6 p.m, so still a lot of time for the Lions to add meaningful runs to their lead. Again, short and wide, and thank goodness the deep point was there, otherwise that would have been 4 more. But it is a couple for Mulder, takes him to 11, total 310. And I think Klutter's a bit of a spent man now, shame. He's looking very tired as he trudges back to his mark. One of the problem for the Rocks is that they've only got 3 seamers in the team. Stearman's just finished bowling, Viljoen at the other end, and the ball is only going to be 12 overs old after this delivery. Nicely short on pulled around the corner, just one.
So it means we might start seeing the spinners bowling with a slightly new ball because of what you just mentioned now, and unless if Stearman will just come back again for a best of 2 or 3 overs before they hand over to a spinner from the one side.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Klutter has the energy to continue. In fact, it looks like he might be going off the field. He's heading in that direction as he took his hat from umpire Bongile Siduma. Yeah, here comes the 12th man running onto the field. So there will have to be a bowling change from the golf course end. Stearman bowled, was it 4 or 5 overs with the new ball? I suppose he can bowl a couple more.
Stearman coming back on.
Hardest Viljoen will eventually get to the bowler's end umpire, a bit of a delay there to bowl his second over of the spell. Mulder on strike, Mulder 12, Hendricks 112. That's going to be one to deep square leg. It'll take the lead to 86 now.
Actually, looks like it's Stirman that came back on. Just wondering if he was just taking a bit of a breather out there, because it's definitely Stirman that came on to relieve Ashil Klute.
Then theoretically he won't be allowed to bowl straight away. He'll have to serve whatever time it was off. It's not long. He wasn't bowling that long ago, but still. More problems for Rocks captain Peter Malone.
I think maybe he might be tempted to turn his arm a little bit.
I think there would have to be gigantic problems for Peter Malone to bring himself on. Either that or a very, very dead match situation.
Look, he is stretching a little bit there in middle.
Don't encourage him, KG. Don't encourage him. But I guess you do sort of wonder, in terms of the ball on side, they're not totally out of the match. They're 86 behind, 6 wickets to get. If they could limit the Lions' lead to, I don't know, maybe 120, anything below 150, I imagine tomorrow will still be good batting conditions. The Lions will have to bat last. It will take a hell of a batting effort, though, for the Rocks to be able to set them a target.
Yeah, definitely.
Was there an edge there? There was certainly a noise as the ball passed the bat. It might have been the bat hitting the popping crease. It was a very full-length delivery, and the umpire has signalled a bye. So no edge, no drop catch. Wicketkeeper Engelbrecht diving a long way.
Just a bit of excitement there from the bowling team, who would feel that at this point in time in the game they do need something to go their way.
I think Bavuma caught down leg was quite a big something going their way.
I'm sure they'll be going out there saying, we need more of that.
They do indeed, they do indeed.
One ball to go in the 93rd over.
On the full, Mulder drives that sweetly to extra cover, and that'll be 4 more. Takes him to 17. Ends the over, 317 for 4 now, the DP World Lions.
Mulder bringing his form in here from the SA20.
Yeah, he's looked very solid so far, as we see a change of boots coming onto the field. No, it's not a change of boots for a bowler, a fast bowler. It's a change of boots for the umpire, Libabalo Kuma.
And that must signal how much of a long day it's
Yes.
been and how hot it's been. Probably sweaty in those.
Just needs a more comfortable pair, I guess. I doubt we're ever going to get to the stage where umpires are allowed to wear Crocs or slops or
That would be
something as comfortable as that.
Look, things have been happening in the world of cricket. Things have been happening.
You never know. Umpires seem to be wearing more and more kit though these days.
Yeah.
There's helmets, there's those arm guard thingies that they use in T20 that theoretically they can bring their arm across and fend off the ball. Michael Copeland is going to replace Klute from the golf course set, the off spinner. He's bowled nicely, without success so far, but he's beaten the bat a couple of times. He has the left-hander Dominic Hendricks in his sights. Tossed up nicely, driven hard, but good bit of fielding by Glenton Stearman. Clinton Stearman is the opening bowler, but I think he's genuinely been one of the Rock's best fielders
Yeah. No,
in this game. He's pulled off some really good work in the covers. He's quite a big guy. He moves quickly though, and is certainly agile. Nicely bowled and nicely placed quick single for Hendricks.
You're right. You mentioned, I remember, but earlier we mentioned Stillman quite a couple of times going to stop those runs where, it's not traditional for a pace bowler or a seam bowler to be running around and diving around in the field. Normally they just pick up the ball and bring it back. But he's really put his hand up.
Grazing in the outfield is normally what the new ball bowlers do, not Stearman. That's a very easy piece of fielding for him this time.
I guess he's trying to show his teammates what he requires of them also when he's bowling.
Flatter from Copeland, just down leg side a bit. Yeah, Stearman had the misfortune of having Ryan Rickleton dropped off his bowling during that wonderful over he bowled to him. Dropped it slip by Gajima. Pulled it down the wicket. Beautiful strike over the top. And all the way for 6.
It was coming. It's just a matter of time until he comes down and tries to show us his prowess that he showed us during the SA20. And that's a wonderful batting, very much in control of that, and it just came down and hit it for a nice 6 down to long off.
Yeah, and important to see how Mulder came down the wicket there. He ensured he came down the wicket on a line that gave himself room to free his arms, and also allowing for, if there was any turn, back into him from the off spinner. But, a beautifully executed stroke by Mulder. Tossed up even more this time by Copeland. Brave bowling. It's straight to extra cover. And that ends the over. 324 for 4. 94 gone, and the lead is 98. 14 overs left today.
Because you said, I think Mulder, in terms of the way or the rate that they want to go at the Lions, Mulder will be very important in steering them in the direction that they want to go on with the run rate. I mean, he's been there for only 24 balls, but he's batting at a strike rate of 98 at the moment. So he will be very key in ensuring that they can get those runs that we spoke about as early as possible, so that it gives them time to bowl out the Gbets Rocks later on in the second innings where they need to. So it's going to be very important batting time now for Vian Mulder.
Yep, and he certainly got off to a good brisk start. 23, pretty much a runner ball. And one fancies there's room for acceleration as well. Hardisvillian will continue from quarter drive in to Hendricks. Nicely controlled pull through square leg. Just the one.
I think what's important, and that just shows the importance of the innings from Dominic Hendricks, who has ensured that they don't lose too many wickets, and thus laying the platform for somebody like Vian Mulder to come in and have a bit of freedom to go after the runs.
Exactly right. Hendricks, being ever present through the innings from the top of the order, has really allowed the stroke makers, Rickleton, Bavuma, and now Mulder, to play with some freedom. Fillion, he's got a slip and it's now even wider. The other slip's about a fifth slip, maybe even a short gully. Oh, they're nowhere near in play. Beautifully stroked through extra cover again by Mulder.
Quality shot there from Vian Mulder. He's really shown us that he's here to score the runs and he wants to go quickly. He's played a nice pull earlier on, came down the wicket, now he's driving the ball through. He's played a nice square drive, so he's actually been scoring all around the field currently. just to make sure that he keeps the scoreboard going up.
That's a wonderful reply by Hardus-Viljoen, and Vian Mulder did really, really well there to not try and get too clever with that. Just swayed out the way, dropped the hands a bit. The ball followed him. It was an awkward ball from Hardus-Viljoen. Let's have another look.
Ooh, and it looks like a bit of lip service there from Hardus-Viljoen. Looks like he's got a bit to say even after that.
They were chatting when Viljoen was fielding on the boundary, just in front of the Lions dugout when Mulder was padded up. Looked amiable enough, but you never know.
Look, off the field we are friends. On the field, different ball game altogether.
Yeah. Just looking at what's happening elsewhere in the country, the log leaders, the Titans, they are replying to a Tuskers first innings of 426, and they're going along quite well, 145 without loss after 40 overs. You're really digging that one in. Matthew Kleinfeld is 80 not out in Pietermaritzburg, and Josh van Heerden 58 not out. So it's not a bad reply. Going at 3.5 to the over. They're going to have to raise that some more though if they're going to try and force a result out of that game heading into day 3. At St George's Park, I think can safely say that we now have a clear favourite to win that game, as Mulder trips that nicely to find leg for 1. Eastern Province chasing 234 to win have slipped to 80 for 6. And they do have a batsman in still. Javeshan Piller, the opener, is 43 not out. But Bayer Swanepoel is with him. Bayer Swanepoel can bat, of course. He's very much a bowling all-rounder. Buren Hendricks has taken 3 for 10. So Western Province closing in on victory there, with Eastern Province still needing another 154 runs with just 4 wickets in hand. And in Potchefstroom, where the Dolphins racked up a massive 643 for 8 declared, they have reduced the Dragons to 162 for 4. Mulder will get 1 to the deep mid-on. Northwest 162 for 4. Receiving Lopez out for 96. And Ruben Herman is also out for 44. So 2 new batsmen at the crease there. 3 wickets for Akukla Chele. And it's fantastic to see him playing regularly this season, back from injury.
No, very well with Akukla Chele. We just felt that in the last 2 seasons so he's been very unlucky with injuries, but he has come back this season and he's really looked good, putting his hand out there. So obviously a season or 2 seasons ago he was actually selected in that Proteas T20 team. So it's just showing the quality that he made him to get up there, and is really doing a good job for the Dolphins.
The Dolphins have lots of pace up front in Pele and Darren du Pavillon are their new ball pair. That's a bit of an arm ball from Michael Copeland. Hendricks keeps it out, and he just... This partnership worth 37. Mulder has dominated 29 of those runs. Bit of width there for Hendricks. He fancied that.
Just keeping the fielding team a bit interested here with the last 2 balls.
Perhaps it's been a long, hot day for Dominic Hendricks as well. He's batted all day. Maybe the concentration just starting to flag a bit. That's beautifully played though. Waited for the drive. Cover sweeper. He got there, but then made rather a mess of it. It's gone for 4.
Be
Disappointed bowler, Copeland. Gets his hat back at the end of the over. It's 335 for 4. Dom Hendricks has gone to 118 and Vian Mulder is on 29.
You're managing to, not by a lot, but they've pushed it up a little bit. It was at some point going about 3.2, 3.3, then now going at 3.5 to the over. And obviously that is a lot of credit to Vian Mulder, how he's come out and just looked positive to take on the bowlers.
Yeah, Vian Mulder has come in and immediately got going, 29 off 30 balls. Dom Hendricks, he's a bit like a sleeper agent. There'll be nothing, and then suddenly, bam, the boundary gets hit. And a couple of overs later, there'll be another boundary, and then another one. He just accumulates very nicely. Viljoen, the bouncer down leg. Mulder chasing after it, even though there are 2 men back on the leg side.
Just can't resist it, hey, Mulder.
He's strong on the hook. It's a shot he's good at, so one wouldn't expect him to put it away. It wasn't a great delivery from Viljoen. Angling back into the right-hander, cramping him up a bit.
So we've spoken about how many runs we think they should be at the end of the day, but where would you think the Lions would be happy to be at the end of their innings?
In terms of a lead,
Yeah.
overall, I think they'd like to declare probably, which then makes it more of a time thing than a runs per se. Nicely pulled, sailing into the benches underneath the scoreboard. The party stand here at the Wanderers, it's deserted at the moment, but during the SA20, it's full of people, youngsters mostly. People like Josh, our roaming cameraman, who is smiling and nodding his head because he's no doubt had a lot of good times there.
Would it have been a good opportunity for that one-handed catch there?
It would have been, yeah. It was wonderfully put away by Mulder. Not much effort there. He just turned, swiveled and pulled. Used the pace of Viljoen. Wonderful shot. Takes him to 35. The partnership now 47. 341 for 4. Just in terms of what we're talking about, a lead. So there are 12 overs left tonight. They add another 40 to 50 runs. So yeah, well, we were kind of thinking earlier of a lead of 150 by stumps today. They could double that surely by an hour after lunch tomorrow on the 3rd day. It's across the line a bit by Mulder, which is why there were the oohs and ahs, straight to mid-wicket. So the Lions could be 300 ahead just after lunch tomorrow, which then pretty well just makes it a case of how long do they feel they need to bowl the Rocks out a second time. Do they want to declare before tea, maybe an hour before stumps? It's all those questions. It'll depend on how the pitch has deteriorated, how well it's still playing. I haven't seen the weather forecast, whether there's rain in the offing.
From what I've seen now, there's only rain predicted on Sunday.
Mid-wicket tried hard. Stuurman anticipated nicely. It was well struck by Mulder, but the little misfield allows him to get the single. So I think bottom line is the Lions hold most of the cards at the moment. They can pick and choose a bit.
I think very importantly what you mentioned there in terms of the consideration that they need to put in the time and the pitch, also how it is played. They would obviously look at their bowling attack also. I think they only have Fortuin as the recognized spinner, so they would likely look at how the pitch is playing, and that might dictate how much time they would need to bowl the guys out.
Yeah, my gut feel at the moment is that it's going to be quite hard work. Still bowling the rocks out a second time. Pitch is playing very well. Not really misbehaving in any way. So there's a bit of turn and bounce there. I think Fortuin will have a massive role to play in that second innings. But I think the Lions will really want to bat long. They're going to err the side of building up a really big first innings lead, I think.
Yeah.
And try and bat once.
No. Agree with that.
Michael Copeland will continue. He's got a slip, a short, fine leg. Nicely tossed up, hit hard by Mulder. Wide of keeping it on. It's good work done though. A scrambling save.
And that's the 50 partnership between Dominic Hendricks and Van Milder, coming in a very quick time with 50 of just 59 balls.
And that bit of aggression from Mulder has seen long on drop all the way back to the fence now. And it looks like Cow Corner is also going back. Jean Duplessis doing the excellent fielding previous delivery. Mulder all watchful defence now. The reverse sweep, but straight to backward point.
I must say it's good to see Melda in very good performance that has been put in through, because I think he does come in as a batting all-rounder a little bit, and I think with the Proteas we've been looking for that, and as I say that, they take a very quick 2 runs, which has been exemplary the whole day. They've really been looking to take on the fielders, and that time again just hitting it straight to square leg, but managing to come back for a second.
Yeah, Dom Hendricks extremely fit and very quick between the wickets, and still a real dasher, having batted all day. Oh, a bit short, and it kept very low. That one from Michael Copeland. Vian Mulder lucky that it was outside off stump. That will be something that will go in the memory bank for the Lions. Also, when they decide about declarations, down to long on for a single.
Right, with that, 98 overs and 347 for 4, the Lions. And the partnership currently on 53, and we've got 10 overs left in the match, in the innings rather.
So it was mentioned at some stage during this match how so much has been expected of Vian Mulder, and maybe he hasn't quite fulfilled his potential at a national level. He is only 25 years old though. I think we forget that he started playing when he was 18, so it seems that he's been around for a long time. He has, but he's still only 25.
Yeah.
And he's certainly getting better and better. His game, you can see it growing year by year. For him getting a bit of steep bounce there from not very short length.
Yeah, I think, like you rightfully say, and I think some of the expectations on him have been a bit unfair on him, because since the retirement of the great Jack Callis back in the days, and we've just been looking at who's that all-rounder that's going to come in, and that's one of the texts that has been put on Melda to be the next Jack Callis, and his expectations were just very, very high for him.
Yeah, you can't ever burden a young player with that tag as he gets a single to fine leg. He's having a really good season with both bat and ball, Vian Mulder. And I know, chatting to new DP World Lions head coach Russell Domingo, Domingo's been blown away. He just says, Vian Mulder is such a good cricketer, and his attitude is so good, and his desire to learn, his work ethic. Russell Domingo says he's been quite blown away by Vian Mulder, who he hadn't worked with before.
It's brilliant. I think mentioning a very important aspect there of any player, the right attitude, and if you're easy to work with, and the coaches, if they feel that you're easy to work with, and you are almost bound to improve, because you've got quality coaches that are eager to also work with you and make you a better player.
Yeah, and Hussein and I were just laughing about the superstar team of coaches they have here at the Wanderers. You can't get much better than Russell Domingo, former Proteas head coach. Alan Donald, the bowling coach, fast bowling great, and has coached internationally for many, many years. The great Hashim Amla is the batting coach. So, and let's not forget, Prasanna Agaram is the analyst. So it's a real
That's
team of
serious
superstars
team.
assembled here at the DP World Wanderers.
Isn't it Garnett? Is he not part of the...
Garnet Kruger, a former Proteas bowler, also helps out with the bowlers. Oh, again, that's the second time this over that from back of a length, Hardisvillian has got the ball to leap up a bit and hit the splice. So at the other end, previous over, one kept low. There are a couple now just leaping a bit from the corner drive end.
So we're starting to see a bit of variable bounce here in the pitch.
Which is what you would expect. It's what you want in a 4-day game, that the pitch does deteriorate a bit through the 4 days. Try and get a result.
Yeah. And just how that is actually a very important aspect of playing 4-day cricket. The last thing that you want is to be playing on an N1 road where it's just going straight and full the whole day. You want to see a little bit of that, because you want to also see the batters trying to negotiate themselves out of it.
There's the Lions change room at the moment. It looks like Russell Domingo at the far left on your screen, front row. Hashim Amla behind him in the spectacles, back row. Smile on his face as ever. And why shouldn't he be smiling? His team are 348 for 4.
The silent assassin watching another silent assassin in Dominic Hendricks batting out there.
Sure, yeah, Hashim Amla certainly lethal with the bat. What a player he was. Provided many, many hours of joy with his batting. Michael Copeland to continue. A little bit short that, and Mulder is able to get it away to deep square leg.
So as we are speaking about the variable bounce you have in the pitch, obviously, especially playing in Division 1, those are the players that are looking to make the Proteas team, and you go to the subcontinent, and that's what you can expect from day one. So you want them to be accustomed to that kind of batting and negotiating with the pitch.
Exactly right. Copeland switches to around the wicket for the left-handed Hendricks, cutting. Quite close to him that, but he got a lot of bat on it, and it was a nice bit of fielding by Gijima, I think. Backward point.
Indeed it is. So the Lions are getting to that 100 over mark. and just see how many bonus points they would have accumulated in those 100 overs.
Reverse sweep from Dom Hendricks, but he can't beat Kajima again. Another tumbling save. That backward point needed to get it finer to Dom Hendricks. And tip and run. Kajima can't stop the single that time.
350 up for the Lions. They get to 350 for 4 after 99.5 overs. Just one ball shy from a century of overs, which Dominic Hendricks has been there from the start.
Mulder, I fancy he was looking to end the 100 overs in style there with a big hit, but Copeland saw him coming a lot shorter, and Mulder has to settle for a single, so the 100 overs are up. The Lions have made 351.
So that's 5.02 points.
5.02 points. Very good. Was that all done in your head, KG?
350 it's 5, and then you get 0.02 for every run after that.
That's a nice little shortcut. Plus 4 bowling points for the Lions, so 9.02. That's a nice haul for them, which means if they do win the game, they get another 16. So that'll be 25
points.
0.02 will take them to 105.50, which is nearly 14 points ahead of what the log leading Titans have at the moment. Titans
struggle to get the bowling points down there in Johannesburg.
Yes. Yeah, they're still going to get, because even if they draw, you get 6 points for a draw, so they might get close to 10 points from that game. Mahima is back into the attack. He's got both mid-on and mid-off are 3/4 of the way to the boundary. Slip in place. There's a short cover and a short mid-wicket.
I always find it very interesting with those fielding positions of being 3/4 in, neither saving a bound. Sometimes they're not saving a boundary, not saving a single. It's just one of those that a mistimed shot, basically, that they're looking for.
Exactly. These days, if a batsman doesn't mistime it, it's going over the boundary. So, in the old days, those two fielders, people would be criticising them for being in no man's land.
Yeah.
Oh, bit of confusion there, but all turns out okay in the end. As Mahia Joseph was quickly in, as Vian Mulder was thinking of a quick single.
Probably itching a little bit now. He's gone a bit slower in the last few balls or so.
Yeah, it's been a good over by Mahima. He's kept Mulder quiet. And there's no doubt Mulder's batting with positive intent. He wants to score. Hard through extra cover, that deep mid-off will get around. Just one.
That ends the 101st over, with the Lions currently on 152 for 4, Dominic Hendricks on 119 of 301 balls, and Vian Mulder on 45 from just 51 balls.
And just for fans of the Bull on Rocks, they've earned 3.52 points from this match, 2.52 batting points, and just the one bowling point for them in this match. The bowling points you get at the fall of the 3rd, 5th, 7th and 9th wicket, so they were just 1 wicket away from a second bowling point. The Rocks are in a very close tussle with the Dragons for 6th and 7th spot. Mulder down the wicket, gets it on the full, but bottom of the bat. Too long on, just one. The Rocks coming into this match were slightly ahead, 61.38 against Northwest's 61.08. The Dragons also, well, they had an even harder time of it
Yeah.
with the ball against the Dolphins. And they're going to have to bat well to get a decent number of batting points.
It's a nice ball there from Copeland. Just Dominic Hendricks just blocks it out for another dot ball. Dominic Hendricks has literally batted a whole 50 over game alone, being on a 303
Yeah,
balls.
those were the 3 wides bowled in the innings. Nicely put away through cover point by Hendricks. Just one again. So just in terms of the relegation battle, the KZN and Tuskers are firmly at the bottom of that. They're the most likely team to be relegated, but there is still, of course, the T20 Challenge to come and the end of this competition. So the situation is still live as Mulder gets one through Madurkit. The Dragons, of course, made the final of the One Day Cup,
Yeah.
which gets them lots of points on that promotion relegation log. And so the Rocks will be very eager to finish ahead of them in the 4-day competition, just to make sure that they don't get dragged into that relegation contest in case the Tuskers do something incredible in the T20 Challenge.
And we do know that when it comes to the T20, it's anybody's game. Anybody can come up on any given day and just be a surprise package. So you don't want to leave it too late.
Yeah, and the likelihood is that the leading teams will be missing players for much of that T20 Challenge. Certainly the IPL stars
Yeah.
will all be gone. 355 for 4 now, 102 overs gone. Hendricks on 120, Mulder 47, and Mahima will continue from the caller drive end. Lions leading by 129 now. It's shaping to be a very handy first innings lead indeed.
Piling a nice tight line here, Mahima. Not giving the batsman too much freedom to just hit the ball away. So that again, just tosses one up and balls it full. And Mulder just pushes it to extra cover.
Timing it nicely, Mulder. It's making a lovely sound off the bat, but at the moment he's hitting fielders.
Do you think, obviously, this time of the game, or this time of the day, you really can't afford to get a new batsman to come on now?
Yeah, 6 overs left. Clipped away through extra cover. Mulder pounces. He's got 4. And that's his 50 off just 57 deliveries. So it's been a lovely innings to end the day here at the DP World Wanderers Stadium. Vian Mulder continuing his fine form this season.
Wonderful stroke playing here. He's really had a good innings coming in after the loss of the wicket of Themba Bavuma, who was also scoring at a quick rate. He's just actually upped it from where it was when Themba left. So he's just made sure that they keep on scoring runs quickly enough.
Yeah, Mulder's been there for just over an hour, those 56 balls. But putting the finishing touches to a day of dominance for the Lions as he gets another single to the cover sweeper.
Patrick still going strong on 120, facing 50.5 overs.
Really tossed up by Mahima, who's switched to over the wicket to the left-hander. That ends the over. And 5 left today. So pretty sure we'll get all five overs in before stumps. We've had 39 overs of spin today, so that's helped. Nearly 40% of the overs bowled by spinners. And speaking of which, we're going to have spin at both ends. Everywhere Gajima is back from the golf course end. Bowled very tidily, didn't he, this morning, KG?
No, we bowled very well this morning, and he just created opportunities until he ultimately got the wicket of Ryan Rickleton, but it's very consistent in the way that he was bowling. We were just discussing about how he's constantly getting the batsman to play, he's constantly challenging the batsman, which is a good trait to have when the batsmen always feel like they have to do something about it. So didn't let them just to leave one out, they had to block it out, they had to try and do something.
7 overs, 1 for 13 for Gajima thus far as he bowls to Vian Mura. There's a short mid-on in place. Oh, bad start down leg. Gets away with it.
Think there'll be temptation just to get Stirman to come in for 2 overs before close of play?
I wonder. It'd be interesting. Mahima's going well at the other end. Kajima's just come on, so maybe not, but Mulder's looking for 2, quick between the wickets as well, and he gets it.
Because just thinking that Mahima is going well on the other side, but hasn't really troubled the batters. He's bowled well, but hasn't really troubled, and maybe the quicker bowler just to come in and see that he can edge one off. Maybe there's still something a little bit in the ball. It's not too old. There's still something in the ball. Try to see if he can maybe nick one off before close of play.
Yeah, and it has been quite a long time since he bowled, so I'm sure he's pretty fresh still. Down the wicket, Mulder. This partnership now worth 68, and they've been together not much more than an hour, so going along, run a ball, reverse sweep by Mulder. The man behind on the offside is very square, but he gets to that. So it's just 1.
It's quite astonishing, Ken, how these days the reverse sweep is just like a conventional sweep. They're just playing it with ease, where it was back in the days it was one of those things where somebody plays it's like, wow, what a shot. But now when he hits it, like, oh, it's just another reverse sweep that is playing, even in 4-day cricket.
The guys practice it so much these days, it's second nature. It's at least as well grooved as the conventional sweep. Just the field closing in a bit for Dominic Hendricks. It was all defence to end the over. 363 for 4, 104 gone, and 4 overs left today. Heading for a beautiful evening here in Johannesburg. Still just a couple of wispy clouds above the stadium. The heat of the day has cooled off a bit. Really is a wonderfully pleasant evening here at the DP World Wanderers, as Siabonga Mahima will continue. He's got a deep backward square leg for Mulder. mid on, halfway back to the boundary. Well, 3/4 probably. And a cover sweepers going back as well. Good work again by Glenton Stearman in the field. I fancy if Mahima gets too straight, Rian Mulder will be eyeing out that mid-wicket boundary. There's a lot of open space out there. Yeah, he goes Stearman again.
He's looking for that ball, Stearman.
He didn't use his hands, Glenton Stearman. Bravely used his body. But he's cut off 4 runs. Another fine effort by him in the field.
Ooh.
And his colleague, Mahir Joseph, is not as successful at extra cover, and that's gone for 4.
Probably had an easier one to take through. I think Stearman, after bowling all those overs, will be turning to him and just asking him to just support the bowlers a little bit more, especially after such a tough day. The last thing that you want to do is to be giving away easy boundaries in the game.
Mulder creates space for himself, and Joseph again, the youngster, he tried hard there. A couple of awkward bounces as the ball skids over the other strips here, but the youngster Joseph might be avoiding the gaze of the way more experienced Glenton Stearman. Mulder now on 63, the lead 140. We're not just looking to close up shop and survive until stumps, but there are many batsmen you see this period as the time to cash in, because as you say, tired bowlers waiting for stumps. Oh, now Joseph's given away a single with a relatively regulation stop he needed to make there. He couldn't, and that'll keep Rian Mulder on strike, which I'm not sure Kajima will be very happy about. End of the over, 376 for 4. Mulder's on 68 off 69 balls.
Yeah.
It's been a cracking innings by the all-rounder.
It has been indeed. He's really came out there and has dominated the bowling from ball 1, in fact. And it just came out there, it just looked like he's here to mean business, he's here to score some runs.
Way too short. Mulder pulls that away behind square. The fielder's given up. 4 more to Mulder. So that's 4 boundaries and 5 balls now.
He's just one of those batsmen currently that is not going to let you get away with any bad balls, and give him an opportunity to score runs, he'll do exactly that.
Flighted up nicely by, oh no. Is that the captain, Peter
Yes,
Malan?
Peter Malan.
He's got to bend his back a bit more there. At mid-off. Straight through the hands, between his legs. Away for 4, so 5 boundaries and 6 balls now for Rian Mulder, and the Rocks fielding is just starting to lag at the back end of the day. And Mulder, I think he's thinking of 2. Yeah. He played it with just the right firmness. That hardest for Leeuwen coming in from the boundary couldn't prevent the second run. He's really cashing in here, Rian Mulder.
He is. He's really making sure. He's making the most of it.
He's
Partnership
like a
also
leopard
matters.
with an impala lamb. He detects vulnerability. That's a good half stopper. That man, Glenton Stearman. No, it's not Stearman, is it? It's
Yanaman Malan.
Yanaman Malan.
I haven't seen him in the game so far in the fielding. He's normally one of those that's in and around everywhere in the fielding.
Down the wicket, Mulder. Punch nicely. Through extra cover, just a 1. I think Janneman has spent most of the day in the slips, that's why. And they haven't seen too much action today. In fact, I think the only one that went to them was put down.
Ngijima at that time.
Yeah, off Rickleton.
Partnership going very nicely between Hendricks and Melda. Currently on 93 in very quick time.
Well,
They
the
haven't been
last
together for too long.
the last 43 runs have come in a rush, because it wasn't that long ago we were celebrating the 50 partnership between Hendricks and Mulder. Kajima looks happy that that's the end of the over. Ends it with a dot ball, 387 for 4, and there are now just 2 overs left in the day. 2 more overs of pain for the Rocks, and then they can
And that's the way to sum it up.
then they can go rest.
With the way that it's been going. It's been quite a glorious betting day out there for the Lions. I think they actually felt like they only lost 2 wickets of Rickleton and Pavoma, as the other one was actually a night watchman who did his job yesterday and scored a quick 25 that he did. So they felt that today they actually just got away with damage of 2 key wickets, and that also came after they scored some runs.
Mulder again slapping
Lost it.
to extra cover. The fielder on the boundary there, not seeming to see where it was. I think his theory might be that the ball would have come from the light, where the sun is still shining on the pitch, into where he's fielding in shadow. But 2 more for Mulder. Takes him to 81 now after 75 balls.
And just like that, catching up to Hendricks quickly.
Nicely flighted by Mahima. That was a very nice piece of bowling. Bit slower. Really got it up above the batsman's eyes. Here's the replay. Beating the outside edge. Bit more round on Mulder there, eyeing out that deep mid-wicket boundary. He got a bit too straight.
You did say earlier that if he gets an opportunity, he will be looking to go for it, and he did that time around. Funny enough, he actually hit it closer to the fielder than in the open space that were there.
Yeah, 4 more though to Mulder. Goodness, he's collected half a dozen overs and half a dozen boundaries in his last 10 balls. Really rollicking it along now. The partnership was 99. Mulder's got 85. 85 of the 99 runs. Quite extraordinary. Sweep this time. Deep backward square leg or field.
And that brings up the 100 partnership from Melda and Hendricks, and that 100 comes off only 116 balls.
And I reckon the last 50 have probably been in around 40 deliveries, realistically.
If not less, actually.
If not less, yeah. Really tossed up, too much. Full toss. Hendricks just gets 1 wide of mid-on. Gets Mulder back on strike.
Be interesting to see how he's going to approach this last ball.
Does he want to start the last over on strike?
Ooh, indeed
Yeah,
he does.
Yeah, just a 1 to deep mid off. Siyabonga Mahima's torment is over for the day. 11 overs, none for 74. He's having a fantastic competition, so today would probably have been his toughest day of the season.
No, definitely.
So far, it's been a miserable one for the big guy.
And we mentioned how important his bowling would be, being the leading wicket taker, and obviously with the absence of Shaun van Berg, who's doing duty for the Proteas, how he's going to be very key if the Rocks are to get anywhere close to the Lions.
Gajima will bowl the last over of the day, and he starts with a dot. Out comes the sweep again. He's got good contact, Vian Mulder. Got it behind square. Umpire Saduma looking a bit into the sun is just asking, and up go the arms for a 6 to bring up the 400 for the Lions.
Think he can get his 100 before close of play?
He could well. He's only got 7 more to go. It's been a quite amazing late onslaught here, taking advantage of tired bowling and fielding.
Like that 93 coming of just 81 balls.
Defense. Defense. But I like the ruthless streak that Vian Mulder is showing here. Good work by Yanaman Malan.
Yes, taking a lot of responsibility, ensuring that the team gets as many runs as possible and as quickly as possible also, which you mentioned earlier, as to how long do they need to finish their innings.
Kajima adapted well there to Mulder giving him the charge. So, just the 6 off the final over of the day. And what a day it's been for the DP World Lions. They've gone from 47 for 1 to 402 for 4. So they've added 355 runs in the overs today. That's in 98 overs. It's been a wonderful display of batting, anchored by Dominic Hendricks. 121 not out. He ends the day, the opening batsman, and we've seen some wonderful fireworks in the last hour and a half here from Vian Mulder. He's 93 not out, just carrying on after half centuries also from Ryan Rickleton and Temba Bavuma. Rickleton 93 of 84 balls, 11 fours, 3 sixes. Wonderful stuff. KG, were you not entertained today?
I was, highly so. And the nice thing about the innings also is that it was controlled aggression from Vian Mulder. It wasn't just coming out there and trying to hit or whack everything that we see. It was very controlled aggression from his side. He was really hitting the ball on merit, and he hit some wonderful shots. Every time when it was loose, he made sure that the bowlers pay for being loose. When you've got the classic Dominic Hendricks on the other side, who just ensured that they keep on going, keep on ticking along. But very, very important innings from Vian Mulder coming in here today after the loss of the wicket of Temba Bavuma, and just ensuring that they keep on going, and they've gone at a rate, they've gone at a higher rate, and I think they are the favourites going into day 3. They are really looking like they are in control of the match. It's just one of those now. It's they dictating the terms of when do they stop betting, what target do they want to set, how much time do they give themselves, but then they've got it in their hands, and it's been a wonderful display of cricket from them.
Yeah, the Lions certainly in firm control. They lead by 176 runs. We said earlier today that they'd be happy with a lead of around 150 at Stubbs, so no doubt they will be absolutely ecstatic with the way things have panned out here on the second day. The third day's play will once again be brought to you live and with commentary by Pitch Vision and courtesy of the support of the DP World Lions. So thank you very much to both of them. Do join us again tomorrow for the third day. We'll see how the Lions push on, and of course how the Rocks go about probably trying to save the game.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, KG, for your efforts today, and to Hussein Manik as well. And thank you very much to you, our listeners. Good evening, and we hope to have you with us again tomorrow.
Good evening.